Before we drift away, don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more calming sleep stories. Sweet dreams await. It was late afternoon when Aaron finally saw the silhouette of the lodge emerge from behind the dense trees, towering above the fog that clung to the ground like a living thing. He had been traveling for hours, the dark, winding road up the mountain feeling longer than it ever should have been. His phone had long lost service and the road signs had stopped making sense. But still, he pushed forward, thinking that once he reached Hollow Ridge Lodge, everything would settle into a normal routine. As he parked in front of the large wooden doors, the chill of the air seemed to swallow him. The wind whispered through the trees in a language that was just beyond comprehension. The lodge looked ancient, its wooden walls weathered and cracked, but there was something oddly inviting about it. The grand chandelier above the door flickered, casting a strange light on the entrance. He stepped out of the car, his boots crunching the thin layer of frost on the ground. His breath fogged in front of him as he grabbed his bag. The tall pines around him were silent, like they were watching. The door to the lodge creaked open before he even touched the handle. A woman with pale skin and dark eyes stood at the threshold. She wore an old-fashioned dress that seemed out of place in the modern world. Her smile was gentle, but her eyes held something more, a glimmer of knowledge that sent a shiver down his spine. "Welcome to Hollow Ridge Lodge," she said, her voice a low melody that felt oddly familiar. "We've been expecting you." Aaron hesitated, a strange feeling settling in his stomach. He had never been here before, but the way she spoke made him feel like he was being drawn into something far bigger than himself. Thank you," Aaron stammered, forcing a smile as he walked inside. The air inside the lodge was warmer, but it smelled faintly of damp earth, as if the walls themselves were breathing. The woman gestured to a tall staircase leading up to the second floor. "Your room is prepared. But first, I must show you something." Aaron felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up, but his curiosity overruled his unease. He followed her down a narrow hallway, the floorboards creaking underfoot. The faint sound of whispers seemed to come from the walls themselves, as if the lodge was alive and speaking in its own secret tongue. At the end of the hall, she opened a heavy wooden door that led into a dimly lit room. On the far wall, a large mirror stood, its frame intricately carved with symbols Aaron didn't recognize. He walked closer, drawn to it as if it was calling him. "The mirror," the woman said softly, "shows not just your reflection, but your fate." Before Aaron could respond, the room seemed to shift. The shadows grew darker and the temperature dropped. He caught a glimpse of something in the mirror, a twisted, distorted version of himself, his eyes wide with terror as if he had seen something he wasn't supposed to. A low growl echoed from the mirror's depths. He stepped back, his heart pounding in his chest. What is that?" The woman's smile grew wider. "That, my dear, is the future. And you've already begun your journey here. The forest, the lodge, they're waiting." The mirror's reflection flickered, shifting again, like the surface of a disturbed pond. The growl became louder, a deep, guttural rumble that seemed to reverberate through the floorboards. Aaron took a step back, but his feet felt rooted to the spot, as though the very air was thickening around him. The woman's eyes gleamed, her smile never wavering as she watched him with quiet amusement. "Don't be afraid," she whispered, though the words felt more like a command than reassurance. "It's only the beginning." He swallowed hard, the lump in his throat growing with every second that passed. The mirror's surface began to swirl as if alive, pulling him closer despite his attempts to step away. In the dim light of the room, he saw faint shapes, flickers of shadows that danced along the edges of his vision. Something was stirring behind him, something far older and far more dangerous than he could possibly comprehend. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind him with a deafening crack. The woman stepped closer, her presence consuming the small room. Aaron turned, but his eyes were locked on the mirror. In it, the forest outside the lodge seemed to pulse with an unnatural life. The trees, black and twisted, reached out like skeletal hands, scraping the sky with their jagged fingers. A full moon hung low and heavy in the sky, casting long, ghostly shadows over the mist that crawled along the forest floor. The whispers began, soft at first, then growing louder until they were a chorus of voices, too many to count, calling his name. "Aaron, Aaron," they whispered, their voices thick with hunger. "Who's there?" Aaron shouted, his voice trembling. "What do you want?" The woman didn't answer. Instead, she moved toward the mirror and placed her hand against it. For a moment, it felt as if time had stopped, the air heavy with the silence of impending doom. Slowly, she began to chant in a language Aaron didn't recognize, her voice lilting and eerie, as if it had come from the very heart of the forest. The mirror began to glow. Aaron stepped back, his mind reeling with confusion and fear. "What are you doing?" His voice cracked as he spoke, but the woman didn't respond. Instead, she gestured toward the mirror. The shadows within it began to take form. Dark figures, hunched and twisted, slowly crawled from the depths of the glass. They were humanoid in shape but lacked any clear definition. Their features melted in and out of existence like the faces of forgotten nightmares. Long, gnarled fingers reached out from the mirror, scraping against the frame as they tried to pull themselves free. The air grew colder, the temperature dropping rapidly as Aaron's breath became visible in front of him. Panic surged through his veins. He turned to the door, but it was locked, sealed with an otherworldly force that prevented him from escaping. His heart raced as he turned back to the mirror, unable to look away from the nightmare unfolding before him. "What is this place?" Aaron breathed, his eyes wide with terror. "The Hollow Ridge Lodge," the woman answered, her voice dark and haunting. "Isn't just a place for rest. It's a place for those who are chosen, and once you are chosen, you cannot leave." The figures in the mirror began to move faster now, their limbs contorting in unnatural angles as they struggled to free themselves. Their faces were faceless, eyes wide and empty, mouths open in silent screams. The growling grew louder, a deep rumble that seemed to come from the very earth itself. Aaron took a step backward, his pulse hammering in his ears. He felt the walls closing in on him, the room shrinking as if the lodge itself was alive, watching him, feeding off his fear. The woman's smile deepened. "You see, Aaron, the forest calls to those who wander too far. It draws them in, leads them down paths they cannot escape. Hollow Ridge is a place where the forest's hunger is satisfied. And now it wants you." With a sudden movement, the woman reached out and touched the surface of the mirror. The glass rippled like water, and before Aaron could react, the shadows surged forward, tearing through the air and enveloping him. His body froze in place as the cold swept through him like a biting wind. The shadows wrapped around his limbs, pulling him closer to the mirror. For a brief moment, Aaron felt weightless, suspended in the dark abyss between worlds. Then everything went black. When he opened his eyes, he was no longer in the lodge. He stood at the edge of a vast, dense forest, a canopy of twisted trees stretching endlessly above him. The air was thick with fog, and the faintest traces of moonlight filtered through the dense branches. His surroundings seemed to shift with every passing second, the forest constantly changing as if it had a mind of its own. The whispers were louder here, coming from all directions. The wind howled through the trees, carrying with it the unmistakable sound of something moving just beyond his sight. The ground beneath his feet was damp, and the forest floor was covered in thick layers of fallen leaves that crunched underfoot. Yet, the silence of the forest was deafening, broken only by the occasional rustle of unseen creatures lurking in the shadows. He felt a hand on his shoulder. Aaron spun around, his heart leaping in his chest. But there was no one there. Only the trees, the fog, and the whispers that seemed to surround him. "You're not alone," a voice said, low and raspy, as though it came from the very earth itself. Aaron stumbled backward, his mind racing. Was he dreaming? Had he gone mad? The whispering continued, growing louder, more urgent. "The lodge is not just a place. It's a threshold. A doorway to a world that was never meant to be crossed." Aaron took a deep breath, his hands trembling. He had to find a way out. The forest seemed to stretch on forever, each step taking him deeper into the heart of the unknown. The air grew colder with each passing minute, and the fog thickened, obscuring everything around him. The growling sound returned, closer now, a low rumble that seemed to echo through the forest. Aaron's heart raced as he turned in every direction, trying to find the source. Then he saw it. A pair of glowing eyes emerged from the darkness, watching him. Slowly, the form of a large creature stepped out from between the trees. Its body was covered in dark, matted fur, and its face was obscured by a shadowy veil. The eyes, however, were clear, and they gleamed with hunger. Aaron's breath caught in his throat as the creature growled low, its massive claws scraping against the earth as it began to approach him. The creature's eyes never left Aaron, its glowing orbs cutting through the fog like twin lanterns in the darkness. The air around it shimmered with an unsettling energy, as if the very presence of the beast was warping the reality around it. The growl that rumbled from deep within its chest felt like it was shaking the ground beneath Aaron's feet. He stumbled backward, his heart pounding in his ears. Every instinct in him screamed to run, to escape, but his legs felt like they were made of stone, unable to move, frozen in place by a force stronger than fear itself. The creature, massive and hulking, seemed to glide forward effortlessly, its long clawed feet barely touching the earth as it moved. Its fur was dark and matted, twisted in some unnatural way, and its face was an unholy blend of man and beast. Its jaw was too wide, too sharp, and its nose was elongated as though it had been stretched beyond reason. "Move," Aaron whispered to himself, his throat dry, his voice barely audible over the beast's growls. But his body betrayed him, paralyzed by an ancient fear he couldn't understand. The creature took another step forward, its massive form casting a long shadow across the fog-covered ground. With every movement it made, the air seemed to get thicker, more oppressive. The whispers around Aaron grew louder, a cacophony of voices that surrounded him from all sides, pressing in like the weight of the forest itself. "Run!" a voice cried out in his mind. Aaron didn't need to be told twice. The command broke the paralysis, and without thinking, he turned and bolted into the misty forest. His breath came in ragged gasps, his feet slipping on the damp ground, his legs burning with the effort to push him forward. He dared not look back. He knew that if he did, the creature would be right behind him, its claws scraping the earth as it closed in on him. The forest around him seemed to shift with every step he took. The trees, which had once appeared steady and ancient, now twisted and contorted as if they were alive, bending toward him with malicious intent. The path he had been following moments before now seemed to be disappearing, swallowed up by the mist and shadows. It felt as though the very forest itself was conspiring to trap him, to lead him deeper into its dark heart. His breath came faster now, his chest tight with fear. His mind raced, desperately searching for any kind of escape, but there was nothing, no way out. The forest stretched on, endless and unforgiving. And behind him, the growling of the creature echoed, growing louder with every passing second. Suddenly, the ground beneath Aaron's feet gave way. His body plunged downward into the dark, thick mud, his arms flailing as he tried to catch himself. For a moment, he was suspended in the air, the world tilting violently around him before he hit the ground with a sickening thud. The wind was knocked from his lungs and he gasped for air, his hands sinking into the cold, slick earth. He tried to push himself up, but his muscles were weak, his body exhausted from the terror and the sprint through the thick woods. The creature's growl was close now, too close. He could feel the ground vibrating beneath him with every heavy step it took. With a final surge of panic, Aaron managed to push himself to his feet, stumbling forward once more. He looked ahead, but the path had disappeared, replaced by a mass of thorny brambles and twisted roots. The trees loomed overhead like the skeletal hands of the dead, blocking out the moonlight, leaving him in a suffocating darkness. He had no choice now. He couldn't go forward. He couldn't go back. And the creature was coming. A low voice, this time no longer in his mind but right beside him, whispered, "The forest is endless. The lodge, it's not the place you think it is." Aaron turned his head, his heart racing, but there was nothing there. Just the shadows. The growl sounded again, louder, closer. His mind screamed for him to run, but his body was too tired, too beaten by the fear and the chase. In desperation, Aaron lunged toward the nearest tree, its trunk thick with vines, and began to climb, his fingers slipping on the slick bark. He could feel the creature's presence closing in, could feel the oppressive weight of it just beyond his reach. "Please," he muttered under his breath, his voice hoarse and weak. "Please let me out." But the whispers returned, louder than ever, and now they were not just from the forest, but from the very trees themselves. "You cannot escape." The voice was not kind. It was a warning, a promise, a threat. The roots of the trees twisted in the earth, pulling themselves tighter around Aaron's feet, holding him in place. He kicked and struggled, but it was no use. The creature was getting closer. Through the fog, he saw it. A massive shape, almost black against the backdrop of the mist. Its glowing eyes pierced the gloom, and with every step, the world around him seemed to darken further. He was running out of time. But just as the creature's claws reached toward him, the ground trembled once more. The air grew cold, and the fog began to thicken even more. The forest, which had felt alive in its own way, suddenly went still, unnaturally still. The wind stopped. The whispers stopped. Even the creature paused, its massive form freezing mid-step, as if some greater force had intervened. Aaron barely had time to react before something else began to emerge from the fog, a dark shape that seemed to shimmer with a faint, ethereal glow. It was moving toward him, faster than anything should have been able to. It had a strange, heavy presence, like a being that wasn't quite human, yet not entirely something else either. Its silhouette shifted with the mist, as if it was made of shadows themselves. And then, in an instant, the creature was gone. The forest around Aaron seemed to breathe again, the fog swirling like it had never been still. The eerie silence returned, but this time it felt different. Aaron, exhausted and terrified, looked up at the dark figure approaching him. The shape wasn't a man, or at least not entirely, but it had the outline of one. Tall, with sharp features and a presence that demanded attention. Its face was hidden in the shadows of its cloak, but its eyes glowed faintly, similar to the creature's, though much colder. "Who are you?" Aaron managed to ask, his voice barely more than a whisper. His body was trembling, but now there was no growl, no beast to chase him, only the strange figure stepping toward him, slowly, as if moving through time itself. The figure did not answer with words, but raised a hand, and in that motion, the forest fell silent once more. The trees stopped moving. The ground ceased its shaking. Even the fog seemed to pause, holding its breath. Aaron didn't understand, but he knew deep down that this moment, this encounter, was about to change everything. The air was still, unnervingly so. The eerie silence that had fallen over the forest felt like a weight pressing down on Aaron's chest, making it harder to breathe. The figure, standing before him, radiated an unsettling energy that made his skin crawl. He couldn't shake the feeling that the forest wasn't just alive, it was watching him, waiting for him to make a mistake. Every rustling leaf, every soft creak of the trees felt like a warning. The figure before him tilted its head ever so slightly, its glowing eyes narrowing as if it was appraising him. There was something about its presence that was ancient, older than the forest itself. It moved slowly, deliberately, its cloak trailing behind it like smoke in the still air. Despite the faint glow of its eyes, its face was hidden in shadow, an enigma that seemed to exist just beyond Aaron's understanding. The closer it came, the more Aaron felt the weight of its gaze, as if it could see into his very soul. Without a word, the figure reached out, its long, bony fingers brushing the air between them. In that moment, the temperature dropped even further, and Aaron shivered, feeling the frost of the forest seep into his bones. A voice, low and resonant, broke the silence, though it wasn't spoken aloud. It was a thought, an idea that crept into his mind as if it had always been there, waiting for him to hear it. "You are lost." Aaron swallowed, trying to steady his breath. His legs felt weak beneath him, and every instinct in him screamed to run. But somehow he couldn't move. He could only stand there, frozen in place, staring at the figure. Its presence was overwhelming, like an unspoken truth that he wasn't prepared to understand. The figure stepped closer, its face still obscured by shadow. It raised a hand, and the darkness around them seemed to deepen, swallowing the faint moonlight. The trees, which had once seemed twisted and menacing, now appeared distant, as if they were watching from a faraway place. The only thing that remained was the figure, and the overwhelming sense that Aaron was on the brink of something far more terrifying than the beast that had pursued him. "You cannot leave the forest," the figure spoke, but this time its voice was clear, and it reverberated in Aaron's mind like an echo in a vast cavern. "It has chosen you, Aaron. It will claim you as it has claimed so many before." Aaron's breath caught in his throat, the words sinking into him like a weight. The figure's eyes glowed brighter, and in that moment, Aaron realized they weren't just glowing, they were pulsing like the heartbeat of the forest itself. There was a connection between the figure and the very land around him, something deep and unyielding. "Why me?" Aaron whispered, his voice barely audible, but the question was desperate, born of a need to understand. "What does the forest want with me?" The figure's lips barely moved, but the response came clearly, as if the very air itself was speaking for it. "The forest is hungry and it needs to feed. It takes those who wander too far, those who trespass into its domain. But there is a price to be paid." Aaron's heart hammered in his chest, his mind racing. "A price?" he echoed. "What kind of price?" The figure did not answer immediately. Instead, it raised a hand, and from the mist emerged a small, flickering flame. The flame danced in the air, casting long, flickering shadows against the trees. It hovered before Aaron's face, moving as if it had a mind of its own, glowing with an unnatural intensity. It was both beautiful and terrifying, a delicate light in the midst of the oppressive darkness. "Choose," the figure's voice echoed in his mind, the words heavy with meaning. "The flame will show you the way, but it is not without sacrifice. Choose to walk the path of the flame and you will escape. But there are others who have walked that path before you. They are no longer whole. They are part of the forest." Aaron's stomach twisted. His mind was clouded with confusion and fear. Escape? Was that even possible? The forest had already claimed him once, led him here to this strange moment, this encounter with whatever this figure was. He didn't know if he could trust it, but he had no choice. The creature, the beast, was still out there, and the forest was alive with its whispers, its hunger. The flame drifted closer, its light softening as it moved toward Aaron's outstretched hand. For a brief moment, he felt the warmth of it, a flicker of hope in the suffocating cold. But then, as his fingers brushed against it, something strange happened. The warmth didn't linger. Instead, it seeped into his skin, filling his veins with a cold fire, burning in the most unsettling way. The pain was brief, but it was enough to send a shock through his entire body. Aaron jerked his hand back, gasping. The flame, now dim, drifted away, leaving only a faint trail of smoke in the air. The figure watched him with its glowing eyes, unblinking, unfeeling. "It is not the light that you must fear," the figure whispered. "It is what you cannot see." The words made no sense. Aaron was drowning in confusion, his mind spiraling as he tried to make sense of the impossible situation he found himself in. The beast, the forest, the figure, it all felt like some twisted nightmare, a world where the rules of nature no longer applied. How could he leave? How could he escape this nightmare that seemed to stretch on forever? "Is there no other way?" he asked, his voice a raw whisper. The figure tilted its head slightly, and for the first time, there was a hint of something like pity in its expression, though it was fleeting. "There are no easy paths here, Aaron. The forest demands its due, and you will pay one way or another." The figure stepped back, its form blending with the mist, the shadows stretching and swallowing it whole. But before it disappeared entirely, it left one final warning. "You are not the first to wander here, and you won't be the last. But remember, there is always a choice, even in the darkest depths." The words lingered in the air long after the figure had vanished, a haunting reminder of the weight of the forest's demands. The fog rolled in thicker, pressing in around him, and the darkness deepened once more. And then the whispers returned, louder, more insistent. "The price has been paid." The ground beneath Aaron's feet began to shift again, the mist swirling as if it had a will of its own. The trees, now more distorted than ever, seemed to stretch toward him, their branches twisting like fingers, reaching for something, someone. Aaron's pulse raced as the forest seemed to close in on him, the path ahead disappearing into the fog. The creature, the beast, the figure, it all felt like part of a larger game, one he didn't fully understand yet. But he knew one thing for certain, he was not free. And whatever choice lay ahead, it was one he could no longer avoid. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices that surrounded Aaron, pressing in from all sides. The fog thickened, and the trees, once towering and ominous, now seemed to lean in closer, their branches twisting in unnatural angles, as if they were stretching toward him, waiting for something. The path ahead of him had disappeared entirely, swallowed by the mist. In every direction, there was only the deep, oppressive fog and the eerie silence that had fallen over the forest. "The price has been paid." The words echoed in his mind, reverberating like a deep, unshakable truth. The forest had claimed him, and now there was no going back. He was part of this place, tangled in its web, whether he liked it or not. And the creature, the figure, whatever had led him to this moment, was only the beginning. The creature's growl still rang in his ears, distant but close enough to send a shiver down his spine. It was out there, somewhere in the shadows of the forest, waiting for him. The path was lost to him, and the only way forward was into the heart of this cursed place, this endless expanse of dark trees and forgotten horrors. Aaron's legs felt weak as he stumbled forward, his body aching from the adrenaline and fear that had been coursing through him for what felt like an eternity. His breath was shallow, his chest tight, but he couldn't stop. Not now. Not when he had no idea what waited for him in the depths of the forest. Every step he took seemed to echo unnaturally in the stillness, his footsteps muffled by the thick fog that clung to the ground. He could barely see his own hand in front of him, the mist swirling like a veil around him, disorienting him further. Then, as if the forest itself had decided to answer his unspoken question, a faint glow appeared in the distance, just beyond the fog. At first, it was a dim light, barely noticeable, but as he moved closer, it grew brighter, more distinct. It flickered like a candle, casting strange, shifting shadows that danced across the mist. Aaron's heart skipped a beat. A light in the distance. A sign of life? He moved toward it, the fog parting before him, though the trees seemed to close in tighter as he approached. The glow was coming from a small clearing, and as he stepped into it, he saw the source of the light, a lantern hanging from an old, gnarled tree. Its flame was flickering, struggling to stay alight in the damp air, casting eerie shadows around the clearing. The lantern was unlike any he had seen before. Its metal casing was tarnished and covered in intricate carvings, symbols Aaron didn't recognize. It felt ancient, like it had been here for centuries, waiting for someone to find it. The light from the lantern was warm, comforting in its glow, but it also felt wrong. It felt like it didn't belong here in this forsaken place. As Aaron approached the lantern, a cold breeze swept through the clearing, extinguishing the flame. The light vanished instantly, plunging the world back into darkness. A voice, low and melodic, broke the silence. "Do you seek the light?" it asked. Aaron froze, his heart pounding. The voice had come from behind him, though there was no one there. He whipped around but saw only the mist and the twisted trees. The voice didn't sound threatening, it was calm, almost soothing, but there was something unsettling about it. Something that gnawed at the edges of his sanity. "Who's there?" he called out, his voice trembling despite his best efforts to sound confident. For a moment, there was nothing but the soft rustling of the leaves in the wind. And then, out of the fog, a figure emerged. It was a woman, draped in a flowing, dark cloak that shimmered with faint patterns, symbols like those on the lantern. Her face was obscured by the hood of her cloak, but the faintest glow seemed to emanate from within, lighting the contours of her pale, almost ethereal face. Her eyes, when they finally met his, were impossibly dark, black as the void. There was no depth to them, no hint of emotion. They were empty. The woman spoke again, her voice like the soft hum of wind through trees. "You've come too far, Aaron," she said, her words chilling despite their gentleness. "The path you walk leads to darkness, and it will consume you if you do not turn back." Aaron opened his mouth to respond, but no words came. He felt a strange pressure on his chest, as if the very air around him was growing heavier, making it harder to breathe. The woman raised a hand, and the fog around them thickened, the mist swirling in slow, deliberate patterns. "Why do you stay?" she asked. "The forest has claimed you, and yet you still seek to escape. Why?" Her question echoed in his mind, reverberating deep within him. He didn't have an answer. He didn't know why he kept pushing forward, why he didn't just give in to the overwhelming fear that gripped him. He should have turned back at the first sign of danger, at the first warning. He should have left the lodge, left the forest behind. But something had called him here. Something had dragged him into this place, and now he couldn't leave. "I don't want to be here," he finally managed to say, his voice barely a whisper. The woman's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. "You cannot leave," she said simply. "The forest will not let you go. It has taken too much of you already." The air around them grew colder, and Aaron could feel the presence of something watching, something lurking just beyond his sight. The woman stepped closer, her face still hidden in the shadow of her hood. "But there is a way out," she continued, her voice almost a lullaby now. "A way to escape the forest, to leave this place. But it comes at a cost." Aaron's stomach turned. A cost? What more could the forest possibly take from him? What is the cost?" he asked, his voice shaky. The woman didn't answer immediately. Instead, she extended a hand, the long fingers slender and pale, almost ghostly. "The forest does not offer its gifts freely, Aaron," she said. "It demands something in return. A sacrifice." Aaron felt his breath catch in his throat. A sacrifice? The words hit him like a stone, but he couldn't quite grasp their meaning. The woman's eyes, dark and endless, locked onto his. "A life, Aaron," she whispered, "but not your own." Aaron's breath caught in his throat as the woman's words sank in. A life, not his own. The words echoed in his mind like a haunting chant, the gravity of what she was offering weighing down on him, suffocating him. His heart pounded in his chest as he stared at her, the fog swirling around them like an endless tide. The woman's face was still obscured by the hood of her cloak, but he could feel her gaze upon him, as if she was peering straight into the depths of his soul. Her words had a cold finality to them, as though there was no escape from the bargain she was offering. I don't understand," Aaron finally managed to say, his voice hoarse and trembling. "A sacrifice? A life? What do you mean? What does the forest want?" The woman's lips parted slightly in a smile, though it wasn't comforting. It was knowing. Her voice, when she spoke again, was soft and melodic, but there was something beneath it. Something ancient that seemed to hum in the very air around them. "The forest has always taken," she said, her tone laced with a deep sorrow. "It takes what it needs to survive. The forest does not care for the weak. It does not care for those who wander too far. It only takes, and it only gives when the price is paid." Aaron shook his head, a sense of dread crawling up his spine. The weight of her words pressed down on him, suffocating him with the realization that there was no way out. Not unless he made a choice. And that choice was one he wasn't ready to make. "Who does the forest take?" he asked, though he was afraid to hear the answer. Her smile deepened, her eyes never leaving his. It takes those who come seeking the light, those who step into its embrace with an open heart, believing they can walk away untouched. It takes those who cannot understand the balance between life and death, between light and shadow. The wind picked up around them, swirling the mist like a storm that had no end. The trees creaked and groaned as if they were alive, as if they were whispering among themselves. Aaron could feel the ground beneath him shift, the roots of the trees growing and curling beneath the earth like snakes, moving in ways that were unnatural, as if the very forest was alive and watching him. But there is always a choice, the woman continued. The price does not always have to be your own life, Aaron. The forest is not cruel, it offers a chance for redemption, if you are willing to give something else. Aaron's mind raced. The woman's words were like a labyrinth, twisting and turning, each path leading deeper into the unknown. He didn't know what she meant, but the fear that gripped him was all-consuming. The choice she was offering him didn't feel like a choice at all. It felt like a trap. "What do you mean?" he whispered, barely able to speak through the knot of fear tightening in his throat. "What could I give? What could possibly be enough to appease the forest?" The woman took a slow, deliberate step closer to him, her presence suffocating. The air around her seemed to grow colder, and the fog parted slightly, revealing the gnarled branches of the trees reaching up like skeletal fingers. "Your memories," she said softly, her voice carrying a cold edge now. "The things you hold dear. Your past. The ones you love. The things that have shaped you into the person you are. These are the things the forest desires most. The more precious, the more it can take." Aaron's stomach turned at the thought. Memories? The ones he loved? His entire life, the people he cherished, gone, taken by the forest in exchange for his survival? The thought of giving up his past, of losing the very essence of who he was, made him feel like he was suffocating. "I won't give up my memories," Aaron said fiercely, shaking his head. I won't lose everything I've known just to survive this place. There must be another way." The woman's smile remained, though it seemed tinged with pity. "There is no other way, Aaron. The forest is not kind, nor is it merciful. It takes what it needs to survive, and it has chosen you. But there is a path, a way out. A way to leave the forest and the shadows behind. But only if you are willing to give the most precious thing of all." Aaron's heart was pounding in his chest, his mind spinning. He didn't know what to do. The forest had already taken so much from him. His freedom, his peace of mind, and now it wanted his memories. It wanted the very core of who he was. And yet, a small part of him wondered if this was all some cruel game. What if he could refuse? What if he could find another way out? "I won't," he said again, more forcefully this time, though doubt crept into his voice. "I won't give you what you want." The woman's eyes seemed to darken then, and for the first time, a hint of malice flickered across her features. "Then you will remain here," she said, her voice low like a soft growl. "You will wander these woods, forever lost, forever hunted by the forest. The creatures, the shadows, they will follow you until you are nothing but a whisper on the wind. A fading memory just like the others who thought they could escape." Aaron stepped back, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His mind was reeling, caught between the horrible truth of her words and the small, fragile hope that there had to be another way. He couldn't give up his memories. He couldn't let the forest steal everything he was. But what choice did he have? The woman raised her hand again, and the fog seemed to part once more, revealing something that made Aaron's heart drop into his stomach. Through the mist, he could see the shadowy outline of the creature, the beast that had chased him through the woods. Its glowing eyes locked onto him, and it took a step forward, its heavy footsteps reverberating through the ground. The woman turned back to Aaron, her voice soft and sweet, but with a dark finality. "The forest's hunger is unending, Aaron, and it will take what it needs, one way or another." Aaron's heart pounded in his chest, his mind racing. He couldn't give in. He couldn't lose everything he was. But the creature, the beast, was closing in, and the choice before him was more terrifying than anything he could have imagined. Was there any other way out? The creature's growl echoed across the clearing, a deep, rumbling sound that made the ground tremble beneath Aaron's feet. It was massive, its form shifting in the fog, looming over him like some ancient god of the forest, a creature born from the darkest corners of the earth. Its glowing eyes pierced through the mist, locked onto him, and it took another step closer, its claws scraping against the ground like knives on stone. Aaron's pulse thundered in his ears as the woman's words resonated through his mind. The forest's hunger is unending. It will take what it needs one way or another. He could feel it now, the undeniable pull of the forest, its ancient hunger drawing him in, suffocating him with its presence. The creature, the shadows, the mist, it all felt like a cage closing around him, each breath he took tightening the noose. "Choose," the woman said softly, her voice almost melodic, though there was no kindness in it. "The forest will claim you, or you will give something in return. But if you continue to resist, if you refuse to offer what it demands, you will be lost forever." Her gaze flicked to the creature, which was now slowly circling him, its claws scraping the earth with every step. Its eyes glowed brighter, as if drawn to his fear, as if it fed on it. Aaron's legs felt like lead, his mind spinning as he watched the beast circle him, its massive form a living shadow that seemed to grow with every passing moment. "You are not the first to come here, Aaron," the woman continued, her voice low and steady. "The forest has claimed many before you, and it will claim many after you. But the choice you make now will determine your fate. Will you give what is needed? Or will you be consumed by the shadows, lost to the darkness forever?" Aaron's throat went dry. His mind screamed for him to run, but his body refused to move. The creature was closing in, and the weight of the woman's words hung over him like a shroud. His thoughts were a storm. What should I do? What is the cost? The woman's gaze softened, almost pitying, as she watched him struggle. "The price is never easy, Aaron. But it is a price that must be paid if you wish to escape this place." The creature stopped circling and stood still, its glowing eyes never leaving Aaron. It was waiting, watching, and Aaron could feel it deep in his bones. He was its prey. The forest was hungry and it wanted more. The woman raised her hand, and with a flick of her wrist, the fog around them parted once more, revealing a strange, twisted tree standing just beyond the clearing. It was unlike any tree Aaron had ever seen. Its bark was black as midnight, its branches gnarled and twisted, reaching out like skeletal hands. The air around the tree was thick with a strange energy, and as Aaron looked closer, he saw something else, something that made his blood run cold. Hanging from the branches were dozens of small, glimmering objects, shiny, metallic, and almost hypnotic in their gleam. But as Aaron focused on them, his stomach churned. They weren't objects at all. They were memories, faces, faint images of people suspended in time, their expressions frozen in terror. The woman's voice broke through his horrified thoughts. "Those who come here and refuse the bargain are trapped. Their memories are taken, their souls bound to the forest, forever part of its hunger." Aaron's breath hitched in his throat as he understood. The memories that hung from the tree were the souls of those who had come before him. People who had made the same choices, the same mistakes, and had been consumed by the forest. Their faces were frozen in fear, trapped in some kind of dark stasis, unable to escape, unable to move on. "Do you see?" the woman whispered. "Those who refuse to give what is demanded become part of the forest's hunger. They lose themselves, and the forest takes their essence, their memories, and they are lost to the shadows forever." Aaron stumbled back, his heart racing as the reality of what she was saying hit him like a punch to the gut. His thoughts spun, his mind clouded with fear and confusion. The forest wanted his memories, his past, the very things that made him who he was. But if he refused, he would become one of them, one of the lost souls trapped in the branches of the cursed tree, a prisoner of the forest for eternity. The beast's growl rumbled through the clearing, and Aaron's eyes snapped back to the creature, which was now standing motionless, watching him with a hunger in its eyes. It was waiting, waiting for him to make the choice. The woman's gaze never wavered as she stepped closer. "There is no other way, Aaron. The forest cannot be denied. You must give something in exchange. It is the only way." The wind picked up again, swirling the fog around them, and Aaron felt the weight of the forest pressing down on him. The shadows seemed to stretch out, crawling toward him like fingers, whispering his name. The woman's voice was like a whisper in his ear. "The forest is hungry, and it will not stop until it has what it needs. It will consume you, your soul, your memories, your very essence, until nothing remains but a shadow of who you once were." Aaron's breath came faster, his chest tightening. The choice was suffocating him. Could he live without his memories? Could he give up the very things that defined him? The faces of the people he loved, the experiences that had shaped him into who he was, could he truly give those up? He closed his eyes, the weight of the decision bearing down on him like 1,000 pounds. The creature growled again, a deep, bone-chilling sound that made the ground beneath him shake. And then a thought flickered in his mind, a single, fleeting thought. What if the bargain wasn't about giving up his memories? What if there was something else, something the forest wanted more? The woman was watching him, her eyes filled with a cold expectation. "Give your memories," she repeated, her voice low. Give what is most precious and you will be free. But something in Aaron's gut told him there was more. More to this bargain. More to the forest's hunger than what she was telling him. I can't give up my memories, he thought. But what if there's another way? His mind raced as the creature's growl vibrated through the earth. There had to be another choice, another way out. He just had to find it. The woman's lips parted into a cruel smile as if she knew exactly what he was thinking. There is no other way, she said softly. But you will learn soon enough. Aaron's heart beat wildly in his chest. He had to make a decision. He couldn't stay here. He couldn't be consumed by the forest's endless hunger. But what could he offer instead? The fog thickened around Aaron as the creature's growl reverberated through the earth, vibrating in his bones. His heart raced, each beat a reminder that time was slipping away, that the forest was closing in, and that the hunger, the deep, insatiable hunger of this cursed place, was growing stronger with each passing second. The woman's shadow loomed before him, her face still hidden beneath the hood of her cloak, her words echoing in his mind like a death knell. The forest will take what it needs. You must give something in return. He couldn't escape that truth. It pressed down on him like the weight of the trees themselves, and the idea of giving up his memories, his essence, sent waves of nausea through him. But the beast, the creature, was close now, its massive form cutting through the fog like a tidal wave of shadows. Its glowing eyes pierced through the gloom, and its growl seemed to vibrate in the very air around him, shaking the ground beneath his feet. Every instinct screamed for him to run, to find some way out, but the woman's voice cut through his thoughts, chilling him to the core. There is no escape, she whispered, her words a dark lullaby. The forest has already claimed you, Aaron. It has chosen you. And now, you must choose. The woman's outstretched hand gestured toward the beast, which was circling slowly, its glowing eyes locked onto Aaron as it prowled in the mist. The creature's claws scraped the earth, each step heavy and deliberate, its presence like a predator toying with its prey. You must decide, the woman repeated, her voice like silk on his skin. The forest is not kind. It will not stop until it has what it needs. It will take you, your memories, your very soul, unless you give something in exchange. You will lose yourself, unless you sacrifice something else. Aaron's chest tightened as his mind raced, the weight of the decision pushing him toward a breaking point. He couldn't give up his memories. He couldn't lose the very essence of who he was. The faces of the people he loved, the moments of his life, those were his. He could never part with them. But if he didn't make a sacrifice. The creature's growl grew louder, and Aaron took a shaky step backward, his body trembling. His skin prickled with cold sweat, and his throat constricted as the creature loomed closer. Its massive form seemed to blur with the fog, a nightmare made flesh. I won't give you what you want, Aaron said, his voice barely above a whisper, but it was a defiant whisper. I won't give you my memories. The woman tilted her head as if she found his resistance amusing. It's not about what you want, Aaron, she said softly, her voice almost pitying. It's about what the forest demands. The forest does not bargain. You must offer something else. Something precious. Something that will satisfy its hunger. The creature's eyes flashed in the mist, a spark of hunger and anticipation in its gaze. Aaron could feel it. It was drawing closer, sensing his fear, and it was feeding off it. He could almost hear its breath, hot and heavy in the still air, and it made his skin crawl. But then a thought struck him, a single, flickering ember of an idea in the midst of the rising panic. What if there was something else the forest wanted? The woman's eyes gleamed with an unnatural light, and she stepped closer, her presence suffocating, as though the very air around her was thickening. The choice is yours, Aaron, she said softly, almost coaxingly. Give the forest what it wants and you may leave. Refuse and the shadows will claim you. Your soul will be lost, and your memories will fade into the darkness, forgotten by all. Aaron's breath came in shallow, panicked gasps as his mind raced. What could he give? What could be more precious than his memories? He could feel the beast circling closer, its presence overwhelming, like a tidal wave about to crash down on him. The woman's words swirled in his mind, weaving a dark, twisted tapestry. And as the forest closed in around him, it was as though the trees themselves were whispering, urging him to make a choice. His thoughts darted back to the lantern, the light that had flickered in the clearing before it went out. The flame, what had it meant? It was a way out, but at what cost? The flame will show you the way, but it is not without sacrifice. The voice of the woman echoed in his mind, but this time it was different. This time, there was an urgency to her words, a sense of finality that made him realize something important. She wasn't just offering him a choice. She was offering him an illusion of a choice. "Your memories are not all that you are," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper as she stepped closer to him. "Your memories, they bind you to the past. They weigh you down. But there is something more, something deeper within you. Something the forest will take regardless, unless you give it willingly." Aaron's stomach turned as the truth of her words sank in. The memories weren't just his, they were the roots of his identity, yes, but what else did the forest want? What was it truly after? The creature's growl intensified, a low, menacing rumble that shook Aaron's bones. He knew it wasn't just after his memories, it was after his very essence. The hunger of the forest was ancient and insatiable. He couldn't outrun it. He couldn't hide from it. The woman raised her hand and the fog parted again. This time, something else emerged from the mist, something even darker, more terrifying than the creature. It was a shadow, a silhouette that loomed above him, stretching into the sky, its form ever shifting, like it wasn't even truly a shape at all. It was as though the shadow itself had no form, but simply consumed everything in its path. "The forest will take what it must," the woman's voice echoed as the shadow loomed closer, swallowing the light around them. "But it will leave you with a choice, Aaron. What will you sacrifice to appease it? The forest will consume your memories if you refuse. It will consume you unless you give it something greater." Aaron's mind was reeling. The creature, the shadow, the hunger, the woman's words. All of it was a twisted maze, a sickening game of survival that he couldn't escape. He glanced around, the fog swirling, the trees stretching higher and higher into the night sky. His breath came in frantic gasps, but his mind was still racing, searching for a way out, searching for the thing he could give that might stop the forest from consuming him completely. And then, in that moment of clarity, it hit him. It wasn't his memories that the forest wanted. It was something deeper, something darker. The woman, watching him with those cold, empty eyes, had shown him the way. The shadow, the hunger, it wasn't just a matter of what he had left. It was a matter of what he had yet to give. The creature stepped forward, its claws scraping the earth with a deafening sound, and Aaron knew he had to act now or he would be consumed forever. Aaron's mind spun with the weight of the decision before him. The forest, the creature, the woman, every part of this nightmare was a part of something greater, something far more terrifying than he could have ever imagined. The hunger of the forest had been stalking him from the moment he set foot within its boundaries, and now the shadows were closing in, swallowing everything around him. The creature's growl reverberated through the air again, a guttural, bone-rattling sound that seemed to shake the very earth beneath him. Its glowing eyes bored into him, and he could feel its hunger, a presence so overwhelming that it threatened to crush him from the inside out. The woman stood just a few paces away, her form shrouded in darkness, her gaze cold and calculating. "You have not yet understood, Aaron," she said, her voice low and silky, as though every word was a thread weaving itself into the fabric of his reality. "The forest takes not just what you remember, it takes who you are, your very essence, your fears, your desires, your soul. It feeds on what makes you you." Aaron's breath caught in his throat. He had been so focused on his memories, the faces of the people he loved, the experiences that defined him, but it wasn't just those things the forest was after. It wanted everything, everything that made him real, everything that tethered him to the world outside this cursed place. A sharp chill ran down his spine as he looked at the shadow behind the woman, stretching impossibly tall and long into the sky. It seemed to consume the light itself, and for a moment, Aaron thought he could see something within it, a flicker, a flash of motion. But then it was gone, swallowed by the shifting darkness. The woman's eyes never left his. "Do you think you can escape, Aaron? Do you think you can outrun the forest's hunger? Do you think that your memories, your soul, will be enough to keep you safe?" His knees felt weak and his heart hammered in his chest. There was no way out, not unless he made a choice. But what was the right choice? How could he give up something that had defined him for so long? His past, his memories, they were the last things he had left, the last pieces of his identity that he could cling to in the face of this overwhelming darkness. "I can't give you that," Aaron said through gritted teeth, though his voice quivered with doubt. I won't give you who I am." The woman's smile widened ever so slightly, but there was no warmth in it. It was a smile full of understanding, full of pity. "You don't have a choice, Aaron. Not anymore." The creature stepped closer, its massive form moving silently through the mist, its eyes never leaving him. It was no longer just a beast, it was a manifestation of the forest itself, its hunger, its desire to consume, to claim everything that came near. It was patient, watching him, waiting for him to make the inevitable decision. The pressure in the air was suffocating, and Aaron felt his legs trembling, threatening to give way beneath him. "You must decide," the woman continued, her voice softer now, coaxing. "What is it that you value most, Aaron? Your memories? Your past? Your soul?" She stepped closer, her fingers trailing through the fog as if weaving an invisible thread between them. "Or perhaps there is something else." Aaron's chest tightened as the woman's words sank in. Something else. What could she possibly mean? He had nothing left, nothing of value, nothing that could save him. His memories were all he had. Without them, he would be nothing. But then, the shadow behind the woman shifted again, and Aaron saw it. A glimpse of something far darker than anything he had yet faced. A figure, tall and looming, hidden in the shifting darkness of the mist. It was like a nightmare, something he could barely comprehend. The shape twisted and shifted as if it wasn't even solid. It was as if the shadow was alive, its edges curling, its very presence suffocating the air around him. "The forest will claim you," the woman said again, her voice rising with a faint, almost hypnotic lilt. "It will feed on you until nothing remains. But there is a way to save yourself. There is a price, yes, but not the one you think." Aaron's mind was in turmoil. The creature's growl echoed louder, and his breath came in shallow gasps. The fog had begun to move faster, swirling around him like a living thing, and the ground beneath his feet seemed to shift and buckle with each passing second. The woman, the creature, the shadow, they were all part of the same nightmare, and they were closing in on him, suffocating him. "Listen to me, Aaron," the woman whispered, her voice like a soft caress, though it sent a chill deep into his bones. "You don't have to lose yourself. You don't have to give up your past. You don't have to lose your memories. There is a way to escape the forest's hunger." Aaron's eyes widened in shock. "How?" he asked, his voice hoarse, desperate. "How can I escape? How can I save myself?" The woman's eyes darkened as she took another step forward, and the fog parted for a moment, revealing the shadow behind her in its full, terrifying form. It was a monstrous thing, a twisting mass of shadow and smoke, a being so vast and formless that Aaron couldn't make out its true shape. It was like looking into the void itself, an emptiness that stretched into infinity. "You will sacrifice something," she said, her voice soft and cruel, "but not your memories, not your soul. You will sacrifice something far more precious than that." Aaron's breath caught in his throat and his stomach churned. He didn't know if he could bear to hear what she was suggesting. What else could be more precious than the very things that made him who he was? "The price," the woman continued, her voice now a faint whisper, "is not what you think. The forest doesn't care for your past, Aaron. It doesn't care for your memories. It cares for your future." Aaron froze. His future? "You will give the forest your future, your potential, your chance to change," she said, her words laced with an almost cruel sweetness. "In exchange, you will be free. Your memories will remain, and the hunger will cease." The weight of her words hit him like a physical blow. His future? Was that even possible? How could he give up something so intangible, so uncertain, in exchange for his survival? What would it even mean to give up his future? The creature's growl reverberated through the air again, and Aaron could feel its presence looming, a constant reminder that time was running out. The woman stepped closer still, and for the first time, her hood fell back, revealing her face, pale and ageless, with eyes as black as the void. She smiled, but there was no kindness in it, only the cold, empty promise of the forest's hunger. "You must decide, Aaron," she said softly. "Your future for your freedom. A sacrifice of potential for a chance to live." Aaron's heart pounded in his chest as the weight of the decision pressed down on him. His memories, his past, those were the things he clung to. They were who he was. But his future? That was a shadow. A vague, uncertain thing that hung before him, full of possibility but also full of doubt. Could he give up his future to save himself? Was that the price he had to pay to escape the forest's hunger? The mist swirled around him, and the shadows closed in. The woman's words lingered in his mind, and the creature's growl filled the air with the promise of doom. And for the first time since entering this cursed place, Aaron realized the truth. The forest was not offering him an escape, it was offering him an end. The mist seemed to hold its breath around Aaron, and the darkness pressed in tighter, as though the very air itself had become part of the forest's hunger. The woman stood before him, her expression unreadable now, her eyes gleaming with a cold understanding. The creature, no longer just a mere beast, but a manifestation of the forest's hunger, loomed behind her, its glowing eyes burning with an insatiable desire. It was waiting, as though it knew Aaron's decision was not yet made, that he was still teetering on the edge of something far deeper than he could comprehend. Aaron's heart hammered in his chest. His breath came in short, ragged bursts, and his legs trembled beneath him. The fog swirled like a living thing, crawling up his legs, making every movement feel like he was wading through thick, wet sand. The woman's words, her offer, lingered in the air, weaving around him like a poisonous thread. Give the forest your future, Aaron. Your potential. Your chance to change, she had said, her voice almost too soft, too tempting. In exchange, you will be free. Your memories, your soul will remain untouched. But that offer, that bargain, had its price. One Aaron wasn't sure he could afford. Could he truly give up his future? His hopes, his dreams, his chance to become something more? The future was like a thread still unspooled, full of possibility, full of change. How could he sacrifice that in exchange for a promise of safety? The creature's growl broke through his thoughts, deep and rumbling. It was almost like the forest itself was sighing, impatient, waiting for him to make his choice. His head spun, and for a moment, his vision blurred as though the mist itself was closing in on him, suffocating him with its weight. I don't understand, Aaron said, his voice barely above a whisper, shaking with fear and uncertainty. How can I give up my future? The woman's gaze softened, but it was an unsettling softness, like the calm before a storm. She raised her hand, and for a brief moment, the fog parted, revealing the twisted tree in the distance. Its black bark gleaming in the dim light, its branches twisted like the gnarled fingers of a long-dead corpse. But this time, as Aaron looked closer, he saw something new. The tree was not just full of the faces of those lost to the forest. No, it had begun to shift. New forms, new shapes, new figures were hanging from its branches. Figures that had once been full of life, but now were frozen in time, their faces etched with terror. The shapes were not just faces, but vague silhouettes, figures of people whose lives had been taken, whose futures had been consumed. Aaron felt his throat tighten. Was this what happened to those who refused to give the forest what it wanted? Their futures ripped away from them, their potential, their chance to change, all of it stripped away, leaving them nothing more than empty vessels, trapped in the trees for eternity. The woman's voice interrupted his thoughts, smooth and haunting. Do you see them, Aaron? Do you see their faces? These are the ones who came before you. They were offered the same choice and they could not decide. They thought their memories, their lives were too important to sacrifice. And now they are nothing. But you have the chance to avoid that fate. You have the chance to choose. Aaron's heart clenched. He didn't want to look, but he couldn't turn away. The faces, no, the souls, hanging from the tree seemed to whisper to him, their expressions frozen in a silent scream. They were all lost, frozen in time, unable to escape. Their futures had been consumed, and now they were nothing more than remnants of who they once were. You don't have to end up like them, the woman continued, her voice almost coaxing now, like a mother trying to comfort a child. You can save yourself. You can hold on to what matters. Give the forest your future, and you will be free. Aaron's stomach churned. The future was everything, wasn't it? Without it, without the potential for change, for growth, for redemption, who was he? What would he become? A voice in his mind screamed at him to refuse, to fight against the forest, to not give up his future. But another, quieter voice, whispered that the price was too high, that the shadow of what awaited him if he refused would consume him entirely. The woman's eyes seemed to pierce into his soul, urging him to give in, to offer up his future in exchange for safety. Think about it, she said softly, stepping closer to him, her gaze never leaving his. Your memories, your past, they are important. But they are what has brought you here, aren't they? It is your attachment to those things, your fear of losing them, that is keeping you from moving forward. If you continue to cling to your past, the forest will consume you. You will never escape. The creature behind her growled again, its massive form casting a long shadow over Aaron, and he took a step back. The beast's glowing eyes were fixed on him, hungry, and the air around them seemed to grow colder, darker. The woman smiled, and this time, there was no warmth in her expression, only the cold, empty truth. You are afraid, Aaron. Afraid of losing what you know. But what you don't understand is that your future is not yours to keep unless you let go of the past. The forest takes what it needs to survive, and it has chosen you. But the choice is still yours. Give up your future, or face the consequences. Aaron's chest tightened, and his breath became shallow. His thoughts were a jumbled mess, caught between the fear of losing his future and the terrifying reality that he might lose himself entirely if he didn't act. The creature was drawing closer, its eyes glowing brighter, its massive claws scraping against the earth as it moved. But then, amidst the haze of his panic, a sudden realization hit him. a truth he had been too afraid to face. It wasn't just his future that was at stake. It was his will, his choice, his ability to decide his own path. If he let go of his future to appease the forest, if he allowed it to claim that last piece of himself, then what would he have left? Would he even be Aaron anymore, or would he become one of the lost, one of the faces trapped in the tree, frozen in time, a shell of the person he had been? The woman's voice grew softer, more insistent. Do you not see? The forest will consume you regardless. Your past is not the only thing it craves. It craves your ability to change, to move forward, to grow. And if you refuse, it will take you. It will consume everything, everything that makes you you. The creature stepped forward again, and Aaron could feel its breath, hot and heavy, against the back of his neck. He wanted to run, but there was no escaping the truth. The forest's hunger was unending, and there was only one way to end it. The future, or the fear of losing it, was now his greatest weakness. Aaron closed his eyes for a moment, the world spinning around him, and when he opened them again, the choice became clear. He had to decide. He had to choose. Aaron stood frozen, the weight of the woman's words pressing down on him like an unbearable weight. The shadows were closing in, and the creature's growl reverberated through the air, vibrating deep within his chest. His heart pounded against his ribs, the beat echoing in his ears, and his mind felt trapped, caught between fear, desperation, and the haunting realization that there was no escape. The woman's cold gaze never left him, her eyes like black voids, swallowing him whole. You think you can keep your future, Aaron? You think you can hold on to that thread of hope, that fragile idea of what might come? Her voice was sharp now, a cruel edge in her words. The forest doesn't care about your dreams, your ambitions, your potential. It doesn't care about what you could become. It only cares about what you can give. She took a slow step closer, her presence suffocating, filling the space between them with a cold, unrelenting darkness. The fog swirled around her feet like living tendrils, rising and falling with each breath. The forest was alive, aware, watching, waiting. Aaron's thoughts were swirling, crashing like waves against jagged rocks. Give up my future? My potential? The very idea felt wrong, like he was being asked to sever the last piece of his humanity, the last thread that kept him connected to the world outside this hellish place. But the alternative, the creature, the shadows, the promise of being consumed, was far worse. The woman's words slithered into his mind again. Give the forest your future, and you will be free. The price felt too steep. Could he really sacrifice his future? Was there any choice at all? Everything you have ever known, everything you ever thought you were, the woman continued, her voice smooth like silk, it all amounts to nothing. The forest does not care for your hopes or your dreams. It only cares for your survival. And you must offer something precious in exchange for that survival. The creature behind her shifted in the fog, its form shifting and writhing like a living nightmare. Its massive body seemed to blur and distort, its claws scraping the ground with an unnerving hiss. The hunger in its eyes, deep, glowing, unyielding, was now almost palpable, a dark force that seemed to press in on Aaron from all sides. If you do not give me what I ask, the woman said, her voice soft and insistent, you will become one of them. She gestured to the dark silhouettes hanging from the tree, the lost souls, those who had come before him, their faces frozen in eternal terror. They had all resisted, held on to their memories, their futures, and now they were nothing but fragments, empty husks trapped in the branches of that twisted tree. Aaron's chest tightened as he realized the truth. His future, his chance to change, to live, was the only thing the forest truly craved. And in the end, that future wasn't just a choice, it was a matter of survival. If he didn't give it up, if he didn't offer it to the forest, he would be consumed. His memories, his essence, everything would be taken until there was nothing left but darkness. His mind raced. The thought of giving up his future felt like surrender, like giving up everything he could still be, everything he still hoped to become. But to lose his future to the forest, to the shadows, to that hungry creature, it was the end. His end. His soul, his potential, everything about him would be swallowed whole by the forest. His name would be lost. His face would be forgotten. He would become just another whisper in the wind, another shadow among many. The woman's voice broke through his panicked thoughts. You are struggling with the idea of giving up your future, aren't you? But the truth is, Aaron, your future is not real. It is a phantom, a shadow. It is not something you control. It is something that the forest controls. It always has. She stepped closer until she was almost standing directly in front of him. The air between them crackled with the dark energy of the forest, and Aaron felt an icy chill seep into his bones. The woman raised her hand, her fingers moving through the fog like an artist shaping the mist itself. "Look around you," she said, her voice quiet, almost gentle. "What you see here is not just a forest. It is a place where futures die. The trees, the fog, the creatures, they all feed off of what could be. They feed off your fear of the unknown, your hesitation to move forward, your inability to let go of what you think should be." Erin's throat was dry, and the air seemed to thicken with each word she spoke. "Let go of what you think should be." Her words slithered into his consciousness, and for the first time he saw the forest differently, not as a place of hunger and fear, but as something far more insidious. The forest didn't just devour the living, it devoured the possibilities, the potential of what could be. His future, his dreams, they weren't real. Not yet. Not here, not in this place where time seemed to warp and bend, where shadows stretched longer than the night itself. The forest didn't care about the future, it cared about the present, the now, the things that could be taken away. It devoured the hope of tomorrow. "What do you mean?" Erin asked, his voice shaky but his mind starting to clear. "Are you saying my future doesn't matter? That nothing matters?" The woman's lips curled into a small, knowing smile, though there was no joy in it. "What matters, Erin, is the moment. The now. The choice before you. You have already been brought to the edge, to the breaking point, where your past no longer matters, and your future is an illusion. It is only here, in the present, that you can make your choice." Erin's head swam as the gravity of her words settled in. The future was an illusion. He had been so focused on what he could become, on the potential of his life beyond this nightmare, that he had failed to see that the only thing the forest truly wanted was control over his choices, over his will. The creature growled again, its massive form emerging from the fog. The hunger in its eyes was palpable, an unquenchable thirst that could only be satisfied by consuming the essence of the living. "You must choose now, Erin," the woman whispered, her voice a soft caress, but with an underlying threat. "The future you cling to, the past you fight to protect, they are nothing here. The forest only cares about your will. Will you surrender your potential, your hope, your very will to survive?" The creature took another step forward, its claws scraping the ground as its shadow stretched across the clearing, darkening everything in its path. Erin felt its presence like a weight pressing on his chest, suffocating him. He looked at the woman, the creature, and the twisted tree that seemed to consume the very light around them. The faces of the lost souls seemed to beckon him, their silent screams begging for release. There was no more time. The forest was closing in. "Will you surrender, Erin?" the woman asked again, her voice sweet, almost coaxing, as though she were offering him peace. "Will you let go of your future, your fear, and be free?" The weight of the decision was crushing. His future, or his survival. The choice was clear, but the price was beyond anything he had ever imagined. And as the darkness closed in, Erin realized there was one thing he had to offer. One thing the forest could not take. His choice. The darkness seemed to hold its breath as Erin stood at the precipice, caught between the suffocating weight of the forest's hunger and the impossible choice laid before him. The creature, its massive form barely visible through the fog, moved with purpose, its glowing eyes locked on him with an insatiable intensity. The growls emanating from it had now become a low, unrelenting hum, a constant reminder that whatever decision he made, it would come at a price. The very air felt thick, pressing in from all sides, as though the trees themselves were closing in around him, encroaching on his thoughts, on his very sense of self. The woman's presence was a cold whisper in his mind, her voice echoing through the fog, each word pulling at the fibers of his resolve. She was standing close now, too close, her pale face still hidden beneath the hood of her cloak, but her eyes, those dark, endless eyes, pierced into him with the weight of centuries. "Your future, Erin," she said, her voice soft and unyielding, like the wind before a storm. "It is not real. It is nothing but a shadow. An illusion you have built to protect yourself from the truth. The forest does not care about your potential, your hopes, your dreams. It cares about what you are willing to give. It consumes what is most precious to you." The words slithered into his mind, filling him with a deep sense of dread. He had always believed that the future was something to fight for, that the promise of change, of redemption, was what gave life meaning. But here, in the heart of the forest, those beliefs seemed so fragile, so pointless. The future was not his to control. It had never been his to own. "The future is not a promise," the woman continued, her voice now almost hypnotic. "It is a gift the forest gives, or takes, and the price for that gift is steep. But it is not just the future the forest seeks. It is you, your will, your essence." Erin's stomach twisted as the woman's words began to sink in. She was right about one thing. His future, his dreams, his plans, had always been something he grasped at, something just out of reach. But what did they really mean in the grand scheme of things? In the face of this dark, ancient forest, his future felt like a fleeting thing, a wisp of smoke in the wind. The past was done. The future, his future, was uncertain, and the more he thought about it, the more he realized that perhaps he was not the one in control of it. Perhaps the forest had always held the power over it. The fog thickened around him, closing in as the creature stalked forward, its massive body nearly imperceptible in the mist. Its eyes, glowing with an unnatural light, never wavered from him. It was waiting, anticipating, hungry. And somewhere deep within Aaron, he felt the familiar tug, the call of the forest's hunger, pulsing through his chest, tugging at his soul. He could feel it reaching into him as if trying to devour something deep inside. His heart, his mind, his very will to survive. But it wasn't just the forest that sought to consume him, it was himself too. The creature, the shadow, the woman, each one of them was merely a reflection of the fears, the doubts, the darkness that had always resided within him. The forest was not just a place of hunger. It was a mirror, a place that reflected the deepest parts of his soul, the parts he had locked away, the parts he feared the most. It fed on those fears, on that doubt. "What will you choose, Aaron?" The woman's voice was suddenly sharp, cutting through his thoughts like a blade. "Will you give the forest your future, your potential, your hope of what you could be? Or will you hold on to what you think is yours, only to be consumed by the darkness?" The creature snarled again, the sound vibrating through the earth, a terrible, primal growl that made the air feel heavy with dread. It was drawing closer, the ground beneath Aaron's feet shaking with its every movement. There was no time left to think. The choice had to be made, and it had to be made now. His mind spun. The woman's words had planted a seed of doubt, a terrible thought that kept twisting and turning in his chest like a knife. The future was an illusion? If it was, then what was left for him to hold on to? What could he give that would satisfy the forest's hunger? The past? His memories? His future? And then it came to him, a sudden, terrible clarity. It wasn't just about his future or his memories. It was about the one thing the forest couldn't take. His will. Aaron's heart raced as the realization hit him. The forest, the woman, the creature, they were not just trying to take his memories or his future. They were trying to take his choice, his ability to decide, to control his destiny. The forest wanted to strip him of his agency, to turn him into one of the lost souls hanging from that twisted tree, to take away everything that made him human. But Aaron wasn't ready to give that up. He wasn't ready to be consumed. "No," he whispered, his voice trembling, but it was steady. "I will not give you my future." The woman's eyes narrowed, the shadows around her deepening. Her lips curled into a cold smile. "You think your will can save you?" she asked, her voice dripping with disdain. "Do you not understand, Aaron? The forest will claim you no matter what. Your resistance only feeds its hunger. Your will not stop it." But Aaron wasn't listening. He was focused on something else now, the choice, the power he still held, his will. "I choose," he said louder this time, his voice growing stronger with each word. "I choose to hold on. I choose to fight for my future, for my will to survive. You can take my memories, you can take my past, but you will not take my choice." The woman's face twisted with a mix of amusement and frustration. "You cannot escape this, Aaron. The forest does not care for your resistance. It cares for one thing, surrender." But Aaron had already made his decision. The fog thickened around him, swirling faster, but his thoughts were clear. The creature lunged forward, its massive jaws snapping with a terrifying roar. But Aaron, despite the overwhelming terror, stood firm. The weight of his decision settled into his bones. He wasn't going to be consumed, not by the forest, not by his past, not by his fears. With a sudden surge of will, Aaron took a step forward, his arms raised as if defying the very shadows themselves. The ground beneath him trembled as the creature howled, a feral sound that shook the very air around them. And in that moment, something shifted in the forest. The fog seemed to waver, the shadows receding, as if the very forest itself were acknowledging his defiance. The woman stepped back, her expression darkening, but it was too late. Aaron had made his choice. The forest had no hold over him anymore. The creature paused for just a moment, its glowing eyes narrowing as if recognizing the change in him. And then, with a final, thunderous roar, it faded back into the mist, its presence withdrawing like a nightmare dissolving with the dawn. Aaron stood alone in the clearing, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling with each ragged breath. The mist had parted, and for the first time since entering this cursed place, the forest felt different. The weight that had hung over him was gone, and in its place, there was a strange sense of calm. But the woman was still there watching him. Her gaze was cold, calculating, as if she were trying to decide what to make of him. "You think you have won," she said softly, her voice still filled with that same haunting quality. "But the forest does not forget. It will always return. And when it does, you will have no choice but to surrender." Aaron faced her, his eyes steady, his mind clear. "Then I will make my choice again," he said, his voice firm. "I will always choose." The woman said nothing, but for the first time, there was a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. She turned and disappeared into the fog, her form swallowed by the darkness. The creature was gone. The shadows had receded, and for the first time Aaron was free. Not from the forest, not from the hunger, but from the fear that had controlled him. He had chosen. Aaron stood alone in the clearing, his heart still racing, his body tense with the aftershocks of the moment. The fog, which had once felt like a living presence, had receded, thinning out until only a soft mist clung to the ground like a blanket of silence. The creature, the terrible twisted thing that had stalked him, was gone. The woman, too, had vanished, her dark presence fading into the mist like a fading nightmare. For the first time since he had set foot in the forest, Aaron felt the weight of the air lift. The ground beneath him seemed to settle, no longer trembling with the oppressive energy of the forest's hunger. The trees, which had once loomed like giants, now seemed smaller, their branches no longer reaching down to swallow him whole. The darkness that had threatened to devour his mind, his soul, now felt distant. But Aaron knew better than to believe that the danger was truly gone. The forest was patient. It would wait, biding its time until the moment it could strike again. He exhaled slowly, wiping the sweat from his brow as he scanned the clearing. Everything felt eerily still. The faint hum of the forest, the whispers of the wind through the leaves, all seemed to have quieted, as if the land itself were holding its breath. But Aaron knew, he could feel it, that the calm was temporary. The forest was always watching. It had eyes in every shadow, in every rustle of leaves, in every gust of wind. He wasn't free, not yet. Not until he could escape, until he could find a way out of the grasp of this cursed place. A sudden movement in the mist caught his eye. For a brief moment he thought he saw something, someone, standing just beyond the edge of the clearing. His heart lurched in his chest, his breath catching in his throat. Was it the woman? The creature? Or something worse? He stepped forward, his pulse quickening, but as he reached the spot where he had seen the movement, there was nothing. Just the same endless stretch of mist and dark trees. No figures, no sounds, nothing. Only the eerie silence of the forest. Aaron swallowed hard, trying to steady himself. He wasn't sure what he had expected, but the lack of movement, the lack of answers, only made the forest feel more alive in a way that was sinister, intelligent. It was as if the land was toying with him, allowing him to believe he was safe, only to snatch that illusion away when he least expected it. His mind raced as he thought back to everything that had happened. The woman's words, the creature's insatiable hunger, the haunting shadow of the tree. There was no denying it now. The forest had been shaping his thoughts, twisting his perceptions. The future, the past, none of it had ever truly belonged to him. It had all been an illusion created by the forest, a means to control him. It wanted him to give in, to surrender. But he had fought back, made his choice, and for a moment, it had felt like he had won. But winning in this forest was like winning a battle in a war that would never end. The forest didn't give up. It only waited, patiently, for its moment to strike again. As if on cue, a gust of wind swept through the trees, rustling the leaves in a low, mournful whisper. It carried with it the faintest scent of decay, earth and rotting wood. The mist began to thicken again, swirling around his feet, and Aaron's unease returned. His senses were on high alert, and every fiber of his being screamed that something was wrong. Without thinking, he turned on his heel, scanning the horizon. The fog was getting thicker, wrapping itself around the trees, coiling like a serpent. Something was coming. And then he heard it. A low, distant thump. At first, it was faint, barely perceptible, a rhythmic thumping like footsteps echoing in the distance. But as he listened, it grew louder, closer, more distinct. The forest was alive again, and it was hunting. His breath quickened, and his heart pounded in his chest. The thumping was now accompanied by a low, rasping sound, a dragging noise as though something heavy was being pulled through the forest floor, disturbing the earth with every movement. Aaron's mind raced, and his first instinct was to run, to flee before whatever it was caught up to him. But he knew better now. Running wouldn't help. Not in this place. The forest would find him no matter how fast or far he ran. There was no escaping it. He had to stay, had to face it, whatever it was. The thumping grew louder, closer now, and the ground beneath his feet seemed to vibrate with each step of whatever creature was approaching. It was too much to ignore, too heavy to dismiss. The sound was coming from the depths of the forest, from the darkness beyond the clearing. Aaron's pulse raced as his feet carried him instinctively forward, toward the source of the noise, toward whatever was coming. He didn't know why. Perhaps it was the promise of answers or the need to confront whatever lay in wait, but he couldn't stop himself. He had made his stand once. Now he would make it again. As he moved through the mist, the trees grew thicker, the shadows longer. The distant thump was almost deafening now, like the beating of a great heart, pulsating with dread. His breath was shallow, his hands trembling as they brushed against the rough bark of the trees. Each step felt heavy, like he was sinking deeper into the earth itself. The forest was closing in, pressing on him from all sides. And then he saw it. In the distance, just beyond the fog, a massive shape emerged, tall, towering, its form obscured by the swirling mist. At first, it looked like a tree, but as Aaron's eyes adjusted to the gloom, he realized it was something far more unnatural. It was a figure, something that shouldn't exist in the living world. Its limbs were long and gnarled, twisted like branches of a dead tree, and its skin, or whatever it was, seemed to shimmer in the mist, shifting in strange, unsettling patterns. The creature's eyes, two glowing embers, pierced the darkness as it turned toward him. Its gaze was cold, calculating, and it seemed to see through him, to know everything about him. It was like the forest had come alive in a way Aaron couldn't comprehend, like it was using this thing as a messenger, an agent of its will. The thumping had stopped. There was only silence now, deep and suffocating, the world feeling like it had paused, waiting for something. Aaron felt his heart race as the creature began to move toward him, its long limbs dragging across the forest floor, the sound of its steps like the crushing of bones beneath the earth. Every instinct in his body screamed for him to turn and run, to escape. But this time there was no running. Not from this. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for whatever was to come. The creature was here now, and whatever it wanted, he would have to face it. There was no more illusion. No more denial. The forest had come for him, and now he would have to decide once again how to fight. As the creature drew nearer, Aaron could feel something in the air shift. An ancient, primal energy that seemed to pulse from the very heart of the forest. The hunger was returning, but this time it was different. It wasn't just the hunger of the forest anymore. It was his hunger. The hunger for answers. The hunger for survival. The hunger for freedom. And in that moment, Aaron realized something else. This fight wasn't just against the forest. It was against himself. Aaron's breath caught in his throat as the creature's glowing eyes pierced the fog, its presence a looming shadow that seemed to devour everything around it. The trees seemed to bend toward it, as if bowing in reverence, the wind itself falling silent as the creature approached. Each of its movements was deliberate, a slow, predatory crawl, its twisted limbs dragging through the underbrush like roots reaching for the earth. There was no doubt now. The forest wasn't just alive, it was aware, and it was watching him. It had been watching him from the moment he had set foot within its borders. The creature's eyes never wavered from Aaron, and as it drew nearer, he felt a cold shiver race up his spine. It wasn't like the growling creature he had encountered earlier. No, this was something older, something darker. It was not a beast but a presence, a thing of ancient malice, a reflection of the very forest itself. With every step the creature took, the forest seemed to pulse, to breathe, as if the earth itself was alive beneath his feet. The ground beneath Aaron's boots was soft and wet, but now it felt different. There was a strange vibration in the earth, as if the trees were speaking to each other, communicating through roots that stretched beneath the surface. The air had thickened again, and the faint scent of rot, decay, and something far worse, something ancient, began to fill his lungs. Aaron's pulse quickened. His instincts screamed at him to run, but the realization hit him harder than any fear. There was nowhere to run. He was already too deep. The forest had him now, and it wouldn't let him go without a fight. The creature stopped just a few feet away from him, its glowing eyes narrowing as it gazed down at him, towering over him like a dark god. Its body was a grotesque mass of twisted limbs and jagged thorn-like spines that seemed to sprout from its skin. Each movement it made sent shudders through the earth, and Aaron could feel the weight of its presence pressing down on him, suffocating him. The creature opened its mouth, and a low, grinding noise echoed through the clearing, like the sound of rocks being ground together, the very sound of the earth's hunger. Then, to Aaron's shock, the creature spoke. Its voice wasn't like anything he had ever heard before. It was a deep, guttural sound, like the rumbling of an ancient thunderstorm, but beneath it was something worse. It was the sound of hunger. "You are far from home, human," the creature rasped, its voice slithering through the fog like smoke. "The forest has claimed you. And you, like all who wander here, will be consumed." Aaron's breath hitched, and his eyes flicked around the clearing. The trees, their trunks were shifting, groaning, like they were alive in a way that no living thing should be. He could feel the roots, deep beneath the earth, stretching toward him, seeking to bind him, to drag him into the ground. "You cannot escape this place," the creature continued, its voice dripping with contempt. "You will feed the forest. You will give the forest what it craves." Aaron's mind raced. This wasn't just a fight for survival, it was a battle for control. His body felt heavy, his heart pounding in his chest, but his mind was clearer than it had ever been. The forest was trying to break him, to make him submit, to feed on his fear and his doubts. It wanted him to lose his will, to surrender to its hunger. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized that this was no ordinary place. This was the heart of something older, something that transcended nature itself. The forest was not just alive, it was a reflection of the darkest parts of the world, a manifestation of the fears, the desires, the very essence of what it meant to exist. Aaron swallowed hard, stepping back a single pace, his mind trying to process the enormity of what was happening. He had faced the woman. He had fought against the creature. But this, the creature before him, the ancient power of the forest itself, it was something else entirely. It was no longer about his past or his future. It was about his will, his choice. "I am not your prey," Aaron said, his voice hoarse but steady. "I choose to survive." The creature let out a low, rattling laugh, its voice vibrating in Aaron's chest. "Survival? You think you have a choice? Do you truly believe that defiance will save you from the hunger? The forest does not care for your will. It is the will of the forest that rules here. The forest consumes. It takes everything." With a sudden, fluid motion, the creature lunged, its elongated arms reaching for him with unnatural speed. Aaron's heart raced as the air around him seemed to thicken, the very space warping, bending with the force of the creature's movement. His instincts kicked in and he sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the creature's grasp. The ground beneath him cracked with the force of the creature's blow, sending a shockwave through the earth. The creature snarled, its glowing eyes flicking with malice. But Aaron wasn't done. He wasn't going to let it claim him so easily. He spun on his heel, his eyes scanning the clearing, the mist now swirling violently around him. Every shadow, every flicker of movement in the corners of his vision, seemed to be alive with the forest's hunger. It was everywhere, feeding off the fear, the desperation that clung to him like a second skin. "I am not your sacrifice," Aaron spat, his voice rising with the defiance that surged through his chest. "I will not let you take me." The creature stopped for a moment, its head tilting slightly as if intrigued. It regarded him in silence, its eyes glowing brighter, its breath coming in slow, deliberate rumbles. "You think you can fight the forest's will, but you are wrong, human. The forest is eternal. It does not care for your struggle." Aaron's hand brushed against the rough bark of a nearby tree, and he felt something deep within the wood. A pulse, a rhythm like the heartbeat of the forest itself. The connection was fleeting, but it was enough. He realized then that the forest was not just something to be fought, it was something that could be understood. Not through strength, but through something far deeper. The forest, like all living things, had a rhythm. And if he could feel that rhythm, understand it, he might be able to disrupt it. His thoughts raced as he stepped forward, his resolve hardening. "You may be eternal," he said, his voice low but filled with certainty. "But I am not like those who came before me. I will not be a part of your endless hunger." The creature's eyes flared with rage, and it lunged again, faster than before. This time Aaron was ready. He could feel the pulse of the forest, the beat of its ancient heart, echoing through his very bones. With every ounce of his strength, he pushed back, his hands raised as if to block the creature's oncoming assault. The ground beneath him cracked, splintering with the force of their collision. And as the creature's claws raked through the air, a surge of energy coursed through Aaron's body, an unnatural, almost primal force that flowed through his veins like wildfire. He felt it, the power of the forest, not as a devouring entity but as a living thing, a force that could be directed. He wasn't just fighting the creature anymore. He was fighting the forest itself, and he had learned its secret. A pulse of energy erupted from him, sending a shockwave through the mist, knocking the creature back. The force of it rippled through the clearing, distorting the air, and for a moment, everything went still. Aaron stood, breathless, his body still vibrating with the energy that had coursed through him. The forest had recoiled, but it wasn't defeated. Not yet. The creature snarled, its form shifting, but it was clear now. Aaron had shifted the balance. He had interrupted the forest's rhythm, and in doing so he had taken control. The creature's eyes glowed brighter than ever, but now there was doubt in them. The air crackled with an energy that felt both ancient and new. The forest, its pulse, its rhythm, its very soul, had been disrupted. The creature recoiled, its jagged limbs twitching and jerking as if trying to regain its balance. For the briefest of moments, there was a stillness in the air, like the earth itself was holding its breath. The trees, once so threatening, now seemed to tremble in anticipation, as if waiting for the next move. The weight of the forest, the overwhelming presence that had once loomed over Aaron, now felt lighter. But it wasn't gone. No, it was still there, lurking, waiting, and Aaron knew better than to think he had won. The creature's eyes, those burning, soul-piercing embers, narrowed with growing fury. It shook its massive head as if trying to rid itself of the disorienting force that had hit it. The dark fog swirled around it like a living thing, coiling tighter, drawn to its master. But there was an unsettling hesitation now, as though the forest itself was uncertain, unsure of how to move. Aaron stood his ground, heart pounding, but with a new fire inside him. He could feel the energy flowing in his veins, the pulse of the forest beneath his feet, the deep, ancient rhythm of the land itself. It was a terrifying feeling, one that made him question his place here. But it was also liberating. He understood it now. The forest was not just an entity, it was a force of nature, a living, breathing creature that responded to will. It didn't want to destroy him, it wanted to consume him. It wanted to own him. And for the first time, Aaron knew how to fight back. The creature took a slow step forward, its claws scraping against the ground with a noise that echoed through the clearing. It growled deep in its throat, a sound that vibrated the air, and for a moment, Aaron thought it might charge at him again. But instead, it paused, its eyes shifting as if considering him in a way it hadn't before. "You resist," the creature rasped, its voice thick and otherworldly, like the crackling of dead leaves underfoot. "You think you can fight the forest's will? It is futile. You will submit." The words echoed in Aaron's mind, like a chant, like the forest itself was speaking to him through the creature's mouth. But Aaron's resolve hardened. He could feel the connection now, deep inside him. An ancient power, the force of the forest that pulsed beneath the ground, wrapped around the trees, whispered in the wind. The forest was a living thing, but it wasn't a mindless beast. It listened. It responded. It changed. "You are wrong," Aaron said, his voice steady, though his heart still raced. "I will not submit. Not to you and not to this place." The creature's eyes flared, its form shimmering as it grew larger, towering even more over him. It stretched its limbs toward the sky, its claws scraping against the thick fog, and its low growl filled the air, reverberating like thunder. The forest seemed to respond in kind, the trees shaking, the ground rumbling beneath Aaron's feet. "You cannot escape, human," the creature growled, its voice deeper now, echoing through the forest. "The forest will claim you. It will claim all who enter. It is the heart of all things. The hunger is eternal." Aaron's pulse quickened again. The hunger. The thing that had driven him here, that had twisted the very fabric of this place into something dark and terrifying. He could feel it now, the vast, unrelenting will of the forest, its ancient desire to consume, to change everything into its own image. It was a hunger that had existed long before he had ever stepped into the clearing, long before he had ever made his choices. But now Aaron understood it. He understood that this hunger was not just a physical force. It was something deeper, something rooted in the very fabric of existence. It was a hunger for control. "You think you can stop it?" the creature whispered, its voice softer now but still filled with venom. "The forest has been feeding for centuries, human. It has taken more than you could ever imagine. What makes you think you are different?" Aaron stood tall, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath his feet, the rhythm of life, the rhythm of choice. The hunger was real, but it didn't own him. Not yet. Not unless he let it. And as the creature advanced again, its massive claws outstretched, its monstrous form blocking the path, Aaron realized the truth. He couldn't just fight it. He couldn't just defy it. He had to embrace it. With a sudden surge of will, Aaron reached deep inside himself, feeling the ancient pulse of the forest flow through his veins. He could feel it now, not as a threat, not as a thing to be feared, but as a living, breathing entity, something that could be directed. He raised his hand, his palm facing the creature, and he called to it. The ground trembled beneath him, the trees shaking as if responding to his command. The forest bent to his will, but it wasn't an easy thing. The hunger, the dark energy that had pulsed through the earth, was wild, chaotic. It wanted to overwhelm him, to consume him as it had consumed so many before him. But Aaron stood firm. He called on the forest again, this time with more force, channeling the energy he had felt earlier. He wasn't just resisting the forest's will now, he was controlling it. The creature howled in rage, its form flickering, its claws twitching as if it were caught between two worlds. The ground cracked beneath its feet, roots spiraling upward like grasping hands, pulling at its limbs, tugging it down into the earth. The creature snarled and thrashed, but the forest was no longer just a backdrop to its hunger. It was a reflection of his own will, a mirror of his choice. "No!" the creature screamed, its voice high-pitched with terror now. "You cannot." But Aaron wasn't listening anymore. His hand was outstretched, his body humming with power. The forest had bent to his command. It was his now. The fog swirled violently, the trees groaning as if they too were caught in the struggle. The creature's form began to dissipate, unraveling like smoke, its massive limbs twisting into the air, retreating back into the darkness of the forest. The once powerful being that had hunted him was now fading, consumed by the very force it had sought to control. Aaron felt the energy surging through him, his connection with the forest strengthening. The hunger was still there, but it was no longer the thing that controlled him. He was the one in control. He could feel it now, in every breath, in every heartbeat, the power of the forest coursing through him. The forest was not just a place of darkness, it was a place of balance. A place where the will of those who entered it could shape its path. And for the first time, Aaron felt the full weight of that power. The creature was gone. The forest had receded into a stillness that was both calming and terrifying. The trees stood tall, their branches now free from the ominous pull that had once threatened to bend them. The fog had lightened, no longer thick and suffocating, but now just a mist that hung in the air like a veil. The heartbeat of the forest had slowed, and for a moment, everything seemed at peace. But Aaron knew better. This was only a brief respite. The hunger would return. The forest would never forget. But for now he had won. The calm that followed the creature's retreat was deceptive. It was not a true peace but a fragile quiet, a stillness that hung in the air like the calm before a storm. The forest, once alive with threats and shadows, now stood motionless, almost unnervingly so. Aaron stood at the center of it all, his chest still heaving, the weight of his recent victory settling over him like a heavy cloak. He had fought back, had tapped into the heart of the forest itself and turned its energy against it. But he could feel that the forest, no, the land, was far from finished with him. The trees, towering and ancient, seemed to pulse with an inner rhythm, their branches creaking in the faint breeze. The fog swirled around him, thickening once more, though it was not as oppressive as it had been before. The mist felt different now. It felt like a reminder, a warning. The forest was watching him, and it was patient. Aaron stepped forward, each footfall tentative, feeling the ground shift beneath him, almost as though the earth itself was alive. The energy from his struggle with the creature still hummed in the air around him, but it was fading, slipping away, being absorbed by the trees, disappearing into the soil. He could feel it now, deep beneath his feet, the roots stretching outward from the center of the forest, curling and winding like veins, pulsing with an ancient hunger. His mind raced, his thoughts tumbling over each other as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. The creature, the one who had first appeared in the clearing, was gone, yes, but the forest itself remained. The hunger remained. He had won, but the war wasn't over. Not by a long shot. As he continued to walk, the mist grew thicker again, swirling and curling around his legs like tendrils reaching out to ensnare him. The silence had returned, but now the silence felt alive, like the quiet before a storm, or the stillness of a predator's gaze. It made Aaron's skin prickle, the hair on the back of his neck standing up. He had survived the creature, but now, as the forest seemed to close in around him once more, Aaron realized he had only taken the first step in understanding the true nature of the land. There was no going back now. There was no running, no hiding from the forest. Not anymore. A low, almost imperceptible rumble echoed from deep within the earth. The ground beneath Aaron's feet shifted again, a subtle tremor that traveled up through his legs, sending a chill down his spine. It was a warning. He could feel the forest's pulse, feel it growing stronger, like the throbbing of a heartbeat. But it wasn't just the forest he was sensing. There was something else, something darker, deeper. The mist thickened, swirling around him like a living thing. It wasn't just the forest's breath anymore. There was something in the mist, something that felt far more ancient, far more dangerous. Aaron slowed his steps, his heart racing. He didn't need to look around to know the forest had changed once again. The ground beneath his feet felt different now, as though it had shifted beneath him, like a trap waiting to close. The rumble came again, louder this time, and from the depths of the fog, Aaron saw something that made his blood run cold. Roots. Not the simple, winding tendrils of trees he had seen before, but thick, dark roots, pulsing with an eerie, unnatural energy. They snaked up from the ground like the arms of a dead thing reaching from the grave, and they were growing fast, stretching toward him, coiling and twisting like serpents. He stepped back, his breath catching in his throat as the roots seemed to move with a mind of their own, as if they were following some unseen command. A low hiss cut through the silence, followed by a sound that was unmistakable, the crackling of wood. The trees around him groaned, their trunks creaking as though they were bending under the weight of an unseen force. The fog parted in front of him, revealing a figure, a dark shape standing in the center of the mist, its outline barely visible through the fog. It was a silhouette, human-like in form, but something was wrong. Its edges were blurred, its features hidden in the swirling mist. As it stepped forward, the roots around Aaron's feet seemed to retreat, pulling back like a tide drawn away from the shore, but only for a moment. The figure moved with unnatural grace, its steps light and deliberate, as if it knew exactly where Aaron was, as if it had been watching him the whole time. Then its voice came, a low, resonant whisper, not of flesh, but of something darker, something more ancient than anything Aaron had encountered before. It echoed through the fog, filling his mind with a sensation that made his skin crawl. "You have touched the heart of the forest," it said, its voice barely audible over the soft whisper of the wind. "And yet, you fail to understand. You think you have won. But there are things older than you, things that have been here long before your kind ever set foot on this land. You have only awakened them." The figure's shape solidified, revealing a tall, gaunt figure draped in a cloak that seemed to flicker like shadows in the mist. Its face was hidden beneath a hood, its hands skeletal and wrapped in ancient bindings, like roots that had become part of its very being. It was not a creature, not a man. It was something more, something that belonged to the forest, that was woven into its very fabric. "You have made a mistake, Aaron," the figure continued, its voice now sharp, cutting through the mist like a blade. "The forest does not forget. You have tasted its hunger, and now you are bound to it. You will never escape." Aaron took a step back, his mind reeling. He could feel the weight of its words settling over him, like a cold mist creeping into his chest. This thing was not just a part of the forest. It was the forest. It was a manifestation of its deepest, most ancient power. The hunger was not something that could be resisted, not something that could be fought off. It was a force of nature, an inevitability. And now Aaron had awakened it. The roots around him were no longer retreating. They were tightening, wrapping around his legs, crawling up his arms, curling toward his chest. The air grew heavier, colder, and the ground trembled again as though the forest were breathing, drawing Aaron closer into its depths. "You may have fought the creature," the figure said, stepping closer, its presence overwhelming, like the very weight of the earth pressing down on him. "But you cannot fight this. You cannot fight the heart of the forest." The roots tightened, and Aaron could feel the forest closing in on him, the earth beneath his feet no longer solid, but soft and yielding. He could feel the forest's hunger pulling at him, tugging at his very soul. "You will feed the forest," the figure whispered, its voice low and deadly, "and you will give it what it craves. Forever." Aaron's heart raced, and for a moment, fear threatened to swallow him whole. But he knew one thing for sure. There was no escape. Not now. But there was one last thing he could do. He closed his eyes, summoning the energy he had felt before, the deep, primal force that had surged through him when he had fought the creature. The forest was not just something to be feared. It was something he could bend, something he could use. The roots writhed tighter around him, but Aaron focused. He felt the pulse of the earth, the deep, slow rhythm of the forest's heartbeat. And he pulled. With every ounce of strength he had, he pulled at the roots, at the very essence of the land, at the energy that flowed beneath his feet. The forest might want to consume him, but he would not be its prey. Not this time. The roots tightened around Aaron's legs like coils of iron, pulling him deeper into the earth, dragging him into the ground with a terrifying force. His breath came in shallow gasps as he struggled to break free, his body trembling beneath the weight of the forest's grip. The figure that loomed before him, the one who was no longer just a shadow, but something ancient, all-encompassing, watched with cold, unblinking eyes from the depths of the mist. Aaron's mind raced. The hunger, the heart of the forest. The creature he had fought earlier was nothing more than a fleeting distraction, an agent of a greater force, one that had now fully revealed itself. He could feel its power now, surging through the roots, through the very soil beneath his feet. It wasn't just a place of twisted trees and fog, it was a consciousness, a sentience older than time, bound to the land itself. "You cannot escape, Aaron," the figure intoned again, its voice like the creaking of old wood. "The forest has claimed you. Your will has been tested and you have failed. The hunger has been awakened, and now you will be consumed." His body was becoming heavy, the weight of the roots pressing him deeper into the earth. The scent of decay, of rotting wood and damp earth, filled his nostrils, choking him. His limbs felt as though they were being pulled apart, his muscles straining against the unnatural pressure. But in that moment of terror, something stirred within him. Something that he hadn't felt before. Control. The forest was not just a living, breathing entity. It was a manifestation of the land itself, a consciousness that had existed before humanity, before any of the world's stories had been told. But there was something else. It was malleable. It could be shaped. It could be directed. He had already tasted its power, had already connected to it in ways he didn't fully understand. And now it was time to use it. Aaron clenched his fists, summoning every ounce of strength he had. He could feel the pulse of the earth beneath him, the rhythmic heartbeat of the forest, and with it, he could feel the hunger that had been awakened. The forest's power was vast, but it was also wild, chaotic. It had no true form. It was an ever-shifting thing, a force that reacted to its surroundings, to the emotions of those who entered it. And right now it was reacting to his fear, to his pain. But Aaron wasn't afraid anymore. With a cry that rose from the depths of his chest, he reached out, not physically but mentally, emotionally. He reached deep into the heart of the forest, into the very essence of its being, and he grasped it. The mist around him seemed to shift in response, swirling in tight patterns, pulling inward like a vortex. The roots that bound him wavered for a moment, their grip faltering as the forest itself seemed to hesitate. The figure before him, the embodiment of the forest's hunger, faltered, its skeletal hands raising as if to block him. "You cannot control it," the figure hissed, its voice shaking with anger. "You think you can tame the forest? You are nothing compared to the will of the land. Nothing." But Aaron did not relent. He focused harder, letting the rhythm of the forest flow through him, feeling the heartbeat beneath the earth, the pulse of life, the pulse of death. He could feel the land, he could feel the roots, the trees, the rocks, the soil, all connected in one vast, tangled web of energy. It was the very life force of the world, of this place, and he was part of it. The forest was not something to be feared. It was something to be understood. He had tapped into its power before, and now he would bend it to his will. "No," Aaron whispered, his voice shaking but steady. "I am not your prey. I will not be consumed." The figure's eyes narrowed, its form flickering in and out of focus as if it couldn't quite comprehend what was happening. The roots that had once held Aaron fast began to loosen, their grip weakening, but the ground beneath him trembled, as though the earth itself was fighting to hold him down. The forest's hunger roared in response, like a distant, throaty growl that vibrated through the trees, through the soil. But Aaron was changing it. He was pushing against it. He was filling the air with something new, something the forest hadn't felt before. He wasn't just resisting the hunger. He was refusing it. And with that thought, a surge of energy burst through him, like a crack of thunder that split the air. The roots that had once held him tight seemed to recoil, pulling back like a wounded animal retreating into the ground. The figure before him staggered back, its form distorting, as if it were being torn apart by the very force it had unleashed. Aaron's body burned with the energy of the forest, but it was no longer the hunger that burned within him. It was something else. Something far more powerful. The forest's energy was still there, but now, it was his to command. He had understood its rhythm, its pulse, and he had bent it, twisted it to his own will. "You are nothing but a shadow," Aaron said, his voice now deep, resonating with power. "The forest is not yours to control. It is mine to shape." The figure screeched, the sound like the ripping of ancient bark, and its form flickered wildly, as if it were being torn between realms. The roots around Aaron's body writhed one last time, their grip completely broken, before they vanished into the earth, leaving no trace. The fog, too, seemed to retreat, swirling in a vortex before dissipating into nothingness. The trees that had once loomed over him like silent sentinels now stood still, as though watching, waiting. Aaron stood alone in the clearing, panting, his heart hammering in his chest. The weight of the forest had lifted, but the power still hummed through his veins, still throbbed in the earth beneath him. The battle wasn't over, not by a long shot. But for the first time since he had stepped into the heart of this cursed land, Aaron felt something that had been absent since his arrival: hope. The forest might have claimed him. It might have sought to devour him. But now he knew the truth. He had not come here to fight the forest. He had come here to become part of it. And now the forest would answer to him. The air was thick with an oppressive silence, the kind of stillness that followed the aftermath of a storm, heavy and suffocating. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the trees standing like silent sentinels, their branches swaying gently in the faintest breeze. The mist, once thick and swirling with dark intent, now hung in the air like a soft veil, delicate and ephemeral. But Aaron knew better than to trust this peace. His body still hummed with the energy of the forest, that strange, raw power that had surged through him when he had tapped into its ancient rhythm. The roots had recoiled, the forest's hunger had momentarily faltered, but there was a price to be paid for this kind of power. The forest had always demanded sacrifice. It wasn't just a place of darkness, it was a reflection of nature itself, the balance between life and death, growth and decay. And Aaron had disturbed that balance. He took a deep breath, the cool air filling his lungs, trying to steady the racing of his heart. His hands were still trembling from the power he had summoned, but there was something else now, something gnawing at the edges of his consciousness. A presence. A dark shadow that lingered just beyond his sight. The forest had been momentarily forced back, but it wasn't gone. It never would be. And neither was the figure. Aaron turned his gaze toward where the creature had once stood, the figure in the cloak that had represented the heart of the forest itself. The figure was gone, but its presence was still lingering. He could feel it in the air around him, in the very earth beneath his feet. There was something waiting. A sudden rustling broke the silence. Aaron's body tensed, every nerve on high alert, but it was just the trees, shifting, creaking as if they too were awakening. But the more he stood there, the more he felt the weight of his actions. The forest was not done with him. The hunger that had clawed at him, the darkness that had called to him, had only been pushed back, not destroyed. The world around him seemed to warp. The trees shifted, their trunks seeming to grow taller, their branches stretching further into the sky, casting long shadows across the clearing. The fog swirled again, more insistent this time, wrapping itself around Aaron's legs like fingers pulling him deeper into the earth. He stepped back, his senses on high alert. This wasn't just a return of the forest's hunger, it was something different. Something that hadn't been there before. The ground beneath him trembled. A low rumble, like the deep growl of a beast waking from slumber, echoed through the air. The trees groaned in unison, their roots shifting beneath the soil like the movements of some vast, subterranean creature. And then it appeared. A dark shape emerged from the mist, slow and deliberate, its form rising from the earth like a shadow taking shape. The figure had returned, but it was different now. No longer just a twisted embodiment of the forest's will, it had grown. It had evolved. Its form was darker, more solid, its silhouette now a towering presence, a massive shape that blocked out the sky itself. The cloak it wore fluttered like dark wings, and its face, its true face, was now visible. It was no longer a simple figure. It was something ancient, something primal. Its eyes burned with an otherworldly fire, glowing bright like embers in a dying fire. Its mouth, twisted into a sharp, cruel smile, stretched back impossibly far, revealing rows of jagged teeth, each one sharp enough to tear through flesh and bone. The forest had awakened, and with it, this creature, this thing, that embodied the true essence of the land. "You think you have won," the creature said, its voice echoing through the clearing like a storm breaking over the horizon. "You think you have bent the will of the forest to your own, but you do not understand. You are nothing but a leaf in the wind, a fleeting spark in the dark. The forest has no master." Aaron's breath quickened. He could feel the power radiating from the creature, a force that made the air around him thicken, the very atmosphere pressing in on him, suffocating him. The earth beneath his feet seemed to pulse with each word the creature spoke, as if it too were alive, reacting to the creature's presence. "You have disturbed the balance, Aaron," the figure continued, its voice low and guttural, vibrating through the ground. "You have taken something that was never meant to be yours. The price for your actions will be more than you can bear." The ground trembled again, and Aaron stumbled back, his feet sinking into the earth as though the ground itself were pulling him down. The roots, which had once recoiled, were now emerging from the soil again, slithering like snakes, twisting and turning, reaching for him. They moved with a mind of their own, their tips glowing faintly in the mist, their movements synchronized with the dark pulse of the creature before him. Aaron's body was trembling, the power of the forest still surging through him, but it was no longer a source of strength. It was a curse. The hunger had not been satisfied. It had merely been delayed. The forest was not done with him. It wanted more. And now it was coming for him. The figure extended one of its skeletal hands, pointing directly at him. "You will feel the price of your defiance," it said, its voice like the sound of the wind howling through the trees, carrying the promise of something terrible. In an instant, the roots surged forward, their movements swift and unrelenting. They wrapped around Aaron's legs, pulling him to the ground with a force that felt like the weight of the world. The air around him grew thick, almost impossible to breathe, as if the very atmosphere was being consumed by the forest's hunger. His skin crawled, his heart pounding in his chest as the roots curled tighter, their sharp tendrils piercing his flesh, drawing blood. Aaron gritted his teeth, trying to summon the strength to fight back, but the forest was too strong. The energy that had once been his to command was now turning against him. The hunger, the terrible gnawing hunger that had been awakened, was now his burden to bear. The creature's voice echoed in his mind, like a dark whisper, a warning. The forest does not forgive. It does not forget. And now you will understand what it means to be bound to it. Aaron's body burned with the weight of the curse, the forest's energy now a burden, an anchor pulling him deeper into the earth. The roots tightened, twisting around him, their grip unyielding as if the forest itself was claiming him, suffocating him, taking everything he had given and demanding more. And as the darkness closed in, the last thing Aaron heard was the figure's voice, whispering in his ear like a snake slithering through the shadows. "You will never leave." The world was slipping away from Aaron. The roots, now coiled tightly around his body, dug deeper into his skin, their tips sharp as daggers, their grip unyielding. His chest heaved as he struggled to breathe, the thick air pressing down on him like a heavy weight. The forest was alive, breathing with him, suffocating him. The dark figure, the creature of the forest's true hunger, stood over him, its presence overwhelming, suffusing the very space around him with an oppressive sense of dread. Aaron's vision blurred as the roots continued to tighten, pulling him deeper into the earth, dragging him into the darkness beneath. His body felt heavy, as though he was sinking into the ground itself, his limbs unresponsive, his chest tightening as though the forest was slowly choking the life out of him. The creature's cold laughter echoed around him, a low, vibrating sound that seemed to vibrate the very air. "You thought you understood the forest," the creature said, its voice as smooth as oil, dark and insidious. "You believed that you could control it, bend it to your will. But the forest cannot be tamed. It does not bow to you or to anyone. It consumes." Aaron's body felt as though it was being pulled apart, his joints cracking under the immense pressure of the roots. The earth itself seemed to pulse beneath him, its heartbeat a slow, steady rhythm that matched his own, but was far older, much older. It was the rhythm of the land, of life and death, of growth and decay. He could feel it now, in his bones, in the very marrow of his soul. This was the true nature of the forest. A place of power, yes, but also a place of death. A place where life was consumed and reshaped. As the roots pulled tighter, the earth around him seemed to shift, and for the briefest moment, Aaron saw a vision. The mist parted, revealing the ancient heart of the forest, a place where the trees were twisted and gnarled, their roots sprawling out in all directions, like the fingers of some massive, sleeping beast. The trees were alive with dark energy, their branches reaching toward the sky in a frantic, desperate dance. And in the center of it all, there was a massive, blackened stone, covered in thick moss and roots, pulsing with an unnatural glow. It was the source of the forest's power, the true heart of the land. The roots around him tightened, forcing him back into the present, but the vision had left a mark on his mind, a sense of knowledge, of understanding. This was not just a battle for survival. This was a battle for control of the forest itself. The creature, this dark manifestation of the land's hunger, was merely a puppet, a servant of the forest's true will. But the power that had surged through Aaron, the power he had bent to his will, it had been a part of the forest all along. "You are nothing more than a spark," the creature continued, its voice seething with malice. "A fleeting, fragile flame. The forest is eternal. It devours, it reshapes. You cannot stop it." Aaron's breath came in shallow gasps, his body trembling with the effort to break free. His mind raced. The creature's words were like nails against his skin, digging into him, trying to strip away his resolve. But even as the roots continued to tighten, even as the forest seemed to pull him further into its grasp, something inside him stirred. He could feel it, deep beneath the pain, beneath the suffocating darkness. The pulse of the earth, the rhythm of the land. It was there and it was alive. And for the first time, Aaron understood. The forest was not just a place of hunger. It was a place of creation, of change. It was a place where life and death were intertwined, where power was not something to be feared, but something to be embraced. The creature had said that the forest could not be controlled. But that wasn't true. The forest could be controlled. It had always been controlled. By its heart, by the roots, by the land itself. And the forest was vast, endless. Its power could not be fought, but it could be shaped. It could be directed. Aaron's breath caught in his throat as he realized the truth. He was the one who had awakened the forest's true will. He was the one who had connected with it, who had bent its energy to his own. The hunger was not just a force to be defeated. It was a force that could be used. A force that could be directed toward something greater. But to do that, he would need to break free. He would need to regain control. He focused, his mind racing with the energy of the forest, the pulsing rhythm of the earth. He could feel it now like a song, a beat that ran through the land. The roots around him throbbed with dark energy, but Aaron could feel something else. Something ancient, something that had always been there beneath the surface. The forest was not just alive. It was a symphony, a network of interconnected lives, all working in harmony, all feeding into the heart of the land. And just as a musician could control the strings of a violin, so too could Aaron control the strings of the forest. With a deep breath, Aaron reached into the earth beneath him, summoning the energy that lay hidden within it. He felt it course through him like a surge of lightning, sparking his muscles, igniting his senses. The roots began to recoil, their grip loosening, but it wasn't enough. The creature's laughter echoed in his ears, taunting him. "You think you can escape? You think you can control this?" It hissed. "You are nothing." But Aaron was no longer listening. He was no longer fighting the forest. He was becoming part of it. With a roar that shook the very air around him, Aaron thrust his hand down toward the earth, pushing with every ounce of strength he had left. The roots hesitated for a moment, then began to snap back, breaking free of the soil as though they were recoiling from an unseen force. The earth beneath him seemed to shudder in response, a wave of energy rippling through the ground. And then, with a final surge, the roots gave way, unraveling like threads pulled from the fabric of the land. Aaron pushed himself to his feet, gasping for air, his body aching with the effort, but the power coursing through him was undeniable. The forest had tried to claim him, tried to consume him. But now it was his turn to claim the forest. The figure before him, this manifestation of the forest's true hunger, reared back, its form flickering like a dying flame, its eyes glowing with the burning fury of the forest's anger. "You cannot control it," the creature screamed, its voice like the roar of a tempest. "You cannot fight the heart of the forest." Aaron stood tall, his chest rising and falling with deep breaths, his hands glowing with an ethereal light, the energy of the forest coursing through him like a river. The roots that had once tried to bind him now bent to his will, twisting around him like living chains. "I will not fight it," Aaron said, his voice low and steady. "I will become it." And with that, he reached into the heart of the forest itself, summoning the energy that had always been there, the pulse of life and death, the heartbeat of the land. The forest answered. Aaron's body was a conduit now, a living bridge between the forest's ancient power and the mortal world. The roots still curled around him, but they no longer sought to bind. Instead, they swirled like a dance, as though acknowledging him as one of their own. The energy that had once threatened to overwhelm him now surged through his veins like a river of fire, lighting his body with an ethereal glow that shone through the cracks in his skin. The forest, the pulse of the earth, the rhythm of life and decay, had chosen him. The creature before him, its form flickering like a shadow caught between worlds, seemed to sense the shift. Its eyes, burning with an unholy fire, narrowed as it began to recoil, its limbs twitching violently. The figure had once been the heart of the forest's hunger, but now, it was nothing more than a wraith, a distorted reflection of what the forest truly was. "You think you can control this?" the creature hissed, its voice trembling with fury. "You are nothing more than a pawn. You cannot grasp the depths of the forest's will. You will fall." Aaron could feel the creature's rage, its anger so palpable it vibrated through the air. The forest was responding to it, thrashing violently, its roots twisting and writhing as if in pain. The trees groaned, their trunks bending under the pressure of some unseen force. The very earth beneath Aaron's feet seemed to tremble with the weight of the creature's wrath. But Aaron stood firm. "You misunderstand." Aaron's voice was calm, but it vibrated with a power he had never known before. "I'm not controlling it. I am it. I've become a part of it. The hunger, the death, the creation. It all flows through me now. With a single, commanding motion, he extended his arms outward. The roots responded immediately, shifting with an eerie fluidity, as if they were extensions of his own will. The forest began to bend, the trees swaying as if acknowledging a new ruler. The ground beneath Aaron's feet shifted, parting as cracks appeared in the soil, like the land itself was preparing for something momentous. The creature screamed in defiance, its dark form writhing as if it were being pulled into the earth, its essence unraveling. "You will never be the master," it screeched. "You are weak, a mere mortal. The forest devours all who seek to control it. It will consume you." Aaron's eyes glowed brighter as the forest's pulse thrummed louder in his mind. He could hear it now, not just the wind in the trees, not just the rustling of leaves, but the very soul of the land speaking to him, urging him forward. This was not a power that could be mastered or controlled with force. It was a power to be embraced, to be merged with. And in that moment, Aaron realized that the creature, the forest's embodiment of hunger and death, had been right about one thing. The forest was unstoppable. But it wasn't a force of destruction. It was a force of transformation. The forest didn't simply consume, it reshaped, renewed. "I'm not trying to control it," Aaron said again, his voice growing stronger. "I'm giving myself to it." The ground beneath him trembled once more. The fog that had previously hung heavy and oppressive now parted, revealing a sky that was no longer gray, but filled with an otherworldly light. The trees around him, ancient and gnarled, seemed to grow taller, their roots reaching deep into the earth as if pulling power from the very heart of the land. It was a union of creation and decay, a cycle that had existed long before Aaron had ever set foot in the forest. The creature's form faltered again, its image flickering and distorting as if it were being torn apart by the very forces Aaron had called upon. It reached out, its clawed hands grasping at the air, trying to hold on to its existence, but the forest was no longer bound by its influence. The roots twisted around it, pulling it into the earth with a ferocity that sent a ripple through the land. The creature screamed in agony, but the sound was swallowed by the forest, as if its very essence were being erased, consumed, reshaped. Aaron stepped forward, his eyes now glowing with the light of the forest itself, a beacon of power and life. His feet barely touched the ground as the energy of the earth surged through him. The creature had been a manifestation of the forest's hunger, but now, with it fading into the earth, Aaron could feel the true power of the land, the balance between life and death, between growth and decay. "Rise," Aaron whispered, his voice reverberating through the clearing, through the land. "Rise and be renewed." The forest obeyed. The roots that had once threatened to entangle him now pulled away, rising into the sky, their movements synchronized with the rhythm of his breath. The trees groaned, their trunks straightening, their branches stretching higher as if reaching for the very stars. The land around him surged, the soil parting and shifting as though the earth itself were awakening from a deep slumber. In that moment, Aaron felt something within him snap. The forest was no longer just a place. It was no longer just an entity. It was a living, breathing extension of his own will. He could feel the energy of the trees, the pulse of the earth, the heartbeat of the forest itself, all flooding through him. He was no longer a mere intruder in this land. He was its master, its servant, its keeper. And as the creature's form dissolved into the earth, its last screams fading into the soil, Aaron knew that this moment was the beginning of something far greater than himself. The forest had tested him. It had tried to consume him, to break him. But Aaron had embraced it, and in doing so he had become something new, something beyond human, something part of the eternal rhythm of the earth. The hunger still lingered, a shadow at the edges of his mind, but it was no longer something to fear. It was something to be nurtured, to be balanced. Aaron stood in the heart of the forest, his body humming with the power of the land, the energy of the earth flowing through his veins. The trees, the roots, the soil, everything around him had changed. The balance had been restored, but it had been reshaped into something more powerful, more unified. He was no longer a part of the world outside the forest. He was part of the forest itself. And as the mist swirled around him, lifting from the ground like a soft breath, Aaron knew one thing for certain. The forest would never forget him. It would never release him. He was its now, bound by the land, by the ancient will of the earth. But more importantly, he had become something more, something beyond what he had once been. The hunger had claimed him, yes, but it had also transformed him. Aaron stood in the heart of the forest, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath him, an overwhelming connection that resoned deep within his bones. The weight of the forest's power surged through him, no longer a mere wave but a constant, steady thrum, like the beat of a drum, a rhythm he could feel with every heartbeat. His eyes glowed with the light of the trees, and as he moved, the very earth seemed to bend with his will. He was no longer a man. He was an embodiment of the land, a force of nature itself. But there was something else, something deeper, that gnawed at the edges of his mind. The hunger, that primal force of nature that had twisted the forest, was no longer an enemy. It was a part of him. He could feel it in the depths of his soul, in the pulse of the trees, in the winding roots that now seemed to follow his every movement. The hunger, the endless need for growth and decay, was a force of balance. And Aaron now carried that balance within himself. The fog, which had once been a harbinger of doom, now swirled gently around him like a comforting blanket. The trees whispered in the wind, their leaves rustling in a language older than time itself. The land had been reshaped, not by violence or destruction, but by acceptance. The forest no longer sought to consume him. It had claimed him, made him one with its pulse. He could feel the weight of that claim in his bones, in the very fabric of his being. But the price of his transformation was not without its cost. As the forest hummed around him, Aaron's mind began to slip into the depths of the ancient connection. He could feel the passage of time differently now, as if he were both outside of it and completely enveloped by it at once. The hunger was still there, but it was no longer a wild, chaotic force. It had become ordered, methodical, its rhythm in perfect harmony with the land. But with that order came a truth that could not be ignored. The forest had a cycle that had existed long before Aaron had arrived, and one that would continue long after he was gone. It was a cycle of life and death, of growth and decay. And now, as part of that cycle, Aaron understood the eternal nature of the forest. He was not its ruler, not in the sense he had once believed. He was its keeper, its steward. And just as the forest had claimed him, it would eventually let him go when his time had come. He would give way to the land's need, just as all things must in the end. For now, though, he was bound to it. And that binding was both a blessing and a curse. Aaron closed his eyes, taking in the deep, rich sense of the forest, the damp earth, the sharp scent of pine, the sweet decay of fallen leaves. He let the sensations wash over him, grounding him in the present, in this moment of perfect balance. But deep beneath that balance, something stirred, something that had not yet been fully revealed. He had come to this land seeking answers, seeking freedom. But now he realized that his quest had never been just about survival. It had always been about the forest, about becoming it. He could feel the roots beneath him, far deeper than they had ever been, stretching across the land like veins in the body of some great, slumbering beast. The trees whispered again, their voices low and soft, as though speaking to each other, sharing secrets that Aaron could no longer fully comprehend. He had become part of the forest's rhythm, but the true depth of that connection was only just beginning to reveal itself. The cycle, the eternal cycle of life and death, was something that even Aaron could not escape. He could feel it now in his bones. There would come a time, sooner or later, when his body would return to the land, when his soul would be absorbed into the earth as part of its endless march toward renewal. And when that time came, another would take his place, another soul to become a part of the land, to feed the roots, to nourish the trees. The forest would never stop. It would never cease. But for now, Aaron was its guardian. He was its eyes and ears. He could feel the hearts of the trees, the pulse of the land, the movements of creatures hidden deep in the underbrush, waiting to be born. He could feel the stirrings of new life, the energy of the soil, the whispers of the wind. And he could feel the hunger too, the hunger that would never be satisfied, the hunger that would always return. It was a force of nature, a part of the forest's endless cycle. He could hear something else now, a voice, faint but unmistakable, rising from the depths of the earth. It was not a voice he had ever heard before, but one that seemed to come from deep within the very heart of the land. It spoke to him in a language that he did not understand, but its meaning was clear. The forest was not just alive. It was aware. It was watching. And then, in a flash of insight, Aaron understood. The forest was a living entity, yes, but it was also a collective. A network of consciousnesses, of wills intertwined. The trees, the roots, the animals, even the wind, they were all part of a greater, unified whole. Each being, each form, was both an individual and a piece of something larger, something greater than itself. The hunger was not an enemy, it was a necessity. It was the force that kept the cycle going, that renewed the land, that allowed it to grow. And just as Aaron had become part of that cycle, so too would others. He was the latest in a long line of stewards, of guardians, of keepers. He would watch over the forest, protect it, guide it through its cycles until his time came. And then he would fade like the seasons, returning to the soil from which he came. But there was something more. A secret deeper within the forest's heart, something that Aaron had not yet fully grasped. He could feel its presence, but it was like a shadow at the corner of his vision, something waiting to be revealed. The hunger was not just the force of decay and destruction. It was something that fed on life, something that could twist the cycle, bend it in ways that were unnatural, that were dangerous. The trees around him groaned softly, their leaves whispering as if in warning. And that was when he saw it. A flicker, a movement, deep in the forest's heart. A shadow too dark to be natural, too thick to be just a passing cloud. It was coming, and it was not something that belonged here. It was a disturbance, a break in the eternal cycle. The hunger, perhaps even a darker hunger, one that sought not to renew but to consume. Aaron's pulse quickened. The forest had claimed him, but he had not yet become its true guardian. The forest had shown him its rhythms, its heart, its cycles, but it had also shown him its flaws, its dangers. And deep within that darkness, Aaron felt a new kind of fear. A fear of what could emerge if the cycle was disrupted, if the hunger was allowed to consume too much. The forest was alive, yes, but it was not invulnerable. And now, Aaron understood. He was not just its guardian. He was also its protector. The dark force in the distance stirred again, like a beast awakening from a long slumber. And this time, Aaron could feel the forest's heartbeat quicken in response. This was not just a test of his strength. This was a test of his will. The forest had always been a place of rhythm, of life flowing in cycles of birth and decay. Yet now, as Aaron stood at the heart of it, the trees seemed to tremble in ways they never had before. The pulse of the earth, the steady thrum that had once felt like a natural symphony, now felt strained as if it were being pulled in two directions. One toward the light of renewal, of life flourishing in harmony, and the other toward something darker, something that was beginning to break through the ground like an ancient root pushing through soil. Aaron could feel it now more clearly than ever, the dark force deep in the forest's heart. It wasn't just a shadow, a mere flicker of something unnatural. It was an intention. A presence that sought to warp the forest's very foundation. And unlike the hunger that was part of the land's eternal cycle, this force was born of something else. Something twisted. The air grew thick again, heavy with a familiar dread. The winds, once gentle and soothing, now howled through the trees like a chorus of angry spirits. The branches swayed violently, their leaves shaking off the soft mist that had begun to return to the land. The fog thickened in response to the shifting atmosphere, wrapping around Aaron's legs like cold fingers, pulling him deeper into the heart of the forest. Aaron's heart raced, not from fear, but from an understanding so deep it was almost suffocating. The hunger was not the only force at play here, not the only thing that needed to be watched. There was something darker, something more dangerous. A force that didn't just feed on the cycle of life and death but sought to destroy it. To halt the endless march of renewal. To consume everything, to tear apart the land and leave nothing in its wake. The hunger fed on decay, but this shadow wished for it. It wanted to swallow everything. And it was growing closer. Aaron closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, his body shuddering with the weight of the forest's burden. He could feel it all, the trees, the earth, the roots. But beneath the surface, beneath the soil and the roots, there was a deep, terrible pull. The forest was trying to warn him, trying to call him to action. This thing, this dark shadow, was not something that could be allowed to thrive. It was not simply a challenge. It was a corruption. The shadow was moving now, not in the mist or in the fog, but beneath it, in the roots of the trees, twisting like an infection through the soil, choking the land from within. It was moving fast, and with each passing second, the land around Aaron seemed to darken, the pulse of life weakening as the shadow stretched further out, claiming more of the forest's heart. With a sudden clarity, Aaron knew what had to be done. He had to stop it. But the forest was not just a place. It was a force, an ever-shifting, ever-changing entity, alive in ways that transcended human understanding. He had embraced it, yes, and he had been transformed into something more than he was. But now, the very thing that had made him one with the land, the power that flowed through him, would be the very thing he would need to use to fight the shadow. The dark figure, the embodiment of the forest's hunger, was gone, but it had left behind a broken trail, a path of destruction that had opened a crack in the earth, one that had allowed this darkness to slip through. Aaron felt that crack in the ground now, deep beneath his feet. It was a tear in the natural order, a place where the land's natural balance had been ruptured. The hunger was part of the forest's life cycle. This was something else entirely. It was something from beyond. Aaron could feel his connection to the earth strengthening with every breath he took, the energy surging through his body. He reached out, his hand touching the soil beneath him, feeling the pulse of the land, trying to find where the shadow was. It was there, beneath the roots, beneath the soil, waiting, watching. The ground shuddered, and then it began to crack. Aaron's heartbeat quickened, his body tensing as the earth beneath him split open like a wound. The roots pulled away, recoiling from the dark force beneath. A low, guttural growl echoed from the depths of the earth, a sound that chilled Aaron to his very core. The trees creaked and groaned as the shadow in the roots began to push itself upward, crawling from the depths like a thing that had been trapped for eons, yearning to be free. It rose slowly at first, a dark tendril of smoke and shadow stretching toward the sky. It was impossible to describe, an ever-shifting mass, writhing like a living thing, pulsating with dark energy. As it rose, the trees around it seemed to wilt, their leaves withering and falling away. The air grew thick, heavy with the smell of rot and decay, as if the forest itself were turning against itself, rotting from the inside out. The shadow was not a creature, it was an infection. A sickness, an unnatural presence that had no place in this land. It had no purpose but to consume, no rhythm but that of destruction. And Aaron understood. This was the true nature of the corruption that had been festering within the forest, slowly creeping into its roots. The forest was a place of balance, but something had broken it, something had pierced through the barrier that kept the land safe. And this thing, this darkness, was the result. Aaron knew that it had to be sealed away. It couldn't be allowed to grow, to spread. The balance had to be restored. His hands tightened into fists, the energy of the forest surging through him like a wave. He could feel the roots, feel the land fighting back, but it wasn't enough. The darkness was spreading faster than the forest could repair it, faster than Aaron could restore the balance. It was consuming everything in its path. "No," Aaron whispered, his voice full of resolve. "This ends now." His mind reached out, searching for the heartbeat of the forest, the pulse that had always connected him to the land. He called to it, drawing it toward him, harnessing the power that lay buried deep beneath the earth. The roots responded to his call, but they were weak, struggling against the weight of the darkness. He could feel their resistance. The forest was dying beneath this shadow. Aaron closed his eyes, breathing deeply, grounding himself in the power of the land. He could feel the weight of the hunger, the pull of life and death, the endless cycle that had kept the forest alive for centuries. But the shadow was not part of that cycle. It was a corruption, a tear. With a cry that echoed through the land, Aaron reached down into the earth, into the deepest roots of the forest, calling upon the very essence of the land. He gathered all the energy he could, fueled by the hunger, by the balance, by the life force of the earth itself, and he drove it forward, through the roots, through the soil, into the shadow that was rising. There was a violent shudder, a crack in the air, and then silence. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the mist swirling as if the land were waiting, watching. The roots stopped their movement, the trees stood still. And then, from the depths of the earth, a scream. The shadow shrieked, its form flickering violently, twisting and contorting as the land fought back. The energy Aaron had summoned was like a blade, cutting into the darkness, pulling it apart. The roots around it twisted, tightening and snaring it, drawing it back into the earth. And with one final desperate cry, the shadow was consumed, swallowed by the very earth that had birthed it. The forest trembled, but the land was quiet again. Aaron collapsed to his knees, his breath ragged, his body trembling. The pulse of the forest still hummed through him, but the weight of what had just happened left him shaken. The darkness had been sealed, for now, but it was not gone. It would always be a part of the forest's eternal cycle, a force that would one day return, perhaps stronger than before. But for now the land was safe. The balance had been restored, and Aaron was still its keeper. The forest stood still. A heavy silence hung over the land, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. The trees, once swaying in agitation, now stood tall and firm, their branches reaching toward the sky as if they were breathing a collective sigh of relief. The fog, which had once clung to the earth like a living thing, now drifted lazily between the trunks of the trees, dissipating slowly as the land began to settle. Aaron remained kneeling, his breath shallow and ragged as he tried to steady himself. His body was worn, drained from the battle that had just passed. He could feel the power of the forest still flowing through him, but it no longer felt like the overwhelming surge it had once been. Instead, it was like a steady current, one that he could now control, now that the dark force had been sealed back into the earth. His hands trembled, his fingers raw from the energy he had forced into the soil, the roots, the very fabric of the forest itself. The battle with the shadow had taken everything he had, pulling on his strength, his resolve, his connection to the land in ways that had nearly shattered him. But the forest had fought back. And in doing so, it had shown him something important. The forest was alive. Not just in the way it was alive through trees and animals, not just in the way it existed in cycles of life and death. The forest was a living, breathing entity, a web of interconnected consciousnesses that stretched across the land, through the soil and the sky, through every tree and every root. It had its own will, its own purpose. And Aaron had come to realize that he was not its master, but its partner. He was one with it, connected to it in ways that transcended time, in ways that transcended his own mortal limitations. The hunger, the force that had once consumed him, was not something to fight. It was something to understand, to balance, to live with. He had fought the darkness not because it was an enemy of the forest, but because it threatened that balance. It sought to destroy the rhythm of life and death, to disrupt the natural cycles of growth and decay. And that was something the forest, something Aaron, could not allow. But as the silence lingered, Aaron realized that the battle was not over. The shadow had been sealed, but the wound it had left in the land was deep. He could feel it beneath his skin, in the roots and the earth, an emptiness, a void where the shadow had once been. The land was healing, but it would take time. And during that time, the forest would watch him. It would test him. It would challenge him. Aaron took a deep breath, pushing himself to his feet. The fog had lifted now, and the sun had begun to pierce through the canopy above, casting long beams of light that made the leaves shimmer with a golden glow. The forest was waking up from the darkness, slowly, cautiously, but there was still something unsettling in the air. The balance had been restored, for now, but it was fragile. He looked around, his gaze sweeping over the trees, the vines that still clung to the trunks, the roots that twisted beneath the earth. Everything seemed so still. But that stillness was deceptive. Aaron could feel the tension in the air, the uneasy quiet that followed the storm. The hunger, the shadow, had not been defeated. It had simply been driven back. The land was waiting for him to prove that he was worthy of its power. The balance had been restored, but the forest had not yet fully forgiven him. Not for his defiance, not for the way he had bent its will to his own. He was its keeper, yes, but he was also its pupil. The forest's power was vast, and its secrets were deep, hidden beneath layers of roots and stone, buried in the mist and the wind. The hunger, the cycle, the rhythm of life. These were things that Aaron had begun to understand. But there was still so much more to learn. And more importantly, there were things that he had yet to see. The creatures that lived in the forest, the ones that had emerged from the depths of the land after the shadow had been sealed, watched him from the edges of his vision. They were silent, but their eyes gleamed in the twilight, reflecting a deep, knowing intelligence. They were the children of the forest, creatures that had existed alongside it, nurtured by it, protected by it. And now they were watching Aaron, waiting to see what kind of keeper he would become. Suddenly, a whisper rippled through the trees, low and soft, but unmistakable. It was the language of the forest, a language that Aaron had begun to understand, though he had never learned it consciously. It was a feeling, a vibration that resonated within him, something he could hear with his heart, with his very soul. The forest is not done with you. The words, though not spoken aloud, rang in his mind as clearly as if they had been shouted into his ear. The trees, the earth, the wind, everything seemed to be speaking at once, but it wasn't an overwhelming noise. It was like the hum of a song, an ancient melody that carried both a warning and a promise. Aaron stepped forward, feeling the pull of the earth beneath him, the roots reaching out as if to guide him deeper into the heart of the forest. His body, tired and worn from the battle, still felt the power of the land coursing through him, a steady stream that connected him to everything. It was comforting yet unnerving. The power he had once fought against, the hunger he had once feared, was now part of him. But that did not mean it was a power he could control fully. He was part of the forest, yes, but the forest was also part of him. And it was testing him. As he ventured deeper into the woods, he could feel the weight of the trees around him, their branches bending and creaking as they whispered to each other. The shadows in the forest seemed to shift as he moved, as if the land itself was watching him. He had always been an outsider, a wanderer, someone seeking answers. But now he was home, in a place that was both alien and familiar, both a sanctuary and a prison. There was still something out there, something beneath the surface. He could feel it in the very air, in the earth beneath his feet. The shadow had been sealed, but its mark was left behind. And the forest was not yet finished with him. His footsteps slowed as a figure appeared in the distance. A shadow that didn't belong even here, even in this place of deep and eternal nature, was watching him. A figure cloaked in dark robes, standing still in the mist, eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. the same figure that had first appeared when the darkness had risen. The figure before Aaron was still, motionless, standing as though it had always been there, waiting for him. The shadows in the forest seemed to bend around it, coiling like smoke, pulling the light into darker corners. It was a figure cloaked in midnight, its features hidden beneath layers of dark fabric, a shape that seemed to absorb the very light around it. Its eyes glowed faintly, a pale, unnatural luminescence that pierced through the dim mist like twin lanterns in the dark. They watched him, still, unblinking, like a predator sizing up its prey. Aaron's pulse quickened, his heart hammering in his chest as he took a cautious step forward, feeling the weight of the air pressing against him, the very breath of the forest stifling in its intensity. The energy around the figure was different. It was not the rhythmic pulse of the land, the heartbeat of the forest that had become a part of him. No, this presence felt unnatural, like a wound in the very fabric of the earth. It was a presence that bent the land's flow, a corruption that whispered of something old, something forgotten. The figure didn't speak, didn't move. It simply watched him. Aaron's thoughts raced as he stood there, rooted to the spot. The connection to the forest, to the pulse of the land, thrummed in his veins, urging him forward. But there was something wrong about this figure, something that made the very air around him feel colder, denser. The wind shifted, sending a ripple of tension through the trees, but the figure didn't flinch. It remained an unmoving silhouette, a shadow against the mist. "Who are you?" The question rang in Aaron's mind, but the answer didn't come. Instead, the figure tilted its head slightly, as if it had heard his thoughts. Its eyes glowed brighter for a brief moment, and then, without a sound, it began to walk forward, slowly, deliberately. Every instinct in Aaron screamed to move, to flee, but he stayed rooted to the spot. The forest had given him power, had made him its keeper, its partner. And yet this figure, this watcher, felt like a test not just of his strength but of his resolve. The figure moved closer, its presence growing heavier with each step. The fog parted just enough for Aaron to see the figure's features, but they were shrouded in shadows, faint, twisted lines as though it were not entirely human. The cloak it wore was tattered, hanging loosely from a form that seemed to shift with the movement of the air, as if it were not made of flesh and bone, but of smoke and shadow. And then, finally, the figure spoke. Its voice was low, almost a whisper, but it carried through the forest as though it were thunder itself. "You are the keeper now," it said, its tone almost contemplative, as if the words were a statement rather than a question. "The forest has chosen you, but there are things it does not tell you. Things it cannot tell you." Aaron's heart skipped a beat. The figure's words sliced through him like a cold wind, and he took a step back, though his feet felt like they were sinking into the earth. "What do you mean?" His voice sounded foreign to him, distant but firm. He was no longer just a wanderer, no longer an outsider. The forest had chosen him. He had embraced it, fought for it, become one with it. But the figure's presence was unsettling, a reminder that the forest's secrets were not all revealed. "The forest is not as pure as you think," the figure continued, its voice a quiet rumble in the distance, reverberating through the trees. "It has a hunger, yes, but it also has a darkness. An old darkness, older than you can understand. And you, Aaron, are standing at the edge of it." Aaron could feel the pull of the words in his chest, the weight of their truth pressing on him. The forest, darkness? It was a thought that felt wrong, alien, like a dream that shouldn't be remembered. The forest was a place of life, of growth. It was where the cycles of creation and decay danced in perfect harmony. But now, with the figure standing before him, the land felt different. It felt uncertain. The figure moved again, its steps slow and measured, its presence growing as it advanced, as though it were drawing the very shadows around it. It raised one of its hands, fingers pale and long, and for a moment, it looked as though it was reaching toward Aaron. "You know of the hunger," it said, "but you have not yet felt the true depth of it. Not the hunger that feeds on the cycle, that brings life and death into balance. No, Aaron. The forest has other appetites. There are forces at play here, forces that seek to consume not only the land but all of existence. You have merely scratched the surface of this place." Aaron's throat went dry, his mind reeling with the implications of the figure's words. He had felt the hunger, the pulse of life, the relentless need for growth and decay. But this was something else. A deeper, more insidious force, one that didn't just feed but sought to destroy, to unmake. "You were chosen," the figure whispered, stepping closer still, its face still obscured by shadow. "But the forest does not reveal all to its chosen ones. It hides its darkest truths. It whispers in the wind, in the roots, in the leaves, but not all of its voice is sweet. The wind picked up again, swirling around them both. The trees creaked and groaned as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. The power that had once felt so comforting now felt oppressive, as though the very land was waiting for a decision, a choice to be made. What choice? Aaron managed, his voice barely a whisper. The figure tilted its head again, its eyes gleaming in the shadows. You have felt it, haven't you? The pull. The call of the deeper earth. The invitation to embrace the darkness within the forest. To let it consume you. To become one with it. Aaron felt a shiver run down his spine, a coldness creeping into his bones. The darkness, the deeper earth, was calling to him. The hunger, the ancient power of the forest, was not just a force of life. It was also a force of obliteration, of unmaking. The shadow that had risen before, the one that he had sealed, was not just a passing threat. It was a manifestation of this deeper, darker hunger. You are the keeper now, the figure repeated, its voice like a faint echo in Aaron's mind. But you will not always be. The forest needs a new balance, and when the time comes you will have to choose, life or death, the hunger or the light. The wind howled through the trees, the sound almost like a scream. The figure took one final step closer, its form shifting, becoming more indistinct, like smoke caught in the wind. Aaron stood frozen, the words lingering in the air, his body heavy with the weight of their meaning. The figure faded into the mist as if it had never been there at all, leaving behind only the soft rustling of the leaves. And yet the forest felt different now. The air was heavier, thicker, as though the land itself had exhaled a dark breath. The hunger, the force that had once been a part of the balance of life, now felt twisted, distorted. The shadow had not been destroyed. It had only been contained, waiting for the moment to rise again. Aaron's heart raced, his mind a storm of questions, of doubts. The forest had shown him its power, its truth. But the truth was darker than he had ever imagined. The hunger was not just something to fear, it was a force that sought to consume everything. And when the time came, Aaron would have to choose. Life or death, balance or obliteration. The mist hung heavy in the air, thickening around Aaron as the figure faded into the trees. The forest, though still alive with its pulse, seemed quieter now, too quiet as if it were holding its breath, waiting for something, waiting for him to make the next move. The tension was palpable, so dense Aaron could almost taste it. The figure's words echoed in his mind like a refrain, something that refused to be ignored. Life or death, balance or obliteration. The hunger that had once seemed so simple, so clear in its nature, now seemed like something far more insidious. What he had thought was a natural force of the land, a necessary part of the forest's eternal cycle, had twisted into something darker, something that desired more than just to feed. The shadow had not been defeated. It had only been pushed back, hidden beneath the earth's surface, waiting for the time when it would rise again. Aaron's breath came slow, steady, as he walked deeper into the woods, the forest parting before him, but not with the usual sense of harmony he had grown used to. The trees seemed to bow their heads, their branches brushing against him in a way that felt almost like a warning. The air felt thick, saturated with the weight of something unsaid, something that he couldn't yet understand. The hunger wasn't just a force of nature, it was a living thing, an intelligence that had been here long before he arrived and would remain long after he was gone. As Aaron moved, the forest around him seemed to shift. It wasn't the graceful flow he had felt before. Now it was as though the land was testing him, probing him, searching for weaknesses in his connection to it. The roots underfoot seemed to twitch, to vibrate with a strange energy, and the wind whispered in a language he couldn't comprehend, swirling around him like an unseen presence. I am the keeper now, Aaron thought, his hand brushing against the rough bark of an ancient oak. He had claimed his place in the forest, bound himself to its rhythms, its cycles. He was part of it now, and the land had made him its steward, its protector. But this dark presence, this hunger, this shadow, it was something beyond him. It was a force that had been lying in wait, hidden in the corners of the forest's heart, waiting for its time to reclaim what it had lost. The more Aaron thought about the figure's words, the more he understood. The forest had chosen him, but it had also tested him. The hunger, that insatiable force, was a part of the forest, a natural element just as life and death were. But the shadow that had risen, it was different. It was unnatural. And now he was standing at the crossroads of something far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet trembled. A low rumble, like the earth itself was groaning in pain, echoed through the woods. The trees shook, their trunks quaking, their branches bending with an unseen force. The air grew colder, the mist thickening around him. The forest, which had once embraced him as a friend, now felt like it was closing in, pressing on him, testing him, as though it were no longer certain of his place within it. A figure emerged from the mist ahead, walking slowly toward him. It was a figure he had seen before, a shadow, indistinct at first but growing clearer as it drew near. The tall, robed figure, its face hidden in the folds of darkness. The Watcher. Aaron's heart skipped a beat. The figure's eyes glowed faintly, their unnatural light cutting through the gloom like twin stars in the dark. But this time there was something different about it, something more dangerous. It was as though the figure had absorbed the very darkness that had once been sealed beneath the earth. It radiated power, unnatural, chaotic power, and it was coming toward him with a slow, deliberate pace, its every step resonating with a deep, thundering energy that seemed to vibrate through the earth. "Do you feel it?" The figure's voice, when it came, was different. It was deeper now, filled with a raw, primal energy. The words seemed to reverberate in the air, a physical presence. "The forest is waking, but not in the way you thought. It is not just the land that is alive, Aaron. The hunger is waking, and you, the keeper, have a choice, one that will determine the fate of this world." Aaron felt his pulse quicken, the words sinking into his chest like an iron weight. The Watcher's eyes, those glowing, unnatural eyes, pierced through him, pulling at his very soul. "What do you mean?" Aaron's voice was strained, his throat dry with the weight of what he was hearing. "I thought I had already made my choice. I am the keeper. I've embraced the forest. The hunger is a part of it. It has always been part of it." The Watcher's lips twisted into something that might have been a smile, though it was hard to tell beneath the shroud of darkness. "You are wrong, Aaron," it said softly. "You've embraced the forest, yes, but the forest is not just one thing. It is not simply life and death, growth and decay. It is something older, something more ancient. And the hunger? The hunger is not just a part of the forest. It is a force that bends and shapes the land itself. It is a power that cannot be controlled. It consumes." Aaron felt a chill run down his spine. The Watcher's words were not just warnings, they were truths that rang too loudly, too deeply in his heart. The hunger was not a necessary part of the cycle. It was not something that could be balanced. It was something that sought to unmake the very fabric of existence itself, to twist everything to its will. The cycle of life and death, of creation and decay, was not the hunger's rhythm. It was its prey. "You've been chosen to be the keeper of this land," the Watcher continued, its voice now a low, eerie whisper. "But not for the reasons you think. The forest has no use for a keeper who cannot understand the depths of its hunger. And you," it paused, its eyes narrowing as it looked at him, its presence growing darker with every passing second. "You are still too naive, too weak to face the truth of it." Aaron's body tensed, the energy of the forest still humming through his veins, but now it felt different. Fragile. The weight of the Watcher's words pressed in on him, its power suffocating, threatening to overwhelm him. The hunger, this thing he had come to accept, to become a part of, was not the force he had believed it to be. It was not a part of the cycle of life. It was chaos. It was the unmaking of everything. "And when it comes for you," the Watcher whispered, its voice carrying an edge of something almost sadistic, "you will have a choice. A choice between becoming a part of that hunger or resisting it. But you cannot fight the hunger, Aaron. Not now. Not with your connection to the forest." Aaron stood frozen, his body trembling with the weight of the truth that had just been revealed. The hunger was not just a part of the forest. It was something older, something darker, something that would one day come for him, for all of them. And when it did, he would have to decide. Aaron stood motionless, his heart pounding in his chest, every word the Watcher had spoken sinking into him like a dark seed taking root in his soul. The forest around him seemed to shift, the trees creaking softly as if listening to the tension that crackled in the air. The Watcher's eyes, glowing faintly like dying stars, were locked onto him, its presence drawing him in, like the pull of an ancient gravity, something irresistible, something fatal. Aaron could feel the weight of the choice pressing down on him, growing heavier with each passing moment. The hunger was not just a force of nature, not just a cycle of life and death. It was chaos. It was the end, a consuming fire that burned everything in its path. And it had waited for him, for this moment. It had drawn him into the forest, made him one with the land, and now it was showing him its true face. The Watcher stepped closer, its movement unnervingly smooth, like smoke curling through the air, its form flickering with shadows. Every step it took seemed to distort the world around it, bending the light, turning the trees into dark, twisted silhouettes. Aaron's eyes flicked to the shadows stretching out from the Watcher's form, and he could see them reaching toward him, long and thin like the fingers of something ancient. The forest trembled beneath them. "You are its keeper now," the Watcher said again, its voice low, as though speaking to him in a way no one else could understand. "But the hunger knows no loyalty, Aaron. It is not bound by the same laws of nature that govern your connection to this land. It does not care for the balance. It seeks only to consume. The forest, in its ancient wisdom, has given you the power to control it, to shape it. But the hunger, it cannot be controlled." Aaron's breath was shallow, his legs weak beneath him, but he refused to let himself fall. He had to understand. He had to know. How could something so ancient, so vital to the forest, be so wrong? The hunger had always been part of the rhythm, the cycle. It had always been the force that allowed life to bloom, to fall, to return. But the Watcher was showing him something else, something darker. The hunger wasn't just a part of the forest. It was a sickness, a thing that consumed everything in its path without thought or reason. The Watcher's eyes gleamed brighter as it seemed to sense the confusion, the conflict stirring within Aaron. It tilted its head, its voice a mere whisper now, though it cut through the air with frightening clarity. "The choice is simple, Aaron. You can continue to fight against the hunger, cling to your position as the keeper, trying to maintain some kind of balance. Or," it paused, a twisted smile forming beneath its hood, "or you can embrace it. Let it consume you. Let it become you." Aaron's mind reeled at the implications. Embrace the hunger? Let it consume him? What did that even mean? Could he become it? Could he become a part of the very force that had almost torn the forest apart? The hunger that had warped the land, the darkness that had tried to swallow everything whole? 1,000 thoughts rushed through his mind in an instant, each one more terrifying than the last. Was that truly what he was meant to be? A force of balance or a force of unmaking? A keeper of life or a destroyer of everything that had been? Aaron turned slowly, looking at the trees around him, the forest that had once been his sanctuary, his home. The great ancient oaks, the twisting vines, the soft sway of the willows, they seemed to stand still, their forms distant, obscured in the growing fog. They weren't just trees. They were a reflection of the land itself, of the forest's heartbeat, of the very pulse of existence. And now they seemed to tremble as if waiting for him to make a choice. The hunger was part of it all. It had always been. But the Watcher was right. There was something about it now, something that felt wrong. It was twisted, and Aaron could feel it deep in his bones, the pull of it, the gnawing, insatiable desire to devour, to consume, to end. Aaron stepped backward, his feet sinking into the soft earth, the weight of the forest pressing down on him as though it were trying to drag him deeper into the soil. The roots beneath him quivered, their ancient pulse rising to meet him. And in that moment, the choice loomed before him, as vast and as crushing as the forest itself. Could he resist the hunger? Could he maintain the balance? Or was he, like all things, destined to succumb to its call? The forest had chosen him, yes. But what was the forest really? Was it just life, just decay, just the cycle of time? Or was it a living, breathing thing that had its own hidden desires? Desires that could turn even the purest of hearts into something monstrous? The Watcher's voice broke into his thoughts, its words like ice, a reminder of the power it wielded. "You know what will happen if you resist it. You know the price." The figure took another step closer, and this time Aaron felt it, a pulse of energy, a dark power pouring from the Watcher like a flood. It made the ground tremble, made the trees groan under the weight of it. The forest will turn against you. The hunger will swallow you whole, and there will be nothing left. Everything you fought for will crumble. The land will be consumed, and you will fade. Aaron felt the weight of the Watcher's words, each syllable sinking deeper into him, cutting into his resolve. The forest had chosen him for a reason. But what if the forest was wrong? What if the land was simply a reflection of something greater, something more primal? What if the hunger was the true nature of the forest? What if it was his destiny to give into it? He stood still, his hands clenched at his sides, his mind reeling. And in that silence, the forest seemed to whisper again, not with the soft, gentle rustle of the leaves, but with something darker. It was the voice of the hunger, the deep, gnawing voice that promised everything could be his if he only let go, if he only embraced the darkness. But somewhere deep in his chest, Aaron could still feel the pulse of the land. He could still feel the heartbeat of the forest, steady and constant, like a rhythm he had known all his life. It was a call to life, a call to growth. It was the voice that had drawn him here in the first place, the voice that had saved him from the dark. And then, just as quickly, the decision became clear. Aaron closed his eyes, the weight of the Watcher's presence pressing down on him, its power pulling at him like gravity. But he refused. He knew what he had to do. "I will not be consumed," he said, his voice steady, though his body shook with the effort. "I will not let the forest fall into darkness." The Watcher's eyes flared with a cold, unblinking light, the glow intensifying until it burned with an intensity that made the air around them shudder. "Then you choose death," the Watcher hissed, its form flickering and distorting. "You choose to fight against what you are, against what the forest is." Aaron's heart hammered in his chest as the Watcher's form twisted, becoming a shadow that writhed in the mist. The ground beneath him shuddered again, and the air grew thick with dark energy. But Aaron stood firm. "I choose the forest," he said, his voice a steady, unwavering declaration. And with that, the world around him exploded into darkness. The darkness exploded around Aaron, swallowing everything in its path. The trees, once towering and proud, became mere silhouettes, their forms twisting and distorting as the shadows stretched over them, pulling the very life from the air. The ground trembled, a deep rumble that seemed to come from the heart of the earth itself, as if the forest itself was waking, not just in the sense of growth, but in the way a beast awakens when disturbed. The pulse of the land that Aaron had once felt, that constant rhythm of life and death, was now a chaotic throb, a maddening, distorted beat that echoed through his chest, threatening to tear him apart. The Watcher's figure flickered before him, its eyes glowing like twin stars in the pitch blackness, brighter and more intense than ever. The air hummed with a power so thick it was almost tangible. Aaron felt it press against his skin, heavy and suffocating, like a thick fog that had settled into his lungs. His body shivered, but he refused to give in. His eyes stayed locked on the Watcher, the creature that had spoken of darkness and chaos, the one that had made it clear that the choice he had made was not one without consequences. The Watcher's voice broke through the oppressive silence, low and guttural, a hiss of ancient power that seemed to reverberate through the very bones of the earth. "You think you can defy me?" it whispered. "You think you can resist the hunger, the true nature of the forest? You who have embraced the land, become one with it. You cannot deny it, Aaron. You cannot deny the darkness within." Aaron felt the pull of its words, the way they sank into his mind like hooks, dredging up doubts and fears he had tried to bury. The hunger, the shadow. He had always known there was something more to the forest than just the gentle rhythm of life. But now, standing here, facing the Watcher, that truth felt like an overwhelming force, one that was too vast to resist. He could feel the power building within him, the energy of the forest flowing through his veins, but it was no longer the comforting flow he had once known. It was chaotic, wild, almost feral. The roots beneath his feet seemed to pulse with the same dark energy that now emanated from the Watcher, as though the very land itself was warping, changing, slipping into something darker. "You cannot fight what you are," the Watcher continued, its voice growing colder, darker. "The forest has chosen you, yes, but it has chosen you for something more than you can understand. The hunger is not your enemy, Aaron. It is your birthright. It is the true face of the land, and it will consume you whether you choose to fight it or not." The words echoed in Aaron's mind, the truth of them pressing down on him like a weight. The forest, the hunger, the power, it was all tied together in ways he had never fully understood. And now, in the presence of the Watcher, he felt as though he was standing at the edge of something vast, something infinite. The hunger wasn't a force of nature as he had believed. It was nature itself. The land, the forest, the earth, they were all part of the same cycle, the same endless hunger. Life, death, decay, rebirth, it was all the same thing woven together in an eternal loop of consumption. Aaron's thoughts began to scatter, fragments of memories flashing through his mind. His arrival in the forest, the bond he had formed with the land, the battles he had fought, the peace he had once felt. He had thought he was fighting for balance, for life. But now, as the darkness pressed in on him, he began to question everything he had ever known. Could he truly resist the hunger? Was there a way to fight it, to hold on to the light, to protect the balance that the forest had once offered? Or was this the truth? Was this what he was meant to become? He reached out with his senses, his mind, trying to tap into the pulse of the forest, to understand its true nature. But what he felt now was not the steady rhythm of life. It was something deeper, darker, a shadow that pulsed beneath the earth, beneath the roots. It was the hunger, the chaos, the unmaking. And then, like a floodgate opening, the full weight of it hit him. Aaron staggered back, his breath coming in sharp gasps as the forest around him seemed to shudder. The roots of the trees, once so steady and connected to the earth, began to writhe and twist like serpents beneath the surface, the earth itself splitting open as if to reveal the depths of an abyss beneath. The trees groaned, their branches snapping like brittle bones as the land quaked beneath him. The pulse, the rhythm of life and death, was no longer steady. It was a jarring, violent beat, as though the very fabric of existence was unraveling. "Embrace it," the Watcher whispered again, its voice now a low hum vibrating in the air around them. "Let it consume you. Let it become you. And you will know the truth." Aaron's body tensed as the darkness surged around him, the very earth beneath his feet trembling with the force of it. His hands clenched into fists, the power of the forest surging within him. But this was not the forest he had known. This was something else. Something darker. He could feel it now, the hunger reaching for him, calling him to join it, to become one with it. He could feel the edges of his control slipping away, the dark force lapping at his thoughts, threatening to consume him completely. The forest had chosen him, yes, but it had also shown him its darkest truth. The hunger was not something that could be tamed, not something that could be resisted. It was a part of everything. It was the forest's heart, its true nature. And yet, somewhere deep within him, there was a flicker of resistance, a spark of defiance. No. Aaron's hand shot out, gripping the nearest tree with all his strength, his knuckles white. The ground beneath him cracked open, and the pulse of the forest, now dark and chaotic, seemed to surge even harder, as if it were trying to tear him apart. But Aaron refused to let go. He would not be consumed. Not like this. Not by the very darkness that sought to destroy everything he had come to love. With a sudden, forceful shout, he slammed his hand against the tree, sending a shockwave of energy through the earth. The forest around him seemed to respond, the trees groaning as they shifted, their roots twisting beneath the ground. The air crackled with power, the wind picking up as if the entire forest were watching him. He could feel the ancient power of the land flowing through him, wild and untamed. But this time he controlled it. The Watcher's form flickered, its eyes narrowing with a mix of frustration and amusement. "You cannot resist, Aaron," it said, its voice now sharp like the cracking of ice. "The hunger is you. It will consume you." Aaron's voice was low, but full of unwavering conviction as he looked directly at the Watcher. "I choose to resist." In that moment, the forest seemed to still, as though holding its breath. The shadows pulled back, the hunger retreating just enough to give him room to stand, to breathe. The ground trembled again, but this time it felt different. Less like the impending collapse of everything, and more like the warning of something that had been challenged. The Watcher's eyes burned with an unnatural light, but it said nothing more. Instead, it stepped backward, its form flickering and dissolving into the air like smoke. The darkness that had been choking the forest began to recede, but Aaron knew that this was not the end. It was only the beginning. The hunger had been momentarily pushed back, but it was still there, lurking beneath the earth, waiting for its time to rise again. And when it did, Aaron would have to be ready. He had made his choice. But in the end, the real battle had just begun. The forest fell eerily silent. The wind, which had been howling in fury just moments before, stilled, leaving behind a thick, suffocating silence. The darkness that had twisted the trees, curled around the earth, and sought to consume everything now lingered like an unspoken threat, just beyond the horizon. It was there, waiting, as if the forest itself had paused to reflect on what had just transpired. Aaron stood still, the weight of the power coursing through him almost unbearable. His breath came in shallow gasps, his heart still racing, as though his body were trying to recover from the intensity of what had just happened. The forest had responded to him, to his defiance. It had reacted. But it was not a victory, at least not yet. He had merely pushed back the darkness, held it off for a brief moment. The hunger was still there, still waiting. The trees, which had once seemed so vibrant, so full of life, now appeared hollow, their branches hanging heavy with the remnants of the dark energy that had been unleashed. Their leaves rustled, but it wasn't the same comforting sound he had once known. Now the wind carried a faint undertone, a whisper of something sinister, something old. The hunger was closer now, and Aaron could feel it. He glanced down at his hands, which were still trembling from the surge of power that had just flowed through him. His fingers, though coated in the familiar dirt of the forest, felt different, as if they had been touched by something otherworldly, something far beyond his control. The energy was still swirling inside him, but now it felt fragmented, chaotic. A battle of two forces clashing against each other in the very core of his being. "I've made my choice," he whispered to himself, though the words sounded strange, hollow. Was it really a choice? Or had he merely delayed the inevitable? The hunger was a part of the land, part of everything. It had always been there waiting. But had it truly chosen him to be its keeper, or had the land simply seen something in him that it could use? Had he been meant to fight against the hunger, or had he been brought here to feed it? The answers felt elusive, like smoke in the air, slipping through his fingers the moment he tried to grasp them. The Watcher's words haunted him, like a shadow hanging over him, refusing to leave. The hunger will consume you whether you fight it or not. But Aaron knew he couldn't simply surrender, not yet. Not while there was still something within him that fought. He needed to understand. He needed to know what this force was, why it had been chosen for him, and what the land truly sought. If he could understand that, maybe, just maybe, he could find a way to rid the forest of this darkness once and for all. But how? Where did he begin? Turning slowly, Aaron glanced toward the heart of the forest, where the trees were thickest, their trunks knotted and twisted, as though hiding something deep within. The air there felt different, heavier, saturated with a kind of power that pulsed through the ground and into the very bones of the land. It was a place he had been drawn to before, the center of the forest, the heart of the hunger. The pulse of the land, that rhythm of life and death, was stronger here. It thrummed beneath the surface, louder than anything he had ever felt. And there, at the center, was the source of it all, the heart of the hunger. Aaron knew he had no choice but to go there, to face the core of this darkness. He could feel it, the pull of it, calling to him like a magnet, guiding him forward with a force stronger than his will. With one final glance at the forest around him, Aaron began to move, his feet sinking into the thick, damp earth. The trees seemed to lean toward him, their branches reaching, as if they too were awaiting his decision. The wind, which had been silent only moments before, began to stir again, but it was different now. The rustling of the leaves wasn't the same as it had been before. Now there was a sharp, jagged edge to the sound, as if the very fabric of the land was being torn apart. The deeper he walked, the more oppressive the air became. The pulse of the forest grew stronger, vibrating through the ground beneath him, until it became a physical presence, pressing against him as though the earth itself were trying to swallow him whole. The trees around him became more twisted, their bark gnarled and warped, as if something had been slowly twisting them from the inside out. It was as if the forest were no longer simply alive. It was sick, infected with the hunger, with this dark force that had taken root deep beneath the soil. Every step he took, the air grew colder, the shadows darker. The feeling of being watched intensified, the sense that something was following him, moving just outside his vision, growing stronger with each step. But every time he turned, there was nothing there. Only the trees. Only the mist. Aaron pushed forward, forcing himself to move despite the unease crawling under his skin. The path became narrower, more twisted, the trees pressing in on him as if trying to keep him from reaching whatever lay ahead. The roots of the trees rose up from the earth, blocking his way, but he pushed through, tearing them aside with the strength of his will. And then, just as the last of the trees cleared away, he stepped into a clearing, the center of the forest. It was not what he had expected. Where once he had imagined a place of peace, a place of balance, now there was only darkness. The ground here was cracked and torn, as though something had been clawing at it, digging into it. The air was thick with the scent of decay, of rot. And in the center of the clearing, standing tall above the rest, was an enormous stone altar. The altar was ancient, covered in moss and vines, but there was a faint glow emanating from it, soft, pulsing like the heartbeat of the land. The glow was not warm, though. It was cold. A pale, sickly light that flickered like a dying flame. Aaron moved toward it, his heart hammering in his chest. The closer he got, the more he felt the weight of the land pressing down on him. The hunger was here. It was alive. He stepped up to the altar, his breath quick and shallow, and placed his hands on the cold stone. The moment his skin touched the surface, the ground beneath him trembled, the air around him crackling with energy. The pulse, the rhythm of the forest, the hunger, it was all coming from here. This was the source. A voice echoed in his mind, deep and ancient. It was not the Watcher's voice, but something older, something primal. You have come to claim your birthright, Keeper. The hunger is you. The land is yours to shape, to destroy. The voice rumbled through his body, vibrating through his bones. The earth seemed to open up beneath him, the darkness reaching for him, drawing him closer. The hunger was here, in this place, in the very stone beneath his hands. And Aaron realized the terrible truth. The forest had never been a place of balance. The hunger was the forest. The chaos, the darkness. It was the true nature of the land. It had always been. It had chosen him, yes. But it had chosen him to be its vessel. He was the keeper of the hunger. Aaron stood at the center of the forest, feeling the power surge through him. The pulse of the land, the rhythm of life and death, was his to command. And now he had a choice, to embrace it, or to break it. The voice echoed in Aaron's mind, deep and ancient, vibrating through every fiber of his being. It was not just a whisper, it was a command, a pull that threatened to overwhelm him. The hunger was here, in the very bones of the earth, in the heart of the forest. It had always been here waiting, but now it called to him directly. You are the keeper of the hunger, Aaron. You are the one who holds the balance. You are the one who will shape the land and in time unmake it. His fingers tingled as they pressed against the cold, moss-covered stone of the altar. The pulsing light beneath his hands beat in time with his heart, a steady, rhythmic sound that resonated in the pit of his stomach. It felt alive, but not in the way the forest had once felt. This was not the pulse of growth, of life. It was the pulse of decay, of inevitable destruction. The light was pale, sickly, like the moon in its final phases, nearing its end, and it seeped into his skin, into his very soul. He could feel the land shifting beneath him, the roots of the trees stirring beneath the surface, as if drawn to the same hunger that now coursed through him. The air grew thick, the fog swirling around him, tightening, pulling him deeper into the heart of the forest. It was as if the very land had started to bend, to twist in response to his presence, to his touch. Aaron's breath came in ragged gasps. The energy was overwhelming, far more than anything he had ever felt before. It surged through him, filling every corner of his mind, every dark crevice of his heart. It was the very essence of the forest, of the hunger, of the unmaking. The power was undeniable. And yet, somewhere deep within him there was a flicker of something else. A memory, a feeling. It was as though a part of him was still holding back, resisting the darkness, the inevitable pull of the hunger. But why? Why resist it? Why fight it? The hunger was him. The hunger was the forest. It had been there before him, and it would be there after him. It was the cycle of all things, the very force that kept the world turning. Life, death, decay, rebirth. The hunger was just a part of that cycle, a part of the land. And he had chosen to take his place in it, hadn't he? But even as he thought this, he could feel the darkness pushing against the edges of his mind, pushing against the very core of his being. It was as if the forest was asking him to make a decision, not just for himself, but for everything, for the world, for the balance of life and death, for the future of the land. The land had chosen him, yes, but had it chosen him to destroy it? Choose, the voice rumbled again, deeper now, as if it were rising from the very earth beneath him. Become the keeper of the hunger. Become its vessel. Bring forth the unmaking. Aaron's eyes flickered to the glowing stone beneath his hands, the sickly light flashing with an almost malevolent gleam. It was as if the very altar was calling to him, urging him to give in, to embrace the hunger, to let it flow through him, to let it consume him entirely. It whispered promises of unimaginable power, of control over life and death, of a future shaped by his will alone. He could feel it now, the dark energy swirling within him. He could feel the hunger stirring inside him, awakening like a great beast, clawing its way to the surface, urging him to let go, to release the floodgates, to allow it to consume everything. And yet, deep inside there was still resistance, a spark of something, a flicker of doubt. Is this what I've been chosen for? Aaron wondered, his breath quickening as the dark energy swirled around him. Is this my destiny? The hunger, this force of chaos, this primal force that had existed long before humanity ever set foot in these woods, it wanted him to embrace it. But he wasn't sure he could. He wasn't sure he wanted to. Because with that embrace came the knowledge that everything he loved, the forest, the life it nurtured, the delicate balance between the creatures and the land, would be swept away, consumed, unmade. But wasn't that the way of things? Wasn't that the cycle? Life, death, decay, rebirth? The hunger wasn't an evil thing. It wasn't wrong. It simply was. Aaron's mind whirled as he stood at the altar, his hands still pressed against the stone. The pulse beneath his skin was growing stronger, faster, more insistent. The hunger was no longer just a thing he had to confront, it was becoming a part of him. Its power was rising inside him, filling every corner of his soul, consuming everything that he had once been. But there was still something human, holding back. He couldn't bring himself to let go. Not yet. With every ounce of willpower, Aaron pulled his hands away from the stone, staggering back. The energy rippled through the air, the ground shaking beneath him as the dark power reached for him, clawing at him, trying to pull him back to the altar, back to the hunger. The trees groaned around him, the very earth itself seeming to protest his withdrawal. The voice in his mind rumbled once more, darker than before, its tone almost mocking. You are weak, it hissed. You cannot escape me. The hunger is within you. It is your nature. There is no place for weakness in this world. There is only the unmaking. Aaron's chest tightened, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he staggered backward, away from the altar. He could feel the hunger inside him like a great storm, swirling and roiling, threatening to break free. The forest seemed to close in around him, the trees bending toward him like the arms of some great beast, reaching for him, pulling at him, urging him to give in. But Aaron refused to let go. He could feel the tension inside him now, this terrible, suffocating weight. The hunger was inside him, yes, but so was the forest, so was life. The life he had fought to protect. The life that had made him the keeper. If he embraced the hunger, everything he had known would be destroyed. The delicate balance of the land would crumble into chaos, into oblivion. "I will not become this," Aaron muttered under his breath, his voice hoarse as though speaking the words aloud could make them real. He shook his head, a single tear slipping down his cheek, a tear not of fear but of something deeper, something harder to name. The hunger clawed at him, the very world pressing down on him, but in that moment, Aaron realized something that struck him like a bolt of lightning. He was the keeper. He wasn't the hunger's vessel. He wasn't its servant. He was its opposite. The keeper wasn't meant to embrace the hunger, but to fight against it, to hold it back, to restore the balance. Aaron's hands shook as he clenched them into fists, his chest rising and falling with each breath. The air around him crackled with energy, the land seeming to recoil from him as though it, too, understood that he was no longer the thing it had once hoped him to be. And then, just as quickly as the darkness had gathered, it receded. The trees stopped groaning, the earth stilled, and the pulse of the hunger faded into the distance. The clearing was quiet again, save for Aaron's heavy breathing as he stood alone, surrounded by the twisted, gnarled trees of the heart of the forest. He had made his decision, and the forest had felt it. But in the silence, one thing became clear. The fight was not over. The hunger would rise again. And when it did, Aaron would have to be ready. Aaron stood at the center of the clearing, his pulse still racing, his breath ragged. The air felt different now, the oppressive weight of the hunger lifting only slightly, but enough to give him a moment to breathe. The forest was quiet, almost unnervingly so, the tension hanging in the air like the calm before a storm. The hunger had receded, yes, but it was not gone. Not by a long shot. He could feel it still, thrumming beneath his skin, like a deep, primal pulse that had embedded itself into his very soul. It wasn't just a force of nature. It wasn't just something he could push away, bury deep inside and ignore. The hunger was a part of him, a shadow that clung to him, waiting for him to weaken, waiting for him to make the wrong choice. It was patient. It had always been patient. And Aaron understood now that his defiance wasn't just a rejection of something dangerous, it was a rejection of the very nature of the land itself. The trees around him stood tall, their twisted branches reaching toward the sky like the hands of something ancient, something that had witnessed the rise and fall of countless ages. But the land was no longer what it had been. It was changing. The earth beneath his feet groaned, as though it were shifting, realigning, moving away from the force that had kept it grounded. Aaron could feel the land's pulse, its rhythm, but it was off now, jagged and erratic, like a broken clock, its once steady beat faltering. He could sense it, something was wrong. The land was struggling, torn between its natural flow and the dark force that had infected it. The hunger, the unmaking. The ground beneath him cracked open with a sudden, sharp snap, the sound like the breaking of bone, and the trees around him trembled as though they were trying to retreat, trying to pull away from the forces that were tearing the land apart. A great fissure opened in the center of the clearing, jagged and deep, its edges glowing with a faint, sickly light that mirrored the pulse of the altar. For a moment, Aaron froze. The dark energy that had rippled through the clearing now seemed to concentrate around the fissure, seeping from the earth itself like a black fog, a thick, choking mist that spread out across the land. It twisted and writhed, twisting toward him as if it were alive, as if it were hunting him. The hunger was pushing through the earth, clawing its way upward, trying to break free. A deep, rumbling growl sounded from within the chasm, a sound so low, so powerful, that it seemed to shake the very ground beneath him. It was a sound of something old, something that had been buried for far too long, something that had been waiting for this moment to awaken. The hunger. It had never been fully contained, not by the watcher, not by the land itself. It had always been there, beneath the surface, a malignant force that the earth had tried to keep at bay. But now it was breaking free. Aaron's heart pounded in his chest as he stepped backward, his eyes locked on the chasm, watching in horror as the ground continued to crack open, the darkness spilling from it like ink in water. The trees around him were bending, their trunks snapping and splintering as the earth tore itself apart, as if the very fabric of the forest was being unraveled, thread by thread. And then, from the depths of the chasm, something stirred. A shape, a shadow, began to rise from the darkness, its form shifting and undulating, like smoke coalescing into a solid shape. The shadow took form, growing taller, thicker, and more solid, until it was no longer a vague shape, but a towering figure, its features twisted, alien. It was not human. It was not of the forest. It was something else entirely. The figure stood at the edge of the chasm, its body pulsing with dark energy, its eyes glowing with a sickly green light. Was the Watcher, or something that had once been the Watcher. Its face was no longer the gaunt, hollowed-out figure that Aaron had seen before. Now, its features were warped, twisted beyond recognition, its skin crawling with the darkness that had infected the forest. The Watcher, or whatever it had become, stepped forward, its limbs stretching unnaturally long, its movements jerky, as if it were still adjusting to the new body it had claimed. Its eyes locked onto Aaron, and the sickly smile that twisted its face seemed to grow wider, as if it were savoring the moment. "You cannot stop it," the Watcher rasped, its voice a terrible echo as if multiple voices were speaking through it at once. "It was never meant to be stopped. You think you can fight the hunger, fight the land itself? You who were chosen to be its keeper. You are no more than a vessel, Aaron. A vessel to carry the darkness, to bring about the unmaking." Aaron's chest tightened as he stared at the creature before him. The Watcher had always been a force of darkness, but this was something worse. It had become something beyond comprehension, a being born from the very heart of the hunger, twisted by its power. And now it was no longer just a creature of the forest. It was the forest's wrath, its vengeance. The hunger was waking, and with it, the forest was turning against him. The earth was no longer just a place of life. It had become a place of rot, of decay. The land was rebelling against the balance, breaking free from the chains that had kept it contained. "I won't let you do this," Aaron said, his voice hoarse but full of determination. His fists clenched at his sides, and despite the overwhelming force of darkness surrounding him, he stood firm. The hunger might have been a part of the land, but the land wasn't just darkness. It wasn't just destruction. It was life. It was growth. And he wasn't going to let it die. Not like this. The Watcher tilted its head, its eyes narrowing as if amused by Aaron's defiance. "You cannot stop it. You cannot save them." Its voice was cold, but beneath it, there was a trace of something else. Something deeper, something more ancient. The hunger had already won in so many ways. It was inevitable. It was the land's true nature. And Aaron was just one man, standing alone in the face of it all. "You're wrong," Aaron said, his voice shaking with the effort to maintain his resolve. "I will stop it." And with that, he pushed forward, his hands outstretched, ready to fight against the very force that had tried to consume him, that had tried to turn the forest into something monstrous. He wasn't going to give in. He wasn't going to let the land become this twisted, broken thing. The Watcher laughed, a sound that was both hollow and mocking, as the dark energy continued to churn around them. But Aaron did not falter. The land had chosen him to protect it, to be its keeper. And no matter how much the hunger tried to corrupt it, he would not let it fall. Not on his watch. The darkness around Aaron deepened, swirling like a living thing, hungry and alive, threatening to consume everything in its path. The Watcher's form towered over him, grotesque and inhuman, its features distorted by the very power it had embraced. The once proud figure that had stood in defiance of the hunger was now a twisted version of itself, a creation of the forest's deepest, darkest desires. And the hunger was in it. It had become a part of the Watcher, a part of the land's ultimate fury. Aaron felt the air thicken with the weight of its presence. The earth beneath his feet rumbled, and the ground cracked open in jagged, terrifying bursts, releasing more of the sickly, writhing black fog that continued to spill into the clearing. The trees around him groaned in distress, their trunks bending as if the very roots were trying to flee from the madness that had overtaken them. The Watcher stepped closer, its movements slow and deliberate, each step sending a ripple of energy through the ground. The dark mist began to coalesce around Aaron's legs, wrapping around him like serpents, pulling at him, tugging at his very being, trying to drag him into the abyss. "You think you can fight what has always been?" the Watcher's voice hissed, its tone cold and mocking as it loomed over Aaron. "The hunger is the land itself. It is ancient. It is eternal. And you, Aaron, are merely its tool." Aaron gritted his teeth, his body trembling, but not from fear. No, this wasn't fear anymore. It was something far darker, a realization that the fight ahead would require more than strength. It would require something deeper. The Watcher extended its hand toward him, and the air crackled with an intense, suffocating power. The land itself seemed to shift as if answering the Watcher's call. In that moment, Aaron could feel the full weight of the hunger surging through the forest, lashing out, thrashing against the restraints that had kept it in check for so long. But as the dark mist wrapped tighter around him, something shifted within Aaron, a strange sensation that began deep within his chest. It was the same pull, the same hunger, but it was different now. It was no longer just a force trying to consume him. It was a part of him, like an old, familiar echo that had always been there, buried deep. The hunger that had once threatened to overpower him was now inside him, inside his soul. But the key was not in fighting it, nor in rejecting it. It was in embracing it. The pulse of the land began to shift once more, synchronizing with Aaron's own heartbeat, steady and powerful. He reached out, his hands trembling, but not from weakness. The power was there, surging inside him, merging with the strength of the land. He was not the Watcher's vessel. He was not its slave. The hunger might have been a force of destruction, but he was the keeper, the protector. And the land had chosen him for a reason. "I won't be your pawn." Aaron's voice was steady, firm, as he spoke the words aloud for the first time. "The hunger isn't just a thing of chaos. It's not a curse. It's a force of the land, yes, but I control it. I choose what happens next." The Watcher's laugh was low and cruel, vibrating through the air like thunder. "You cannot control the darkness within you, Aaron. It will consume you. It always does." The shadow that had once been the Watcher stepped forward again, its form now a terrifying, writhing mass of tendrils and smoke, flickering in and out of shape as it closed the distance between them. It extended its long, bony hand toward Aaron, its fingers reaching like claws, sharp and cold. The hunger pulsed, drawing closer to him, urging him to let go, to surrender. Aaron's heart hammered in his chest, but he stood tall. His fists clenched tighter, the darkness swirling around him, but he was no longer fighting it. He was embracing it. The hunger was a part of the forest, yes, but it was not the forest's only part. There was life in the land, and it was his to protect. He had the power to shape it, to give it direction. It was time to prove it. The Watcher's hand was inches from his face now, the cold tendrils of darkness curling around him, seeking to pull him into the abyss. But Aaron did not flinch. He reached out, meeting the Watcher's gaze with unwavering resolve, his fingers brushing against the shadowy hand. And in that instant everything changed. The ground shook beneath him as the forest itself seemed to snap into place. The trees creaked, their gnarled branches twisting toward the Watcher, their leaves darkening in response. The pulse of the hunger that had once felt like an overwhelming force now began to shift, to bend to his will. Aaron's hands began to glow with a light, pale, faint at first, but growing brighter with every passing moment. The hunger responded, but it was no longer a chaotic force that sought to destroy. It was a tool, a resource, a part of the land that Aaron now controlled. His connection to the forest, his bond with the earth, had never been more powerful. The Watcher recoiled as the light from Aaron's hands began to push back the darkness. The shadows hissed, writhing as if in pain, as the power Aaron held seeped into the very air, changing the fabric of the world around them. "You cannot," the Watcher's voice faltered as it stumbled back, its eyes wide with shock. "You were never meant to control it." Aaron's voice was calm now, the steady, confident voice of someone who had found their purpose. "I wasn't meant to control the hunger, true, but I am its keeper, its protector. And if I must be the vessel of the land's true power, then I will be the one to shape it. The hunger is not evil and it is not chaos. It is a part of the land, a part of the cycle. But I will decide how it moves, how it grows, and when it should stop." With a sharp, forceful motion, Aaron thrust his hands forward. The pulse of the land, the power of the hunger, responded to him. The darkness that had once sought to overtake him was pushed back, shuddering as if it were being forced into submission. The forest roared, the trees bending in unison with the power Aaron wielded, the earth beneath his feet shifting in response to his command. The Watcher stumbled backward, its form flickering, as if the force of the land's power was too much for it to contain. The shadowy tendrils that had once seemed so formidable began to unravel, falling away like smoke, disappearing into the air. Aaron stood tall, his breath steady now, as he faced the creature that had once been the harbinger of the hunger's destruction. He could feel the pulse of the land beneath him, steady and true. He had control now. The hunger no longer controlled him. "You were right," Aaron said quietly, the weight of his words carrying through the clearing. "I am the keeper, but I will not bow to the darkness. The hunger will no longer be a force of destruction. I will make sure of that." The Watcher's form flickered one last time, its eyes wide with rage and disbelief. But it had no more power. The land had chosen its keeper, and the hunger had finally found its rightful place. The air around Aaron hummed with energy, crackling like the very essence of the forest had come alive in his hands. The Watcher's form wavered, flickering, as if it were no more than a mirage on the edge of the world. The sickly green light that had once suffused its eyes dimmed, fading to nothing. The hunger, that ancient, ravenous force that had sought to overtake him, now lay at his command, dormant but ready to rise at his will. Aaron could feel it, the power of the land surging through him, pulsing with the rhythm of life, death, and rebirth. The hunger was no longer a chaotic, destructive force. It was a part of him now, intertwined with his soul. But more importantly, it was no longer a force that sought to unravel the world. He had bent it to his will. He had shaped it. He looked down at his hands, still glowing faintly with that strange, pale light. The hunger's energy, once overwhelming, now flowed through him with purpose, controlled and steady. He had never felt more alive, more connected to the earth beneath him. The forest was his to command. The Watcher recoiled, its figure distorting as it tried to retreat, but it was too late. Aaron's power had taken hold of the land, and the Watcher had no place in it now. The very earth around them seemed to rise up, the trees around the clearing twisting and groaning, their branches reaching toward the sky in defiance. The ground split open in places, deep cracks running through the earth like veins, pulsating with the force that Aaron had awakened. The Watcher, now a shadow of its former self, cowered before him. Its eyes, once gleaming with the hunger's insatiable desire, now burned with something darker, fear. "You don't understand," the Watcher rasped, its voice like the grinding of stone. "You can't control it. You can't." Aaron stepped forward, his resolve unwavering. "I don't want to control it. I want to protect it. I want to preserve the balance of this land, not let it be torn apart by the hunger. It's a part of the cycle, but it doesn't have to be the end. It can be rebirth, if we let it." The Watcher snarled, its form dissolving into smoke as if it couldn't bear to look at him any longer. "You are blind, Keeper," it hissed. "The hunger always wins. It is the inevitable end." Aaron's eyes narrowed, his hands now glowing brighter, more steady. "I'm the keeper of this land, not a puppet of the hunger. And I'll make sure it doesn't consume everything. Not while I have the power to stop it." He extended his arms, and the very air around him seemed to bend, crackling with raw energy. The trees, as if answering his call, began to shift and move, their roots pulling themselves free from the ground. The forest was alive, but now it was alive in a way it had never been before, responsive, aware, controlled. The dark fog that had once billowed from the chasm began to dissipate, evaporating into the air as though it were nothing more than a passing storm. The Watcher's form shrank, diminished by the sheer force of Aaron's will. It seemed to flicker, twisting in the air as though trying to hold on to something, anything, but it was no use. The hunger that had once been its strength was now a fading whisper in the wind. It had no place in this new world Aaron was shaping. With a final, shuddering scream, the Watcher dissolved into the mist, leaving behind only the echoes of its defeat. Aaron stood in the center of the clearing, the forest now quiet, the air still. The weight of the hunger's power, once a burden, now felt like a living, breathing entity that flowed through him like blood in his veins. He had reclaimed the land, pushed back the darkness, and reshaped the forest's destiny. The land was no longer a place of destruction. It was a place of rebirth. But that did not mean the battle was over. The ground beneath him still hummed with the energy of the hunger, but now it was a calm, measured hum. It no longer threatened to break free, to tear apart the earth. It had become part of him, part of the land's new cycle. The balance had been restored, but it was a balance he would have to maintain. Aaron took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the task ahead. The land had chosen him to be its keeper, but the hunger was still there, still a force of nature that would always be a part of the forest. He could feel it now, in the deepest parts of the land, its pulse steady and constant. But it wasn't a force that ruled over the earth anymore. It wasn't a consuming fire. It was a flame that needed to be nurtured, contained, and protected. With that thought, Aaron turned, his feet light against the earth as he began to walk through the clearing, the trees parting for him as if they too recognized the new order. The hunger was part of the land, but the forest was no longer its prisoner. He had won, but it was a victory that would require constant vigilance. As he moved deeper into the heart of the forest, Aaron could feel the weight of the land's power flowing through him. It was no longer a force of destruction, but of creation. The hunger, now contained, was part of a delicate balance that only the keeper could hold together. In the distance, Aaron could see the shadows of the trees beginning to shift once more, their twisted branches stretching toward the sky. The forest was healing. It had taken much, but it was returning to itself, to a new form, a new life. And he, as its keeper, would ensure that it stayed that way. The wind shifted, brushing past him with a cool, soft breath. It whispered through the leaves as though carrying a message, a promise from the forest itself. This is not the end. This is just the beginning. Aaron smiled, the weight of his responsibilities settling firmly into place. He had no illusions about what lay ahead. The hunger might be contained for now, but it would always be there, lurking, waiting for the moment when it could rise again. And when it did, Aaron would be ready. But for now, the forest was at peace. For now, he could rest. The forest stretched out before Aaron, its vast expanse now both familiar and foreign. What had once felt like a place of chaos, of danger and darkness, now pulsed with a strange, almost tranquil energy. The trees, still twisted and ancient, seemed to sigh in unison, their leaves rustling like whispers in the wind. But beneath the quiet beauty of the land, there was something that still simmered, an undercurrent of power, an energy that neither he nor the forest could escape. The hunger was there, not gone, but contained, dormant for now. Aaron moved through the woods with a sense of purpose, the weight of his role heavy on his shoulders, like the earth itself had rooted him to this place. He was the keeper now. Not just the forest protector, but its guardian, the one who controlled the balance between life and death, between creation and destruction. He could feel the energy of the land shifting with every step he took, the hunger pulsing at the edges of his consciousness, a constant, low hum that reminded him of what he had done, and what he still had to do. The trees parted before him, their branches creaking as if bowing in recognition, their trunks bending gently to allow him passage. He had never felt so connected to the forest, yet so distanced from it at the same time. It was his domain now. The land had chosen him, but in doing so, it had also burdened him with a responsibility far heavier than he could have ever imagined. The clearing that lay ahead had once been a place of great darkness, the very heart of the hunger. Now it seemed almost serene, quiet, calm, the trees standing like sentinels around the space. The chasm, the fissure that had once opened to release the darkness, was now sealed, its edges lined with new growth. Flowers bloomed where the earth had cracked, vibrant greens and soft blues contrasting against the deep, gnarled roots that snaked through the soil. The air smelled fresh, alive, tinged with the scent of earth and rain. Aaron stopped at the edge of the clearing, staring down at the ground where the chasm had been. It was hard to believe that this was the same place. Once a hellish wound in the earth, now a place of rebirth. But even as he stood there, his eyes scanning the peaceful landscape, a gnawing sense of unease curled in his gut. The hunger had been contained, yes, but not defeated. It was still there, lurking in the depths of the land, waiting for the slightest crack in the armor, the smallest lapse in vigilance. He had to remain vigilant. Always vigilant. The hunger had never been just about the earth, it had always been about balance. Without it, the land would wither and die. The forest, its creatures, the cycle of life, it all depended on this delicate equilibrium between growth and decay. He could feel the hunger within him, no longer an invasive force, but a part of the land's natural cycle. It wasn't something that could be destroyed, it was something that had to be managed. A soft rustling behind him caught his attention, and he turned to see a figure emerging from the trees. It was a woman, her features soft yet sharp, her eyes gleaming with an unnatural depth. She wore a cloak made of leaves and vines, blending seamlessly with the forest around her. Her presence was commanding but not hostile. She had the air of someone who belonged here, someone who understood the forest in a way that few could. Aaron's pulse quickened. He had seen her before. In dreams. In visions. She was the one who had warned him, the one who had spoken of the Watcher and the hunger long before he had ever set foot in this forest. "You're the keeper now," she said softly, her voice like the wind through the leaves. "The land has chosen you, but you've only just begun your journey." Aaron didn't answer at first. His mind was racing. "Who are you?" he finally asked, his voice steady despite the confusion that churned within him. "How do you know of the hunger? Of what's happened?" She stepped closer, her feet barely making a sound as they touched the forest floor. "I am the spirit of this place," she replied, her gaze never leaving his. "I am part of the forest, part of its cycle." She paused, studying him with a strange, knowing look in her eyes. "I was here long before the hunger began. I watched it grow. And now I watch over the keeper." Aaron furrowed his brow. "The keeper? You mean me?" "Yes," she said, nodding. You have taken on the mantle, but you must understand that the hunger will never truly go away. It is a part of this world. It always will be." "I know," Aaron said, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. "I've accepted that. I've learned to control it. The land, it's not just the hunger. It's a balance between life and death, between creation and decay. The woman smiled, though it wasn't a comforting smile. It was a smile filled with knowing. Yes, you've learned that much. But do you understand the price of maintaining that balance? Aaron felt a cold shiver run down his spine. The price. She nodded solemnly. The forest will always need a keeper, a protector, and the keeper will always be tied to the hunger. You have embraced the power of the land, but it is not without its consequences. The hunger is yours now as much as it is the forest's. Every time you bend it to your will, every time you command it, a part of you becomes the land itself. And that, keeper, is a sacrifice you may not understand yet. Aaron's chest tightened, the weight of her words pressing down on him. He had thought he understood his role. He had thought he had won, that he had brought peace to the forest, that the hunger was under control. But now, standing before this mysterious woman, this spirit of the forest, he realized how little he truly knew. What happens when I can no longer control it? He asked, his voice almost a whisper. The woman's expression grew grave, her eyes darkening as though remembering something ancient. When the hunger rises again, and it will, the keeper will either fall with it, or the forest will be consumed. She paused, her gaze unwavering. And if the keeper falls, the land itself will die. The hunger will break free once more, and there will be nothing left to stop it. Aaron clenched his fists, his heart pounding. He had never felt more alone. The weight of the responsibility was unbearable, but it was his. This was his destiny, and he could not escape it. But I won't fall, he said, his voice resolute, though doubt lingered at the edges of his words. I won't let the hunger win. The woman nodded, as if she had expected this response. That is the spirit of the keeper. But remember, the hunger is not something to be defeated. It is a force of nature. And if you wish to protect the land, you must learn to coexist with it, not fight it. Aaron swallowed, the gravity of her words sinking in. Coexist. It wasn't just about fighting against the hunger, it was about living with it. Understanding it. Nurturing it. Is that why you've come to me now? Aaron asked, his voice soft. To teach me? She nodded. You are not alone in this. The forest will help you as long as you respect it. But you must remember, you are the keeper of both life and death. You will be tested time and time again by the hunger, by forces you cannot yet understand. Aaron felt a stirring in his chest, something that was both comforting and terrifying at the same time. I'll learn, he said, determination rising within him. I'll do whatever it takes to protect the land. The woman's expression softened, and she stepped closer, placing a hand on his shoulder. You are not alone, keeper. The forest is with you. But remember, the hunger is part of the forest. You must not allow it to consume you. With those final words, the woman turned and began to walk away, fading into the trees as if she had never been there at all. Aaron stood alone, the weight of his responsibility heavier than ever. The hunger still lingered within him, and the land still pulsed with its quiet power. He had won the battle, but the war was far from over. And as the wind whispered through the trees, Aaron knew that his journey had only just begun. Aaron spent days, perhaps weeks, wandering deeper into the heart of the forest, trying to understand his place within it, within this strange new balance he had created. The hunger pulsed quietly beneath his skin, always there, always waiting, but now it was no longer a threat. Not in the way it had once been. Now, it was a force he could direct, a power he could harness, but at what cost? The weight of his responsibility grew with every step he took. The woman, the spirit, had warned him, but there was more to her words than simple caution. Coexisting with the hunger, the cycle of life and death that flowed through the land, would never be easy. And yet, Aaron knew that he could not let the forest fall again. Not after everything he had done. The clearing where the chasm had once been was now a silent testament to the power of the hunger contained. New life had sprung up from the earth, vibrant and wild, reclaiming the land in a way that felt both soothing and ominous. The plants here were unlike any Aaron had seen before, strange, twisted flowers with petals that seemed to shimmer in the pale light of the moon, vines that wrapped around the trees like snakes, and dark moss that seemed to pulse as though it had a heartbeat of its own. He often found himself standing at the edge of this place, gazing out at the land that he now governed, trying to quiet the constant pulse of the hunger that throbbed deep within the earth. It was a pulse he could feel in the very marrow of his bones, a quiet but insistent beat, always reminding him of the land's true nature. At night, the forest whispered to him. At first, it had been subtle, the soft rustling of leaves, the quiet murmur of wind through branches. But now it was more than that. It was as if the trees were speaking directly to him, each whisper carrying the weight of 1,000 years of ancient knowledge, of secrets hidden deep within the forest. One evening, after the sun had dipped behind the horizon, painting the sky with streaks of purple and gold, Aaron found himself drawn to a new part of the forest, an area he hadn't ventured into before. It was deeper, darker, more dense with ancient trees, their trunks twisted in unnatural shapes, their branches heavy with dark green leaves that obscured the light. The air here was thick with something ancient, something that felt both alien and familiar. The hunger stirred within him, a sharp, insistent pulse that seemed to echo from deep within the earth. He felt it more strongly here than anywhere else in the forest. The pulse was different, more primal, more urgent. It called to him. As Aaron moved deeper into the woods, he noticed that the forest seemed to grow quieter. The sounds of the usual nocturnal creatures had stopped, leaving only the sound of his own breathing and the rhythm of his footsteps. The darkness pressed in from all sides, and the trees here seemed to lean in closer, their gnarled branches stretching above him like the fingers of something reaching for him. Then, as if guided by some unseen force, Aaron arrived at the edge of a vast hollow in the earth. It was a pit, deep and black, stretching down into the depths of the forest floor. The hunger pulsed beneath the surface, thrumming in the air like a drumbeat. The pit seemed to call to him, its darkness pulling at him with an almost magnetic force. He stepped closer to the edge, peering down into the abyss below. The earth was cracked, jagged, as though it had been torn apart by something enormous. And within that dark void, Aaron could feel the hunger, its presence more intense here than anywhere else in the forest. It was as if this pit, this hollow, was the source of it all. The ground around the pit was soft, the moss squishing beneath his feet as he stepped closer. The hunger was more than just a force now, it was something that lived here, something that had always been here, beneath the earth, beneath the land. It had been waiting, slumbering, waiting for the right moment to awaken. And now it was awake. Aaron stood at the edge of the pit, the darkness before him almost alive, swirling in the air, pulling at him, whispering to him in a language he could almost understand. The hunger was calling to him, urging him to come closer, to embrace it fully. He could feel it within him, its power, its raw, untamed energy. He fought the urge to fall into the pit, to let the hunger take him completely. He had been close to that once before when it had first taken hold of him. But now he understood the danger. The hunger wasn't just a force that could be controlled, it was a living, breathing entity, and it would consume him if he allowed it to. It had no loyalty, no allegiance. It was neither good nor evil. It simply was. The woman's warning echoed in his mind. You will either fall with it, or the forest will be consumed. He stepped back, his body trembling, not from fear, but from the overwhelming weight of what he now understood. The hunger was not just something to be contained, it was part of the land. It was the land itself. And the deeper he delved into it, the more he realized that the forest's power, its true power, lay not in the trees or the plants, or the creatures that roamed its paths. It lay in the earth itself, in the very core of the forest, in the hunger that pulsed beneath it all. Aaron clenched his fists, grounding himself against the rising tide of temptation. He could feel the pit calling to him, but he refused to listen. He was the keeper now. He had to protect this land, not succumb to the darkness that had claimed so many before him. The hunger was a part of him, yes, but it did not define him. He would not let it. And so, with a final, steady breath, Aaron turned away from the pit. The hunger pulsed once more beneath his feet, but it no longer held sway over him. He had learned to coexist with it, to keep it at bay, to use its power without being consumed by it. But the journey was far from over. The days blurred into one another as Aaron continued his journey through the forest. The hollow, the pit of ancient hunger, had haunted him since that night. It was a wound in the land, deep and jagged, pulsing with a power that threatened to break the fragile equilibrium he had fought so hard to establish. Every night, when the moon was high and the forest was silent, he could feel the pull of that dark place beneath him, reaching up from the earth, calling to him. But it was no longer the call of a mindless force. It was something more, a whisper in the back of his mind, a voice that carried the weight of millennia. The hunger had never been just an entity. It had always been aware. And now Aaron had to understand why. He could not ignore the hunger forever. That much was clear. To do so would be to invite the chaos he had already fought against. No, he had to learn to speak to it, to understand its true nature. But to do that, he had to go deeper into the forest, into its forgotten places, into the places where the old ones still lingered. The forest had once been a place of magic, a realm of spirits and forces that had existed long before men had ever set foot upon its soil. The hunger was a remnant of that ancient time, a force that had been with the land long before the Watcher had been born, long before the first whispers of humanity had reached the forest's borders. And so, with the weight of his purpose pressing down on him, Aaron sought out the forgotten groves, the ancient glades where the air was thick with the scent of decay, where the trees grew tall and wild, their branches twisted into the shapes of forgotten creatures. These were the places where the spirits of the old ones still walked, where the hunger had once been born. It took him days to find the right path, a hidden trail that wound deep into the heart of the forest. There were no signs to mark it, no guiding light to show him the way. He simply had to trust in the forest, trust in the land that had chosen him. Every step felt like he was moving deeper into something that was older than time itself. At the end of the trail, Aaron came upon a grove unlike any he had ever seen before. The trees here were massive, their trunks wider than houses, their bark so dark it seemed to absorb the light. The air was thick, heavy with the weight of ancient secrets, and the ground was covered in a blanket of moss that seemed to hum with energy. In the center of the grove stood a stone altar, ancient and weathered, its surface etched with runes that Aaron couldn't quite read. The stone was covered in strange symbols, curved lines, spirals, and markings that seemed to shift in the dim light, as though they were alive, breathing, waiting. This was a place of power, a place of communion. Aaron stepped forward cautiously, his eyes scanning the symbols on the stone. They weren't like anything he had seen before, but there was something familiar about them, something that tugged at the edges of his memory. The hunger thrummed beneath his feet, stronger here than anywhere else in the forest, but this was not the hunger he had fought against. This was something else, something older, something more primal. He placed a hand on the stone, and the moment he did, the ground beneath him shuddered. A deep, resonating pulse shot through the earth, rippling outward in waves, like a heartbeat in the land itself. Suddenly, the air around him seemed to shift, becoming thick and heavy, like the forest was holding its breath. And then, from the shadows between the trees, figures began to emerge. They were unlike anything Aaron had ever seen. Tall and skeletal, their bodies covered in layers of vines and moss, their faces obscured by masks of bark and bone. They moved with an eerie grace, their limbs too long and too fluid, as if they were made of the very forest itself. Their eyes, glowing faintly, fixed upon him, studying him with a silent, knowing gaze. These were the spirits of the old ones, the guardians of the forest's deepest secrets. The hunger had been born here in this very grove, and the spirits who had once tended to the land now watched over it, waiting for someone to come who could understand what the hunger truly was. Aaron took a deep breath, his heart racing, but he did not flinch. He had come here for a reason. He had to know. One of the spirits stepped forward, its long vine-covered arms reaching out to touch the stone beside him. The moment its fingers made contact, the runes on the altar flared with light, illuminating the grove with a pale, eerie glow. The air hummed with an ancient energy, and the spirits around him began to chant in a language Aaron didn't understand. It was a sound that vibrated through his bones, through his very soul, and it made his heart ache with something he couldn't quite place. It was as if the chant was awakening something inside him, something buried deep, something forgotten. And then, as if the chant had unlocked a door inside his mind, images began to flood his consciousness. Images of the forest as it had once been, before the hunger had begun to grow, before it had taken root in the land. He saw the trees, tall and proud, their leaves shining in the light of an ancient sun. He saw creatures, strange and beautiful, roaming through the underbrush, their movements fluid, their eyes filled with the wisdom of ages. And at the center of it all, he saw the hunger, not as a destructive force but as a guard of the land, a necessary balance that had once maintained the harmony between life and death. The hunger was never meant to be a force of destruction. It had been the forest's way of regulating itself, a cleansing fire that burned away the old to make room for the new. The old ones, the guardians, had once tended to it, ensuring that it never grew too wild, never consumed too much. But something had gone wrong. The Watcher had come, and the hunger had been twisted, turned into a force of pure chaos and consumption. The land had suffered for it, and now Aaron was the one who had to restore the balance. The spirits around him continued their chant, their voices rising in intensity, and Aaron's mind began to understand. The hunger was not an enemy. It was a force that needed to be guided, that needed to be managed. It was a part of the land, and the keeper was its steward, its partner. Aaron's breath caught in his throat as the realization hit him. He wasn't just here to control the hunger. He was here to nurture it, to bring it back into alignment with the land. He had to learn how to wield the hunger's power without letting it consume him, or the forest. The spirit in front of him, the one who had stepped forward, seemed to sense his understanding. It tilted its head as if acknowledging his insight. Then, without a word, it extended its long vine-covered hand toward Aaron. The moment their fingers touched, the world around Aaron shifted. The forest seemed to hum with energy, the air alive with the pulse of ancient magic. He could feel the hunger deep beneath the earth, thrumming in time with his own heartbeat. And in that moment, Aaron knew what he had to do. He wasn't just a keeper. He was the balance. The air in the ancient grove crackled with an energy that Aaron had never experienced before. It was a vibration in the very fabric of the forest itself, a hum that resonated in the depths of his chest, like the earth was speaking to him, guiding him toward something he still couldn't fully understand. The spirits, those guardians of the old ways, had shared their wisdom with him, but it was only the beginning of the path he had chosen. The touch of the spirit's vine-covered hand still lingered on his skin, an echo of the deep connection he had forged with the forest. His heart beat in time with the rhythm of the land, the hunger now an inseparable part of him, not as a foe, but as a force he must learn to coexist with. He had thought he understood the land, thought he had learned its secrets, but now he realized how little he truly knew. The spirits had shown him the truth, that the hunger was not just a destructive force, but a keeper of balance, a necessary part of the cycle of life and death. It was the fire that consumed the old to make way for the new. But the hunger had been misused, twisted, and corrupted by the Watcher. It had become a force of destruction rather than a guardian. Aaron's task now was to restore that balance, to heal the rift that had been created, and to protect the forest from the chaos that had nearly consumed it. With the spirits still standing in silent vigil around him, Aaron felt an overwhelming sense of duty settle over him. This was his burden, his responsibility. And though the weight of it threatened to crush him, he knew that he would not, turn away. The hunger was not just a part of the forest, it was now a part of him. And the land had chosen him for a reason. As the spirits chanted, their voices rising in a haunting harmony, Aaron felt his mind shift. The veil between him and the forest began to thin, and he could see the world in a way he never had before. The trees, the vines, the moss, they all seemed to pulse with life, a rhythm that connected them to the land in ways he had never understood. The forest was alive, yes, but it was also aware, and Aaron was beginning to understand the language of that awareness. A low hum vibrated through the air, and the spirits began to move again, their long limbs swaying with the rhythm of the chant. Slowly, one of the spirits stepped forward, its face still hidden behind its mask of bone and bark. It extended a long, slender arm toward Aaron, and for the first time, he saw something different in its eyes, something that was not cold, not distant, but filled with hope. "You are ready," the spirit said, its voice soft and ancient, carrying a weight of untold years. "The forest has chosen you, but now you must choose it. You must walk the path of the keeper, the path that will bind you to the hunger and to the land. This is the test." Aaron swallowed hard, his heart pounding in his chest. "What must I do?" The spirit's voice was almost a whisper now, the words hanging in the air like a sacred prayer. "You must journey to the heart of the forest, to the place where the hunger was first born. There, you will face the source of the darkness that has corrupted it. You must face the Watcher, but not as an enemy. You must learn from it. Only then will you be ready to restore the balance." The word struck Aaron like a bolt of lightning, the realization crashing through him. The Watcher. The creature that had once been the harbinger of the hunger's destruction. The force that had twisted the land and nearly consumed it. Aaron had thought he had defeated it, thought that the Watcher had been vanquished for good. But now the spirits were telling him something else. The Watcher was still there, still a part of the forest, still a part of the hunger. And if he was to restore the balance, he would have to face it again, not as a foe but as a teacher. His pulse quickened as the weight of his task settled upon him. To face the Watcher once more, to confront the very thing that had nearly destroyed him, was a terrifying prospect. But he had no choice. He was the keeper. It was his responsibility to protect the land, to protect the forest, and to heal the wounds that had been inflicted upon it. The spirits moved around him, their movements slow and deliberate, as if guiding him toward his destiny. Their chant grew louder, more urgent, as if they were preparing him for the journey ahead. Aaron knew what he had to do. He had to find the Watcher. But more than that, he had to understand it. He had to understand the hunger, not just as a force but as a part of the land's cycle, a part of the forest's life. As the chant reached its crescendo, the spirit in front of him reached out, its long fingers brushing against his forehead. The moment its touch made contact, a vision flashed before Aaron's eyes, a vision of the forest in its ancient, untainted state. He saw the trees standing tall and proud, their branches reaching toward the heavens, their leaves a brilliant green that shimmered in the light of a bright sun. He saw creatures of every shape and size, all living in harmony, moving with the rhythm of the land. And at the center of it all, he saw the Watcher, its form not twisted or dark, but noble, standing as the protector of the forest, the keeper of the hunger. The vision shifted, and Aaron saw the Watcher's fall, the moment it had been corrupted, when the hunger had been twisted into something dark, something dangerous. The Watcher had once been a guardian, but now it had become something else. It had become a force of chaos, of destruction, that threatened to tear apart the land it had once protected. Aaron's vision flickered, and he saw himself standing before the Watcher, not as an adversary but as a partner, a keeper who would restore the balance. He saw himself learning from the Watcher, not fighting it but understanding it. The hunger, the darkness, it wasn't an enemy, it was part of the land. And Aaron's task was to restore its purpose, to make it a force of life, not of death. The vision faded, and Aaron stood in the grove, his heart racing, his mind spinning with the weight of what he had seen. The spirits stood around him, their eyes filled with an understanding that transcended words. "You must go," the spirit whispered. "The path to the Watcher is a dangerous one, but you are the keeper now. You are the only one who can restore the balance." Aaron nodded, the weight of his responsibility settling over him like a cloak. The path ahead would not be easy, but he was no longer afraid. He had learned the truth about the hunger. He had learned its purpose. And now he would face the Watcher, not to defeat it, but to restore it. The spirits faded into the shadows of the grove, their chant echoing in his ears as he turned and began his journey deeper into the heart of the forest. The hunger pulsed beneath his feet, but it was no longer a force of destruction. It was a part of him, a part of the land. And together they would restore the balance. Aaron's steps were steady, the forest around him seeming to breathe with every motion he made. It was as though the very earth underfoot knew him now, recognizing the keeper. The trees, once gnarled and darkened with the weight of the hunger's corruption, now seemed to lean toward him with silent acknowledgement, their branches reaching out as if to protect him, to guide him. The pulse of the hunger still thrummed beneath the soil, constant and unwavering, but now it was a rhythm he could feel without fear. It was no longer an enemy. It was a force of nature, as integral to the forest as the wind, the rain, or the roots of the trees themselves. As Aaron walked deeper into the forest, the landscape began to shift. The path grew more treacherous, the terrain more uneven, as if the very land was testing him, pushing him to prove himself worthy of the journey ahead. The air grew thick, humid, heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The trees, now towering and ancient, were twisted into unnatural shapes, their bark like stone and their roots coiling above the ground like serpents, reaching for him. The hunger here was stronger. It was more pronounced, pulsing beneath the earth with an intensity that made the air seem alive with energy. Each step felt like an eternity, as though the land itself was both pulling him in and pushing him away. But Aaron pressed on. He had no choice. In the distance, through the thick foliage, he could see something faintly glowing, a light, pale and soft, filtering through the trees. It was faint at first, almost imperceptible, but as he drew closer, it grew stronger. The glow was not from a fire or any natural source. It was ethereal, like the light of 1,000 moons shining from a single point. It beckoned him, and he knew that it was the heart of the forest, the place where the hunger had first been born, where the Watcher had once stood as the protector of balance. The light flickered in and out as if it were living, breathing. The closer Aaron got, the more he felt it in his chest, like a pulse that matched his own heartbeats. And then, when he broke through the last of the dense foliage, he found himself standing at the edge of a vast, circular clearing. The ground here was unlike any other in the forest. The earth was smooth, almost polished, with veins of glowing blue light running through it like rivers of light beneath the surface. The trees around the clearing were ancient, their trunks twisted in spirals that seemed to defy nature itself, their branches stretching out toward the sky in impossible formations. The air hummed with a quiet, almost imperceptible sound, a low, vibrating note that seemed to resonate from the very core of the forest. In the center of the clearing stood the Watcher. It was not the monstrous, dark creature that Aaron had fought before. This was something else entirely. The Watcher stood tall, its form humanoid yet primal, covered in bark-like armor that shimmered with a faint, silvery glow. Its eyes were still dark, but they were no longer filled with hunger. Instead, they were filled with something far deeper, something ancient, a wisdom that reached back through the ages of the forest, through all the cycles of life and death that had ever taken place beneath its canopy. It was waiting for him. The hunger thrummed beneath his feet, stronger here than anywhere else in the forest, its pulse matching the rhythm of Aaron's heart. He could feel it in the soil, in the air, in the very light itself. It was the source of all life here, but also of death. It was the beginning and the end, the life force of the forest. It was both creation and destruction. Aaron took a step forward, his breath steady despite the overwhelming presence of the Watcher. The creature did not move, but its eyes locked onto him, piercing through him as if it could see into the very depths of his soul. The hunger pulsed in time with the Watcher's gaze, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Aaron knew what he had to do. The Watcher had not always been a force of destruction. It had once been a guardian, a protector of the land's delicate balance. But something had gone wrong, something had twisted the hunger into an uncontrollable force. The Watcher had become consumed by its own role, too obsessed with maintaining the balance, and in its desperation, it had nearly destroyed everything. But Aaron was different. He was not here to fight. He was here to understand. "I am the keeper now," Aaron said, his voice steady, his gaze unwavering. The Watcher did not speak, but its presence seemed to acknowledge him as if it understood. "I have come to restore the balance. I have come to learn." The Watcher did not move, but the earth beneath Aaron's feet seemed to shift. The glowing lines of light in the ground pulsed, and the air grew thick with energy, as though the very forest was holding its breath. The silence between them stretched on, but it was not uncomfortable. It was a silence of understanding, of recognition. Aaron stepped forward again, this time more confidently, his heart beating in time with the pulse of the earth. "I know the hunger is part of the forest," he continued, his voice filled with a quiet determination. "But it has been twisted, corrupted. I need to understand how to restore it, how to make it a force of balance again, not chaos." For a long moment, nothing happened. The Watcher remained still, its eyes locked on Aaron. Then, finally, the creature moved. Its arm raised slowly, the bark of its hand creaking as it extended a single finger toward Aaron. The glowing veins in the earth flared brightly as the Watcher's finger touched the ground, and the pulse of the hunger seemed to shift. It was no longer a chaotic force of destruction. It was something else, something more. The earth beneath Aaron's feet began to hum, vibrating with an ancient energy, and the light in the clearing brightened. Suddenly, Aaron was not standing in the clearing anymore. He was in the depths of the forest past. Visions flashed before his eyes, images of the forest in its prime, long before the corruption of the hunger had taken root. He saw creatures of unimaginable beauty roaming the land, their movements graceful and fluid, in perfect harmony with the rhythm of the earth. The trees towered above them, their leaves shimmering in the light of a sun that seemed to shine more brightly in this time, casting everything in a golden glow. And then he saw the Watcher, not as it was now, but as it had been, standing tall and proud as the guardian of this land. The Watcher had been a protector, a force of stability in a world of constant change. But the hunger, ever present beneath the surface, had begun to shift. Slowly, imperceptibly, it had grown stronger, more insistent, more chaotic. And the Watcher, in its desperation to protect the land, had tried to control the hunger, to bind it, to force it into submission. But the Watcher had failed. The hunger, once a natural part of the land, had been corrupted by the Watcher's own desperation. It had become a force of destruction, consuming the land instead of nurturing it. And that was when the Watcher had become what it was now, a being of endless hunger, no longer a guardian, but a reflection of the chaos it had tried to contain. Aaron watched the visions unfold, his heart heavy with the realization of what had happened. The Watcher had been corrupted by its own need to maintain the balance, and in doing so, it had created the very chaos it had sought to avoid. As the visions faded, Aaron found himself back in the clearing, standing before the Watcher. Its eyes were no longer dark with hunger. Instead, they were filled with something new, something like understanding. "The hunger is not evil," Aaron said softly, his voice filled with clarity. "It is a part of the cycle, a part of life and death. It was never meant to be controlled, it was meant to be balanced." The Watcher did not respond, but Aaron could feel it, deep within him, the shift in the air, the land, the very pulse of the earth. The hunger was no longer a force of destruction. It was a force of life. It was a part of the land's natural rhythm, and Aaron had learned how to restore it, how to balance the hunger with the land's need for growth and change. The Watcher's eyes softened, the fierce, predatory gaze replaced with one of quiet respect. And for the first time since Aaron had encountered it, the creature spoke. "You have learned," it said, its voice low and ancient, like the earth itself. "You have understood. The balance has been restored." Aaron nodded, his heart swelling with a quiet sense of triumph. He had done it. He had restored the balance. And though the hunger would always be a part of the land, he would be its keeper, its guide. The watcher bowed its head, the once menacing figure now a peaceful guardian once more. And in the heart of the forest, the cycle of life, death, and rebirth continued, as it always had, as it always would. The forest had changed. It was subtle at first, a shift in the way the trees seemed to breathe, in the way the wind whispered through the leaves. But Aaron could feel it deep within him. The hunger was still there, pulsing beneath the earth, but it was no longer a chaotic force. It had become a part of the land's natural cycle once more. The balance had been restored, but Aaron knew it was fragile. It always would be. The watcher, now a silent and peaceful guardian, had disappeared into the depths of the forest, its form fading into the ancient trees like a shadow cast by the twilight. The clearing where they had met felt quieter now, its strange, glowing veins no longer pulsing with overwhelming energy, but instead, it was a calm, steady hum, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. The hunger, though still present, had found its place once again. Aaron stood alone in the heart of the forest, his heart still racing from the encounter. He had confronted the watcher, learned the true nature of the hunger, and restored the balance. But it hadn't been easy. The burden of the keeper was not a simple one. The forest was not a place of peace and serenity. It was a land of constant change, where life and death were inextricably linked, where the hunger was always present, waiting to be both creator and destroyer. The air around him had a weight to it, a presence that felt both reassuring and ominous at the same time. It was a reminder that his task was far from over. He was not just the keeper of the hunger, he was its steward, its guardian. And the forest was now his responsibility. As Aaron walked through the dense woods, the weight of his new role settled heavily on his shoulders. Every step he took felt more deliberate, more purposeful. The forest was alive, yes, but it was also fragile. The hunger could never again be allowed to spiral into chaos. He would have to maintain it, nurture it, guide it with the same delicate balance that the watcher had once sought. The trees that once seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky now felt like silent sentinels, their twisted branches arcing high above him, as though watching over him. The moss beneath his feet was soft, but it felt like a layer of ancient knowledge, each step leaving an imprint on the land that had known no human touch for centuries. The forest was older than anything he had ever imagined, a living thing whose roots dug deep into the earth, into the history of the world itself. It was in moments like this, standing alone in the heart of the forest, that Aaron felt the true weight of the hunger. It wasn't something that could be ignored. It wasn't something that could simply be contained. The hunger was a part of the land, and in a way it was a part of him now, woven into the very fabric of his being. But that knowledge didn't make the burden any easier to bear. As Aaron moved deeper into the woods, he found himself once again drawn to the hollow, to the very place where the hunger had first been born. It had been days since he had last seen it, and though the hunger had settled, he felt the need to return, to ensure that it was truly at peace. The journey back to the hollow was long, but Aaron did not mind. The forest was his to protect now, and every step he took was a reminder of the commitment he had made. The trees, once twisted and darkened by the watcher's desperation, now stood tall and proud, their leaves a deep, vibrant green, bathed in the soft light of the sun filtering through the canopy. The air felt cleaner, more alive, as though the land itself was breathing easier now that the balance had been restored. When Aaron reached the hollow, he stood for a long moment at its edge, gazing down into the vast, black pit. The earth here was still cracked and jagged, but the pulse of the hunger was different now. It was no longer the chaotic, destructive force it had once been. It was steadier, quieter, like the gentle ebb and flow of the tides. Aaron felt the hunger stir beneath his feet, but this time, it wasn't a call to destruction. It was a hum of potential, a quiet promise of life and death in equal measure, a cycle that would continue as long as the forest stood. It was no longer a force to be feared, but a force to be respected, to be nurtured. He stepped closer to the edge, his hand resting on the rough stone of the chasm's edge. The earth hummed beneath his touch, a subtle vibration that connected him to the land in a way that felt both grounding and freeing. The hunger was a part of him now, a part of the forest, and together they would maintain the balance. He could hear the wind whispering through the trees, the sound of leaves rustling softly in the distance. The forest was alive as it always had been, but now it was at peace. For now, Aaron's thoughts turned to the future. The hunger would always be a presence in the land, a force that could not be easily contained. But he had learned its nature. He had learned how to balance it, how to ensure that it would never again spiral out of control. He would be its keeper, its guide, its steward. And in doing so, he would protect the forest, its creatures, and its delicate, fragile balance. He closed his eyes, letting the sound of the forest wash over him. The hunger pulsed beneath him, but it was no longer a threat. It was a part of the land, a part of the cycle, and Aaron understood it now in a way he never had before. As the sun began to dip beneath the horizon, casting long shadows across the clearing, Aaron turned away from the hollow and began the long walk back through the forest. He was not afraid. He was not uncertain. The path ahead was clear, even if it was fraught with challenges. He was the keeper now, the guardian of the hunger, and he would protect the balance, no matter the cost. The forest had grown quieter since Aaron had faced the Watcher. In the days following their encounter, the pulse of the hunger seemed to settle, finding its rhythm within the land once more. The deep, throbbing hum that had haunted the edges of his consciousness had softened into a gentle murmur. It was still there, still a part of the earth, but it no longer demanded his attention at every turn. Instead, the forest itself seemed to exhale, a slow and steady breath, as though it too was relieved by the delicate balance that had been restored. But even in this calm, Aaron could feel a subtle shift. The forest was alive as it always had been, but it was changing in ways he couldn't quite grasp. He could sense it in the air, in the way the trees grew taller, their branches twisting in more intricate patterns, as though they were reaching toward something unseen. The moss that once blanketed the ground now shimmered with a strange, almost otherworldly glow, as if it had begun to respond to the hunger's new equilibrium. The creatures that once roamed the woods, those elusive, magical beings that Aaron had seen in fleeting glimpses, had grown bolder, stepping out from the shadows to observe him, their glowing eyes watching with an intensity that unsettled him. It was as though the forest was trying to tell him something that he couldn't yet understand. Aaron had learned so much from the Watcher and the spirits, but there were still many pieces of the puzzle that remained hidden. The hunger, he now knew, was only one aspect of the forest's greater mystery. The land had been shaped by forces older than anything he could comprehend, and though the hunger had found its place, the forest itself was still full of untold secrets. That feeling of being watched never quite left him. Sometimes, when he stood still for too long, he could feel the trees leaning toward him, their gnarled roots reaching under the soil as though they were listening, waiting. And at night, when the moonlight spilled through the canopy in silver beams, the shadows seemed to dance in ways that made him uneasy. He could hear the whispers of the wind, low and soft, but there were times when it felt as though the forest itself was speaking, its words just out of reach, a language lost to time. One evening, as the sun dipped low behind the distant hills, casting the forest in hues of amber and deep gold, Aaron found himself walking toward a part of the woods he had never ventured into before. The path was narrow, almost hidden beneath thick brambles and overgrown vines that seemed to stretch out to block his way. It was as though the forest itself was trying to keep him from going forward, but Aaron, driven by a sense of curiosity he couldn't ignore, pushed through the dense undergrowth. The deeper he went, the air grew heavier. It was a strange heaviness, like the atmosphere itself was thick with something ancient, something forgotten. The trees here were different, their bark a pale, ghostly white, their branches bare, stretching out like twisted fingers against the sky. The ground was dry and cracked, a stark contrast to the vibrant life he had come to expect in the rest of the forest. Felt abandoned, forsaken. And yet, it pulsed with an eerie kind of energy, a feeling that gnawed at the edges of his mind. As he ventured further, the forest grew quieter. The usual rustle of leaves, the sounds of creatures skittering through the underbrush, the whisper of wind, everything fell silent. Even the pulse of the hunger beneath the earth seemed to fade here, as though this place existed outside its reach. He came upon a clearing, a strange and unnatural space in the heart of the forest. In the center stood an ancient stone structure, overgrown with vines and moss, its surface worn and cracked with age. The stone was unlike anything Aaron had ever seen before, smooth and polished, yet weathered by centuries of time. There were symbols etched into the stone, but they were unlike the runes he had seen at the altar in the grove. These symbols were more intricate, more alien, and they seemed to shimmer faintly in the dimming light. Aaron stepped closer, his heart pounding in his chest. The forest had brought him here for a reason. He could feel it deep within him, a pull, a call to this place. The moment his fingers brushed the stone, a surge of energy shot through him, more intense than anything he had ever felt before. It was as though the very earth beneath his feet had shifted, as though the pulse of the hunger had drawn its energy from this forgotten place. The air around him crackled with a power that was both ancient and wild. Then the whispers began. They started as a faint murmur, just beyond his hearing, like the rustle of leaves in a faraway wind. But as the power of the stone surged through him, the whispers grew louder, clearer, until they were unmistakable. The keeper has returned. The words were not spoken aloud, but etched themselves into his mind, as clear as if they had come from the very stones themselves. Aaron's breath caught in his throat. The Keeper. He had heard those words before, from the spirits, from the Watcher. But they hadn't meant what they meant now. He wasn't just the Keeper of the Hunger. No, he was something more, something tied to this place, to this ancient force that lay hidden in the heart of the forest. The symbols on the stone began to glow, faintly at first, but then more brightly, until the entire structure was bathed in a soft, otherworldly light. The whispers grew louder, the words forming in his mind like a chant, a ritual he was only now beginning to understand. The Keeper of the Hunger, the Keeper of the land, must walk the path between worlds. The balance must be restored, but the hunger will not be tamed. It will grow, and the Keeper must decide. Aaron's heart raced. He felt the weight of the words pressing down on him, the knowledge that there was more to his role than he had understood. The hunger was not just a force to be balanced, it was something deeper, something that was connected to the very essence of the forest, to the cycle of life and death. The hunger would grow as it always had, and Aaron would be its steward. But there was something more. The whispers had spoken of a path between worlds. What did that mean? Was there more to the hunger than he had been told? Was there something beyond the balance he had fought to restore? As the stone's glow began to fade, the whispers quieted, leaving Aaron standing in the silence of the clearing, his mind spinning with questions he could not yet answer. The hunger, the balance, he had thought he understood, but now he realized there was far more to learn. And the path ahead would be far more complex than he could have ever imagined. The wind whispered through the branches above him, but this time, it was not the wind of the forest. It was something else, something older. It was a warning. Aaron turned, his heart heavy with the weight of what he had just uncovered. The hunger was not just a force to be kept in check, it was a force that would continue to evolve, to grow. And he, as the Keeper, would have to decide how to guide it, how to ensure that it did not consume the land again. But the path was not clear. The balance would not be easily maintained. The forest had spoken, and now it was up to him to listen. The air around Aaron felt charged with an energy he couldn't fully comprehend. The whispers of the forest had faded into the background, but the weight of their meaning lingered in the silence. The stone structure, now dim and inert, had left a mark on him. A mark that ran deeper than the skin, deeper than any physical wound could reach. It was as though his very soul had been touched by something ancient, something that was both a blessing and a curse. The hunger, he now understood, was not merely a force to be tamed. It was a part of something far larger, a cycle that spanned across time and space beyond the borders of the forest. It was a part of the land, yes, but also something that connected worlds, realms perhaps, that stretched far beyond the physical plane. As Aaron stood in the clearing, the fading light of day filtering through the skeletal trees above, he realized that the path ahead was not one that would be easy to walk. The balance he had so carefully restored was fragile, and the hunger was not something that could be bound by simple rules. It was not a force that could be contained, but a presence that would always be in flux, always pushing against the edges of reality itself. The whispers had said that he, the Keeper, must walk the path between worlds. But what did that mean? Was it a literal journey into another realm? Or was it something more metaphorical, something deeper than he had yet grasped? Aaron's mind was racing, but there was no clear answer. The stone beneath his fingers still hummed with that faint, residual energy, but it wasn't enough to guide him. Whatever the path was, it would require more than just his understanding of the hunger. It would require something far more profound. The forest around him seemed to watch, its ancient eyes hidden in the twisting branches, the gnarled roots that snaked through the earth. It was as if the land itself was waiting for him to make his next move, as if it had known all along that this was the moment that would define him, not just as the Keeper of the Hunger, but as something else entirely. With a deep breath, Aaron turned from the stone and began to walk back through the clearing. The path through the overgrown vines and twisted branches seemed less threatening now, the weight of the air lighter. Still, his steps were slow, deliberate. He needed time to think, to process everything that had just happened. The forest was quiet, but there was an intensity to the stillness that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Every sound, every rustle of leaves, every creak of the branches, felt amplified as if the forest itself was listening. When Aaron reached the edge of the clearing, the forest began to shift around him. The trees, which had once been unnervingly still, now seemed to bend, their limbs moving gently in the breeze. The ground beneath his feet felt different, as though the very earth had responded to his presence. The hunger that had once thrummed beneath the soil was still there, but now it was quieter, more subdued. It was as if the forest was waiting for him to decide. waiting for him to take the next step. He continued walking, his mind heavy with the weight of the knowledge he had gained. The hunger was not a force of pure evil, nor was it a benign presence. It was a part of the land cycle, a necessary balance between life and death, creation and destruction. But that balance was delicate, and Aaron had learned that to keep it intact, he would have to walk a fine line between worlds. But which worlds? And how? As he moved deeper into the woods, he noticed a change in the air, something subtle at first but undeniable. The whispers, once distant, now seemed closer. They had become more distinct, more insistent, like voices echoing in the distance, growing clearer with every step. He felt the pull again, but it was different this time. It wasn't just the hunger calling to him. It was something else, a presence that seemed to shift just beyond the edges of reality. And then, as he walked past a particularly ancient tree, the ground trembled beneath him. It was a soft tremor at first, but it grew steadily stronger, until the earth beneath Aaron's feet shook violently, sending a shockwave of energy through the forest. The trees around him began to groan, their bark splitting open, their roots writhing in the earth as though something was waking beneath them. The very air felt alive with power, an unrelenting force that surged through the land. Aaron staggered back, his heart racing as a sudden burst of light erupted from the earth beneath him. The glow was intense, blinding even, but he felt no heat, only a strange, comforting presence. The light began to take shape, coalescing into something, someone, that appeared before him. At first, Aaron thought it was the Watcher, but the figure that stood before him was not the same. This being was tall, its form shimmering with an ethereal glow that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the earth itself. It was made of the very elements of the forest. Its body appeared to be crafted from bark, leaves, and vines, yet it moved with an otherworldly fluidity. Its eyes, glowing faintly, met his, and for a moment, Aaron thought he saw the same ancient wisdom that had been present in the Watcher's gaze. "You have come," the figure said, its voice like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze, like the hum of the earth beneath his feet. "You have touched the path between worlds." Aaron stood frozen, unsure whether he should speak or simply wait. But the figure seemed to understand his hesitation. "The hunger is not merely a force that resides in the land," the figure continued, its voice resonating in his bones. "It is a force that connects the realms, linking this world to others. You, as the keeper, must understand that the hunger is not just a force of life and death. It is a force of transformation, a bridge between the worlds. It is the threshold where one world ends and another begins." Aaron's breath caught in his throat. "What do you mean? What are you saying?" The figure raised a hand, and the ground beneath them shimmered with light. "The hunger is the conduit. It is the boundary between realms, the point at which the forces of creation and destruction converge. But if left unchecked, it will tear the fabric of all worlds apart. You, Aaron, must learn to control it, not just for this world, but for all worlds that exist." The figure's words were like a puzzle, each one fitting into place in Aaron's mind with a slow, deliberate precision. He had always known that his role as the keeper was important, but he had never realized just how vast it truly was. The hunger was not just a force within the forest, it was a force that connected realms, that bridged worlds. "You are the keeper of this realm, yes," the figure said, "but you must become the keeper of all realms. You must learn to walk between them, to guide the hunger so that it does not consume everything in its path." Aaron took a step back, his mind racing. "But how? How can I control something so vast, something so powerful?" The figure's glowing eyes softened. "You will learn in time. The path is not easy, and the weight of your responsibility will grow heavier with each step you take. But you are not alone. The forest will guide you. The hunger will teach you. And when the time comes, you will know what must be done." The figure began to fade, the light dissipating like mist in the morning sun. "Remember, Aaron," it said, its voice growing distant. "You walk not just between the worlds, but within them. And the balance is yours to protect." With that, the figure was gone, leaving Aaron standing alone in the shifting forest. The tremor in the ground had faded, but the weight of the figure's words lingered in the air, pressing down on him with an almost physical force. The hunger was not just something to be contained. It was a force that linked the worlds, a bridge between the living and the dead, between creation and destruction. And Aaron, as the keeper, was the one who would have to maintain that balance, not just for the forest but for all the realms connected to it. The path ahead was unclear, but one thing was certain: Aaron's journey was far from over. The hunger was just the beginning. The real test was yet to come.